Atticus and the others walked into the building, leaving the seething form of Jake outside. The Aqua Harvest was one of the most exquisite restaurants in Ravenspire, owned by a Grandmaster rank with branches all over the sector. Only tiered families were allowed entry and served. And today, Caldor had rented the whole building just for them to hang out. As they entered, they started walking downstairs, seemingly moving underground. Some of the guards had stayed behind, while about half still followed them. Beck guided them down the stairs with a smile on his face. "Welcome to Aqua Harvest," he said as they entered through a door, and they immediately came across an extremely captivating scene. Exquisite and luxurious tables adorned the space beneath a high ceiling, surrounded by a vast aquarium-like glass structure. The ambient blue light from the water cast a serene glow over the hall, illuminating beautiful floor patterns. Graceful magical beasts swam through the vast aquarium, their movements a mesmerizing dance beneath the enchanting ambiance of Aqua Harvest. Amazing, this was the only thing Atticus could think of. And with the way the others were gazing at the scene with open jaws, he was sure that it was the same thing going through their minds. Beck's smile widened as he saw them gazing at the scene in awe. He knew all of them were from the main family, and this might be his best chance to form a connection with them. He had no intention of letting this chance slip by. This was why he had personally come out to receive them. After gazing at the scene for a few seconds, Beck beckoned them and started showing them around the place. The whole interior, apart from where the chairs were, was an aquarium. There were no walls, not even ceilings, simply thick glass with a vast blue sea on the other side. One would never suspect such a vast area was underneath the small building. Caldor simply stared at the group with a huge grin on his face. "Awesome, right?" They all nodded absent-mindedly, admiring the scene, Atticus included. He too was completely captivated by the sight, it was just too breathtaking. "I should start going out more often," Atticus thought. It had just dawned on him that he was in a magical world. In just the human domain alone, there were 10 different sectors, each with its own unique characteristics. He was truly missing out on a lot of things. Beck kept guiding the group until they all started moving down a procession of stairs again, and after a few seconds, a hatch slid open as Beck and the group got closer. Beck's smile widened as he directed the group's attention to the vast expanse of the open pool shimmering in every direction. This is the highlight of Aqua Harvest, the spectacle everyone eagerly anticipates. These pools are filled with the most exquisite magical marine beasts in the human domain. And here in Aqua Harvest, you eat what you catch, Beck said and clapped. Suddenly, a sleek metallic structure emerged from beside them. Beck confidently approached it, scanned the device, causing it to unfold, revealing 4 round orbs inside. With a smooth motion, he retrieved 1 orb for each person in the group. "Young masters and ladies, if you channel your mana into them, it'll transform into a suit suitable for use in water," Beck explained. Atticus looked at the orb with intrigue. No matter how hard he tried, knowing every single artifact in the human domain was pretty much impossible. There were simply too many artifacts out there, with numerous people creating more innovative types every day. Before Atticus could examine the orb well, his attention was taken by Caldor, who had already channeled mana into the orb as soon as he was given it. His whole body was suddenly enveloped from head to toe with a black suit, leaving the part covering his face transparent for clear vision. Seeing that Caldor had already worn his, Ember and Aurora also channeled their mana into the orb and were immediately enveloped in the same way as Caldor, leaving only Atticus. Atticus sighed. He really wanted to examine the orb. Choosing to leave it for later, he dropped his katana on the floor and also channeled mana into the orb. It let out a low glow, and a black suit emerged from the orb, swirling and started covering Atticus's form, starting from his hands. In less than a second, his whole body was covered. Then he picked up his katana and strapped it back on his waist. The suit felt extremely comfortable, and Atticus could tell that it was airtight. It was perfect for swimming. There was a rune etched just above the neck area of the suit, and Atticus surmised that that was what supplied the air. Beck continued his explanation, "As I said before, we'll cook for you whatever you catch. You don't have to worry about safety, the highest rank beast in the water is novice rank, and there are lots of safety measures taken so you can hunt without any problems." Everyone nodded in understanding, and before anyone could react, Caldor sprinted toward the pool's edge and leapt into the water with a boisterous cannonball. His impact sent a massive blast of water in every direction, engulfing the area. Beck and the other master ranks subtly released their auras, stopping the water from touching them. Atticus couldn't help but smirk. He used his bloodline, he thought. Without wasting time, Atticus also ran and jumped into the water. Seeing both Atticus and Kaldor, Aurora and Ember also joined in. They had all gone through the Raven camp, and all of them knew how to swim. Inside the water, Atticus and Kaldor moved swiftly, swimming rapidly from one place to another. Both of them had the water element, so it was easy for them to maneuver underwater. It was very beautiful underwater, basically another world. Beautiful magical beasts swam gently across the water. It was truly an enjoyable sight. As Atticus enjoyed the feeling of swimming in the water, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Aurora and Ember, who were swimming gently behind. Atticus' grin widened, and he zoomed towards their direction. Focusing on the water element, the water around Aurora and Ember started swirling. They both immediately noticed something was wrong. And as they turned their gaze, they saw Atticus with a huge grin. Ember immediately acted, freezing the water around her to get out of Atticus's hold, leaving only Aurora. Atticus. Aurora's underwater cry echoed, revealing that the suit enabled speech underwater. The water swirled around Aurora, forming a mini water tornado in the water, spinning Aurora countless times. Atticus chuckled at the sight, and after a few seconds, he released his control over the water. Aurora felt dizzy and disoriented for a few moments before she shook her head to clear the dizziness. Her gaze immediately landed on Atticus, who was a few meters away from her. The water around her started to bubble as the temperature spiked, her piercing red eyes bore into Atticus. Aurora focused on her bloodline and propelled herself towards Atticus, who, seeing this, immediately turned, utilizing the water bloodline to zoom away from Aurora. You! How dare you run? Aurora's voice sounded from behind as she kept chasing Atticus. Kaldor was freely chuckling while Ember watched the drama with a smile. After a few moments, they each found a beast, killed it, and handed it over to the Aqua Harvest staff to cook. And that day, Atticus ate what he would consider the best fish meal in the world. A few hours later, after their meal, jokes, and laughs, they all left the restaurant and headed back to the estate after a long day of fun. Upon reaching the estate, they all retired to their rooms to rest. After a few hours and dinner, Atticus once again stood in front of Magnus's imposing figure, ready for another round of training. Magnus gazed at Atticus, who was donned in his training suit. Without uttering a word, lightning materialized and struck Atticus right on the forehead, causing the usual disorientation and the hateful inky blackness. And immediately, lightning bolts materialized in front of Magnus and were shot one by one towards Atticus. Having learned his lesson, Atticus wasn't one to fall for the same trick. As soon as he lost his vision, he focused on his ears, listening intently to any sound in the area. As soon as he caught the familiar blitzing sound in the air, he darted to the side, evading the lightning bolt. He kept listening, dodging, and adapting constantly until not a single lightning bolt was able to hit him again. If it were an ordinary person training Atticus, they would have been astonished at the fast rate he was able to adapt and get used to this. It was truly something that would have astonished many in the human domain, but even with all that, Magnus's expression remained unchanged, as if already expecting this development. After a few minutes of Atticus successfully dodging the lightning bolts, Magnus suddenly stopped. Good. You've adapted well, Magnus spoke. Hearing this, Atticus stood up straight and turned towards Magnus's direction. You have learned how to use your ears, now we shall move to how to feel. You have learned how to use your ears, now we shall move to how to feel. Feel is the hardest one to master. I am going to leave you to meditate for an hour, try to feel everything around you. I shall give you one hint. Use the mana, Magnus instructed. He continued, immediately after 1 hour, I shall attack without warning. As soon as Magnus finished speaking, once again, before Atticus could react, a searing bolt of lightning struck him directly on the head, targeting his ears with precision. The intense surge of energy overwhelmed his auditory system, sending shockwaves through his skull. As the lightning interfaced with Atticus's ears, it disrupted the normal functioning of the auditory nerve pathways. The sudden electrical surge caused a temporary deafening effect by overwhelming the delicate mechanisms responsible for sound perception, rendering him momentarily unable to hear. Atticus staggered, his equilibrium momentarily disrupted by the unexpected assault on his senses. The entire world suddenly turned silent. Atticus couldn't hear a single thing anymore, and as soon as he lost his hearing, he stumbled forward, quickly using his legs and hands as support to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Balancing became a real challenge for Atticus now that he had lost his hearing. This was expected, considering the intricate connection between his ears and his sense of balance. With those words, Magnus disappeared and reappeared at the corner of the training room. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started meditating, leaving Atticus, who was still finding it hard to find his balance. Shit, Atticus thought. He was sure that if he could see, his vision would be turning currently. After struggling for a minute, Atticus finally managed to sit down on the floor cross-legged. He closed his eyelids, even though that changed nothing, and inhaled a deep breath, exhaling after a second. Feel, he muttered. He repeated this process a few times, inhaling and exhaling, attempting to follow Magnus's instructions and feel. Every one of his major senses had been taken away, except for his sense of smell and taste. Atticus understood why Magnus didn't take that away too. He was clearly targeting the senses Atticus had grown accustomed to using. As he had become used to his sight and listening, those senses were taken away. Now, he was supposed to feel. A thought crept into Atticus's mind. What would happen after he had learned this? Would Magnus take away his ability to feel too? The thought made Atticus shiver. Atticus took a deep breath, deciding to clear his mind of useless thoughts. It was all training. The path to overwhelming strength wasn't meant to be easy. But regardless, he was determined to push through. Focusing his entire being on the surface of his skin, Atticus attempted to feel. He recalled Magnus's hint, use the mana. And Atticus did just that, focusing on feeling the mana in the air. This part was easy for him, as he had done the same thing when learning the ethereal cloak art. Within seconds, he was able to feel the mana in the air within 15 meters of him. Atticus sensed the bountiful mana in the air. It was abundant, which was expected as he was in the advanced training room. Though, he wasn't complaining. The more mana in the air, the easier it was to feel. The mana resembled tiny orbs of light floating around in the air. Atticus concentrated on this feeling, ensuring he had an accurate grasp of the mana in the air, its density, how it reacted to the air, how it responded to inanimate objects, everything. After about 20 minutes of maintaining this process, Atticus decided to take it to the next level. One might wonder what the next step was, but Atticus thought it was obvious. Magnus's hint had basically given it all away. When he was feeling the mana in the air, Atticus could sometimes pick up the positions of objects in the training room. Atticus had initially been confused when he would suddenly feel the position of an object, and then it would disappear in the next second. But after observing this phenomenon for a few times, Atticus discovered why. Every time the tiny orbs of mana in the air interacted or basically made contact with any object, he would be able to feel its exact position. Coming to this conclusion, the next step was obvious. He was going to induce a mana reaction in the air by releasing a pulse from his core. With that in mind, Atticus released a mana pulse from his core and paid close attention to how it moved. He observed how it sent a wave of mana in every direction, making the mana in the air interact with everything within a certain radius, akin to ripples in a pond. With that, Atticus was able to feel everything within a 15-meter radius from him very clearly for a second. It was as if lightning suddenly struck, illuminating an initially dark area. Atticus released another pulse and watched as the mana rippled in the air, illuminating the area. He kept releasing pulses at short intervals from each other, trying to get the hang of it. But suddenly, something frighteningly fast whizzed into the 15-meter radius. In this situation, there was no need for Atticus to release a pulse for him to see what was coming. Unlike inanimate objects, this was moving. With the speed it was moving at, it was constantly interacting with the mana in the air, making him able to easily pick up its presence. As soon as Atticus felt the lightning bolt enter his radius, he reacted immediately, jumping to the side and tumbling and rolling on the floor for a few meters, dodging the lightning bolt. However, Atticus had already learned his lesson back when he was training his ears. Even with all the movement, he made sure never to lose his concentration for even a single second. His entire focus was still on feeling any movements in the air, and indeed, not losing concentration was the right decision. As soon as he stopped rolling, another lightning bolt, moving at a fast speed, entered his range once more, and he swiftly jumped to the side, tumbling once again to evade the lightning bolt. And then the process continued, with Atticus constantly tumbling and rolling on the floor as soon as he felt the lightning bolt enter his range. No matter how hard he tried, Atticus found it difficult to keep his balance, he couldn't even stand. The best he could do was roll on the ground to dodge. But he didn't mind. In fact, if one were to look at Atticus's face, they would be extremely confused. There was currently a huge grin plastered on his face, which was weird considering how extremely pitiful he looked every time he rolled on the floor to dodge a lightning bolt. Atticus, unlike his current situation, was completely elated. This new spectrum of power that had just opened up to him was completely exhilarating. Never in his life back on Earth would he have thought that he would be able to see without his vision. And yet, he was currently doing it. The feeling of growing stronger was addictive. He loved every single moment of it. I don't want to stop feeling this, Atticus thought as he once again rolled on the floor to dodge a lightning bolt. Magnus watched his grandson as he kept up his pitiful act. His expression was currently neutral, but as the seconds ticked by, Magnus Ravenstein, a man who was known for his stone-cold demeanor, broke into a smile. Magnus had always been someone who loved his family above all. He had always been like this. But the problem was, he found it hard for him to express himself. Yes, Magnus Ravenstein, the Ravenstein's paragon, a powerhouse of humanity, was shy. But one couldn't really blame Magnus. This was how he had always been, this was what he had grown up learning from his father, Alveric Ravenstein. The man had never smiled once, he hardly ever spent time with the family or even showed favoritism toward them. But even with all of this, Magnus had always regarded his father above all. He had power, he had honor, and he was always fair to everyone no matter what. Magnus had instinctively imitated the character of his father growing up. He had always wanted to be portrayed and admired by his children and even grandchildren just like his father was, but alas, this led him to being unable to genuinely show his feelings to the family. The one and only exception was his wife, Freya. Honestly, many would find it hard to believe that Magnus had opened up to Freya. Given Freya's character, it truly was hard to believe. But she was the woman Magnus loved most in the world, and she was the one who understood him the most. Magnus smiled warmly at his grandson, closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, the bolts of lightning forming and shooting towards Atticus showing no sign of stopping. Step, 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 step by step, the resounding echoes of a boy's footsteps reverberated through the hall. Each stride carried an aura of unwavering confidence, every movement precise and measured. The boy's attire was nothing short of impeccable, a sleek black robe paired with trousers that bore intricate adornments, including carefully placed pins and accessories. The Ravenstein logo was etched on the right side of his chest, clear for all to see. The black top complemented his flawlessly styled white hair, elegantly gathered into a ponytail cascading down his back. Standing at a remarkable height of 6.4 feet, his muscular frame exuded a compact strength, every sinew pulsating with contained power, poised to be unleashed. Though not bulky, the muscles were finely tuned, hinting at a latent force beneath the surface. His visage was a testament to handsomeness, featuring a sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes that radiated an undeniable charm. The clarity of his complexion would spark envy even among the most beautiful of women. Secured at his waist, an ostensibly ordinary katana in which only those keen eyes could discern the concealed and intense power contained within, adding an air of mystery to the boy's overall presence. This young boy was none other than Atticus, who had grown astonishingly in the past 5 years. Atticus descended the grand staircase, his confident strides echoing through the opulent living room of the Ravenstein mansion as he stepped through the door. "Why the heck are you walking like that? You look so ridiculous," a feminine voice cut through the air, immediately drawing Atticus's attention. Atticus's gaze turned and landed on a strikingly red-eyed girl who was gazing at him with a scrunched nose, looking at Atticus as if he were a fool. A smug smile played on Atticus's lips as he approached the red-eyed girl. "Hey, you're just jealous you don't look half as good as me," he retorted. "You wish. You can't even dream of comparing yourself to this divine beauty," Aurora declared with flair, flicking her long white hair behind her in a gesture of regal confidence. PFF'd. Atticus immediately burst into laughter, his voice resounding across the room. "You Ha ha ha. Aurora's cheeks turned crimson in embarrassment, her red eyes gazing at Atticus angrily. Aurora had grown remarkably over the past 5 years. Standing at a height of 5.6 feet, she was also wearing the same clothes as Atticus, with a black robe and hair dangling down her back. The intensity of her piercing red eyes had only increased over the years, giving her the look of a volition volcano that could erupt at any time. Over the past 5 years, Atticus and Aurora had grown incredibly close together, especially after Caldor had left the estate a few months after their adventure to Aqua Harvest. Ember began her reclusive nature once again after that, and the two of them were always hanging out together if Atticus wasn't training. They also sometimes even trained and sparred together. Their relationship was further solidified because Atticus was always teasing her constantly, making Aurora erupt in anger and chase after him. But of course, this relationship was purely familial. Oh, calm down, Aurora. This was completely your fault. How do you expect me not to laugh when you say something so cringe? Atticus said, wiping a tear from his eyes from laughing too much. Aurora responded by folding her arms, turning her head to the side, and releasing an audible humph. Atticus chuckled, enjoying her reaction. They were always so cute. Atticus had never had a little sister back on Earth, and Ember was never fun to tease. She was as cold as ice, and anytime he tried, he either only ever got a single smile or even blatantly got ignored. But Aurora was different. He felt like Aurora fit the role of a little sister very well, despite the fact that they were the same age. He always loved teasing Aurora exactly because of this. He closed the distance between him and Aurora, raising his hands in the air, trying to initiate a power handshake. Are you ready? Atticus asked. Aurora, who was initially pouting, turned to look at Atticus, her expression breaking out into a smile, grabbing his hands in the air, flashing him a confident smile. Of course, she responded. Atticus nodded, releasing his hands from the handshake. Let's head out. We are getting late, Atticus said as he started walking towards the imposing mansion door, with Aurora following closely behind. As Atticus and Aurora stepped outside the mansion door, they immediately came across a humongous airship floating just a few meters above the ground, about 50 meters close to the mansion. The airship boasted a grand spherical design, reminiscent of a majestic floating orb in the sky. Its expansive structure could easily accommodate a multitude of passengers. Positioned beneath it, a powerful propulsion engine hummed with otherworldly energy. Despite cruising a mere few meters above the ground, an extraordinary feat of magical precision ensured an absence of any disruptive breezes beneath the airship. This remarkable specimen was a testament to the intricate and advanced runic craftsmanship that defined the vessel. Just below the ship, there was a procession of white-haired youths, about 14 in number. Just one look at these youths, and Atticus had already recognized all of them. How wouldn't he? He had spent months training with them back at the Raven camp 5 years ago when he was 10. And every single one of them were gathered today. Just as Atticus was about to step towards them, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps and sobbing coming from behind him. Atticus sighed. He had already knew this was going to happen. With a reluctant gesture, Atticus turned his gaze behind him to see the beautiful form of Anastasia, sniffling while wiping away tears falling from her eyes. Atticus walked towards Anastasia's crying form. Her eyes were completely puffy, and she was holding a handkerchief which she used to wipe her tears. Arya was currently standing beside her. Mom, Atticus said warmly as he got close to her. He looked at her and continued, we've already gone through this inside. I told you, I'll be back before you know it. Before Atticus had met Aurora in the living room, he had already said his goodbyes to Anastasia and Freya, and Anastasia had already shed her tears. But even after all of that, she still came outside to meet him again. Standing in front of Anastasia, Atticus gazed down at her and gave her a warm hug. Even at the young age of 15, Atticus's genes refused to be stopped. He had already grown taller than most adults at such a young age. Anastasia wasn't short. She was, in fact, 6 feet 2 inches tall, taller than the average woman, and yet, at 15, Atticus was already taller than her. Anastasia clung onto Atticus tightly. I'll miss you, honey, she muttered. Me too, Atticus replied, his tone warm. But this touching scene was completely broken by a voice. Hey, mama's boy, Aurora remarked with a giggle from behind. Atticus's mouth twitched, but before he could formulate a retort, Anastasia suddenly got out of the hug. Aurora, Anastasia said, tears welling up in her eyes as she closed the distance between her and Aurora, suddenly enveloping her in a hug. I'll miss you, Anastasia muttered warmly. Aurora flinched. She really wasn't expecting the hug. The hug made her feel warm, very warm. She hugged back Anastasia tightly as she smiled warmly. I'll miss you too, Mom, she said, completely ignoring Atticus, who was giving her a smug look. Atticus turned his gaze away from both of them to Arya, who was sneaking glances at him. She suddenly turned her gaze away as Atticus looked in her direction. Atticus chuckled. One would never believe that a feared Ravenblade could ever behave like this. Do you want a hug, Arya? Atticus asked. Arya cleared her throat in mild embarrassment. I wouldn't dare, young master, she replied with a bow, attempting to hide the sad expression that appeared on her face. But even Atticus of 10 years old would be able to catch on to the reluctance in her demeanor, not to talk of the current Atticus. Atticus also suddenly enveloped Arya in a hug. I'll be back soon, don't worry, he reassured. That's what you said the last time, young master, Arya quietly retorted. Atticus's mouth twitched. She was right, maybe those words were a huge red flag. He shook his head, getting rid of his superstitious thoughts. He wasn't superstitious. Atticus got out of the hug after a few seconds, and after one last goodbye, Atticus and Aurora walked towards the procession of youths below the imposing ship. A few hundred meters away from where the touching moment was taking place, two figures stood suspended in the air, watching the scene. Won't you say goodbye to him, Magnus? Freya said with both hands on Magnus's chest as he held her close. Magnus gazed at the form of Atticus, who was now walking towards the group of trainees, not saying anything for a few seconds. Freya sighed. This man, why was he so difficult? After a few moments, I already did, he replied, his lips curling upward into a smile. An action that seemed to astonish Freya clinging onto him. He's smiling, she thought in shock. Atticus and Aurora walked towards the procession of youths. As he got closer, Atticus gazed at all the youths he had trained with at the Raven camp. Every single one of them had undergone a remarkable change. The small and petite forms of the youths had all changed, with most of them being at least 5 feet 6 inches tall. None of those currently standing here could be compared with their earlier looks. Nate, who had turned to look at Atticus as he saw him approaching, flashed a huge grin. He had been a bit bulky for his age even at 10, but it was now completely glaring. He had a completely bulky physique and stood at a height of 5.9 feet tall. While Lucas still maintained his slender figure with his square-shaped glasses still present. The only thing different with Lucas was that, unlike his usual well-kept appearance, he was starting to look more like Grimstone with his demeanor. One look, and Atticus could tell that it was due to rune engraving. Although Lucas's state wasn't even nearly a quarter as much as bad as Grimstone's, it was clear it was still taking an effect on him. Every one of the youths turned their gazes towards the approaching Atticus and Aurora. As soon as they saw Atticus approach, they all stopped chattering amongst themselves. Despite the fact that years had passed since they had seen him, despite the fact that they had all trained and gotten a lot stronger compared to before, every single one of them gazed at Atticus with eyes filled with one thing: recognition. After what Atticus had shown them back at the attack on Raven Camp when he had defeated 3 expert ranks, after what he had shown them during the event when he had brutally beaten and humiliated William in front of the family, all of them, even the proud and stubborn ones amongst them, accepted one thing: Atticus was the undisputed number 1 in their generation. Atticus met all of their gazes, acknowledging them all with a nod. And then, a metallic platform gracefully extended from the underbelly of the airship, gently settling a few meters away from the group of youths. And they all, including Atticus, got on it, and then it instantaneously started ascending, carrying all of them with it. Atticus Ravenstein was going to the academy. Inside a dimly lit room, a brutal scene was unfolding. A man was suspended on the wall, held with chains, his form completely battered. He was currently naked, and every single inch of his body had been brutally bruised, completely marred by red blood marks. His face was filled with snot and mucus as tears fell freely from his eyes. Place ease, you miss, I'm so sorry, the man pleaded in a desperate tone. Even though he knew his tormentor better than to expect any mercy, he still begged for his life depended on it. His pleas were met with stone-cold silence for a few moments, a flood of tears gushing out of the man's eyes at the countdown of every second. His mouth quivered and shivered greatly as his gaze met the icy amethyst-colored eyes of his tormentor, his bladder immediately draining as he peed himself. After a few tortuous seconds, the individual finally spoke. "You brought this upon yourself." The voice sounded feminine, very feminine. It sounded as though it was a fairy speaking, which was baffling considering the gravity of torment she was currently inflicting. She continued, "She clearly refused, begged even, but you didn't listen. So why should I listen to you?" She said as she closed the distance between both of them, her flawless hands tracing across the sharp corners of the gleaming razor-sharp blade she was holding. The man shivered as she got close. He instinctively tightened his thighs together, hiding away his delicate rod as if foreseeing what was coming. She continued, "Men like you are scums of the world, mindless beasts in human skin. And you should always be treated accordingly." Her amethyst eyes gleamed in the darkness, making the man's heart clench. Without hesitation, she drove the razor-sharp blade directly into his flesh. Ha! The man's screams were deafening, but despite the intensity of his screams, her eyes never wavered for even a single second as she continued her actions, digging through his flesh as she finally got to her target, cleanly severing it, eliciting another piercing scream from the man. 3 maids stood with their heads bowed behind the girl as she carried out her brutal actions, one of them gazing at man being tortured with a gaze filled with hate, and the other 2 shivering. Just as the seconds ticked by, a woman suddenly entered the room. Seeing the unfolding scene, she shook her head slightly and sighed. With a bow, "Young Miss Zoe," she greeted, interrupting the tortuous scene. Having fulfilled her goal, Zoe stopped torturing the man and turned to gaze at this new person. I thought I asked you to stand guard at the door, Lucy, what are you doing here?" she asked. Still in the bow, Lucy replied, "Yes, young miss, but the lady requests your presence. The airship is about to leave for the academy," she explained. Zoe sighed. "Do I really have to go?" she thought, seemingly to herself. But surprisingly, a voice responded to her thoughts, "You should go, Zoe. Apart from it being compulsory for every 15-year-old to attend, who knows, you might finally meet the one, at the academy." The petite cute voice added the last bit with a chuckle. Hearing this, Zoe grimaced inwardly in disgust. "I doubt it. Every single one of the men I've met are all very disgusting and stupid. Oh come on, Zoe. How are you ever going to get married and have kids with that mindset?" the petite voice asked. But this time, Zoe chose to ignore her remark. She brought out a pure white handkerchief from her storage ring, and she started wiping away her hands. After a few seconds of thoroughly wiping her hands, she threw the handkerchief away on the floor and started walking out of the room, with Lucy stepping out of the way for her to pass. As soon as she walked out of the door, sunlight gracefully bathed her form, unveiling a breathtaking sight. She possessed flawless porcelain skin, a visage of ethereal beauty that could cause wars. Her amethyst eyes completely complemented her features, giving her a sense of danger to those who met them. Her purple hair flowed gracefully down her back. At the tender age of 15, she radiated an innocence that seemed to embody the essence of a fairy. Which was surprising given the recent act of torment she had committed, both unexpected and intriguing. "Let's get this over with," Zoe muttered as she started walking down the hall. All across the human domain, different 15-year-old youths, some talentless and some talented, with some being eager and some reluctant, were all getting ready to head towards the academy in Sector 1. Atticus sat cross-legged inside a room within the airship. The airship was big enough to house every one of the youths, providing each with sizable rooms. Although the rooms were practically basic, they were still a luxury to many. Atticus came out of his meditation and opened his eyes. Time sure flies, he thought. The past 5 years were completely routine for Atticus. Wake up, train, eat, hang out with the family, train with Magnus, with the routine repeating itself every day. Training with Magnus during these years had only gotten harder and harder, but Atticus never once complained. In fact, he was happy at his progress. The Atticus of now, compared to back then, was like night and day. The academy, Atticus's thoughts suddenly shifted towards the academy they were currently heading to. Before, when he had first learned about the structure of the human domain, Atticus had initially believed the academy was located inside Sector 1, but boy was he wrong. He had recently found out the enormous scale of the academy. The entire Sector 1, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, was the academy. Of course, When it was almost time for him to go to the academy, Atticus had tried to find out everything about it, but unfortunately, just like the Raven camp, the information was tightly guarded. And after Caldor had returned from the academy about 2 years back, he had given Atticus one piece of advice: prepare for war. Sorry it came late. I'm still recovering from my birthday yesterday. Cold sweat smile. I hope you enjoy the chapter. Thank you for reading. The distance between Sector 3 and the academy, located in Sector 1, was immense. To reach there, every person had to either drive or fly in an airship. For obvious reasons, no teleportation was allowed into the academy or even from hundreds of kilometers away from the border of Sector 1. Despite the airship's high speed, it would still take about a day to reach the destination. During this day, Atticus met up and caught up with Nate and Lucas. He had decided not to train too hard today as he had no idea what to expect when they reached the academy. He also used this time to find out more information about other sectors. The journey was completely peaceful without any problems. And without him even noticing, the day passed in the blink of an eye. In the entire human domain, there was only one academy. The human domain spanned across millions of kilometers with billions of inhabitants, with the inhabitants increasing daily. The fact that this vast domain with so many people had just a single academy, where every youth turning 15 had to attend, should be enough to understand the sheer size and scale of the academy. There were no exceptions to this rule. The world had advanced to the extent that disabilities amongst even the poor were almost non-existent, and every child expected to be 15 would be retrieved if they didn't show. They were all accepted into the academy regardless of talent. Given the sheer size of the human domain, it was no surprise that at a very large expanse just at the border of Sector 1, was teeming with millions of youths from every single sector. And just at the front of the expanse, there was a spherical blue translucent shield that encompassed the entire Sector 1 from the ground up. This was the infamous Aegis shield that the Alliance had used to repel the aliens. It was kept on 24/7, always protecting the academy from outside forces. No one could teleport in or out of the shield as long as it was running, not even a paragon could get past it. But anyone even the least bit observant would notice an oddity: the complete and total absence of adults in the area. Every single person in the expanse was a 15-year-old youth. In this expanse, there were different landing spots for airships of different sizes. And periodically, airships of all sizes would land quickly, dropping off more youths and taking off back immediately afterwards. But amongst these airships, there was always one size that garnered the attention of almost every youth present: the largest ships, massive and imposing, which dwarfed every other airship. It was an airship that could only be owned by the absolute rulers of any sector, the Tier 1s. And when they landed, they dropped a procession of youths whose every manner of action, accessory, and confidence stood out from the crowd of youths currently present. Due to this clear difference in class, many groups had already formed. In the area close to where the Tier 1 family airship usually landed, different youths, all radiating power incomparably to most others, were gathered. In this area, there were a total of 8 groups already formed, each with at least 20 youths. Every one of these groups had one thing in common: each member of a group had almost the same distinct features. These groups represented 8 of the 10 Tier 1 families in the human domain. Some of them were gazing at each other as if looking at enemies. This was to be expected, as each one of them basically considered the others as their only competitors. In one of these groups, where deep red-haired youths were gathered, a boy turned towards a strikingly beautiful red-haired girl who stood out from the crowd, and spoke. "Lady Lila, do you think he's still coming?" he asked. The girl, Lila, answered without turning to look at the boy, "He's 15, Lark. Everyone has to attend the academy at that age. Why are you asking me stupid questions?" she replied. Lark bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lady Lila, but I just want him to pay for what he did to young Master Dell those years back," he added the last bit while gritting his teeth. It was then that Lila turned to look at the boy, regarding him for a few seconds. Then she sighed, taking in a huge breath as if trying to bottle up her frustrations. "Why do I have so many stupid people around me?" Lila thought. She exhaled, deciding to humor the idiot. So let me ask you, what exactly is your plan for when he gets here?" she inquired. Lark eagerly answered, "I'll challenge him in front of everyone, staking his family's honor so he couldn't refuse." Then I'll beat the living daylights out of him until he begs for his life, Lark said, clenching his fist and smiling slightly, as if foreseeing the punishment he wanted to inflict. Beat him? You're talking about the same person who easily defeated Dell, who was stronger than you, right? Lila asked. Lark seemed to understand what she was trying to say and quickly added, that was years ago, Lady Lila. If both of them were to fight now, young Master Dell would win within a second. Lila simply stared at the boy for a few seconds, then she suddenly turned her gaze back to the front. There were levels to stupidity, and this particular one was so high-leveled that she didn't have the patience and niceness to cure it. He's just one of our hundreds of cousins who wants to gain Dell's favor anyway. He'll learn to use his brain the hard way, Lila thought, choosing to ignore Lark. After a few minutes, a giant imposing airship gracefully descended, landing at the Tier 1 family area. And from it, a procession of white-haired youths walked out of the ship. As soon as the imposing ship with the Ravenstein sigil etched on top of the hull landed, all eyes in the Tier 1 area turned to see a procession of white-haired youths walking out from the ship. At the forefront of these youths was a boy with piercing blue eyes, a katana strapped to his waist. His back was straight, his eyes forward, his every step precise and measured. As Atticus led the group, his demeanor could only be described using two words: unflinching confidence. Aurora, Lucas, Nate and every single one of the Ravenstein youths walked behind him, and it was clear to everyone watching that they all regarded him as their leader. Every one of the Tier 1 family youths watching them narrowed their eyes. They were all shocked, quite so. They all knew how competitive the Ravenstein family were. They were all shocked that all the Ravenstein youths were showing complete respect to Atticus. Most of the other Tier 1s had already recognized Atticus as soon as they saw him. During the years, Atticus had gone out a few times with Anastasia, so his face was well known amongst other Tier 1 families who practically had spies everywhere, the Ravensteins not being excluded. They all immediately focused their eyes on him. The Tier 1 families were proud, incredibly so. One might think that the reason why they dressed well, tried to be imposing, to be admired by all was because they cared about what the masses thought, but that couldn't be more wrong. The truth was that every single one of the Tier 1 family, the Ravensteins included, does not care at all what those weaker than them thought. They only cared about one thing: being better than the people they considered their equals, the other Tier 1 families. The Tier 1 families were the absolute rulers of every sector, a position that was kept because of their overwhelming strength and power. Anyone in their domain who tried to openly challenge them would only end up one way: dead. This was exactly why every Tier 1 family, especially when they were in the same place, were always trying their best to make sure they were seen better than their counterparts. And this pride was passed into their next generation. As soon as they all saw the white-haired youths showing Atticus respect, almost all the Tier 1 youths in the area subtly released their auras, trying to intimidate him. They had all done this to the others when they arrived, but this time was different. This time, the aura was more intense. Almost all the groups were all focusing on one person. If their so-called leader were to falter here, it would be a huge blow to their reputation. Meanwhile, as soon as Atticus stepped down from the ship, he had already scanned the whole area, observing everything and everyone with pinpoint precision. He noticed the slight shock in their eyes when they saw them, the subtle shift in their demeanor, and the cold glints in their eyes. Before each of them had even decided on what to do, Atticus subtly covered the whole group with his aura, shielding them. Even though they all focused their aura on him, most of them were still inexperienced and might not be able to completely focus their aura on just one person. Which means that it would affect the whole group. Atticus knew what they were all trying to do: lower their reputation. The night before Atticus had left the estate, Magnus had asked him to do one thing: make sure the Ravenstein family was number one, every time. During the entire time the man trained him, he had never once asked Atticus for anything, basically only giving. Atticus was eternally grateful to Magnus. It was because of him he was able to progress as much as he had. And because of this, Atticus had every intention of following through with what Magnus asked. He was going to make the Ravenstein family number one. And to do that, under no circumstances would he allow them to lose. He wouldn't allow any one of the Ravenstein youths to falter here. The other Tier 1 auras hit the group, but every single one of the Ravenstein youths remained unmoved, their confident gait undisturbed. They all followed their leader's confident walk, their gazes forward. Seeing that their little stunt didn't work, They all turned their eyes away from the group. After a few seconds, the group finally stopped and stood at one side in the area. Atticus's gaze swept through the area once again, deciding to use this time to observe the other Tier 1 families. During the years at the estate, Atticus was able to find out more about the other Tier 1 families in the human domain. He also confirmed some information from Lucas during the journey. Looking at the groups in the area, Atticus was glad to see that the information he had gathered was mostly correct. In one corner, a group of red-haired youths stood. Atticus was immediately able to tell which family they belonged to, as he had even met them before, the Alvarians. They were the alchemists of the human domain with bloodlines that allowed them to control nature and plants. This bloodline gave them the unique ability to tap into the latent potential of various plant ingredients. This ability allowed them to extract and manipulate the essence of plants and natural elements, making them unmatched in the alchemist field. Gazing at this group of individuals, Atticus could already see one familiar face among them. It was the same girl he had met when he and Ember went to the arcade when he was 7. And she, together with a boy whose face could only be described as one thing, annoying, was currently staring at him. Ignoring their stares, Atticus turned his gaze away from them to look at the other families in the area. Atticus ignored both stares of Lila and Lark and turned his gaze to another corner, where a group filled with black-haired youths stood. Every single youth in the group, even the females, had buff, firm metal-looking muscles, all with tanned skin. They were the Emberforge family. Their unique bloodline was intricately linked to metal. But it went beyond mere manipulation, it endowed them with extraordinary proficiency in the art of blacksmithing. This innate ability allowed them to sculpt and control metals with unparalleled precision, and their creations bore not only exquisite craftsmanship but also enchantments and diverse properties. Every single member of the Emberforge family had very good defense, because of obvious reasons. On another corner, a group of blue-haired youths gathered. Each member possessed a slender physique and carried an air of weariness, as if they had relinquished all motivation in life. They all didn't seem to care about anything happening in the area and were the only group whose youths had completely ignored the Ravenstein's entrance. These were the Enigmome family. Their bloodlines leaned heavily towards intellectual prowess, making them exceptional rune engravers. They were a family filled with rune masters. On another corner, a bunch of bright orange-haired youths stood. Each one wore an expression of pride, emanating a heroic aura as if sworn to eradicate any trace of evil. These were the Stellaris family. Their bloodlines were intricately linked to solar energy, empowering themselves with the energy drawn from the sun. But even though their bloodlines heavily relied on the sun, after generations of trial and error, they had been able to circumvent this weakness. Each of the youths had a small glowing gem on their foreheads brimming with uncontained power. On another corner were youths with different hair colors. This was the only group in the area with youths without the same hair color. If one would look closely, their hair color revealed a dynamic spectrum of hues that shifted every second. The only distinctive feature they all shared was their iridescent eyes. These were the Nebulon family. They all had bloodlines focused on illusions and deceit. On another corner stood youths with slender physiques. They all had large ears with intricate patterns and were all putting on large headsets covering their ears. These were the Resonera family, and they all had bloodlines intricately linked with the realm of sound. On another corner stood gray-haired, large youths all wearing beast clothing that didn't seem to diminish their appearance in any way. Each of their bodies was covered with tattoos depicting different types of beasts. A telltale sign of the Frostbane family, gifted with the ability to shapeshift into specific creatures. The speed at which Atticus was using to observe each and every one of these families was fast, very fast. Needing only less than a second on each group, but upon reaching the last group, his gaze couldn't help but come to an abrupt stop for a second, but he quickly recovered and removed his gaze quickly, hoping no one noticed. And the last group was a group of purple-haired youths which stood as the center of attention in the whole area. Their presence was graceful as it was peaceful. It was as though the world was happy with their presence. These were the Starhaven family, which had the bloodline that enabled them to summon and bond with spirits. What had caused Atticus's gaze to stop was a single person, a girl. Flawless porcelain skin, amethyst eyes, and purple hair that flowed gracefully down her back, a perfect embodiment of a fairy. Almost every eye in the area was drawn to her. There was only one word Atticus could use to describe her: beautiful. Atticus had seen a lot of beautiful women in this life, but even he had to admit that he hadn't seen anyone that came close to her. Nate, who was standing just behind him, whistled. He turned to Lucas and asked, "Damn, who's she, Lucas?" "She's fine as hell." Atticus also perked up his ears, trying to listen. He was also curious about who she was. Lucas turned his gaze towards the girl and spoke, seeing how the other youths are respecting her. "She must be Zoe Starhaven, the next in line to be the matriarch of the Starhaven family," Lucas explained. "Zoe," Atticus muttered quietly. His voice was meant to be subtle, with no one hearing it, but unfortunately for Atticus, a particular red-eyed girl had wanted to say something to him and mistakenly heard him. Aurora smiled cheekily, inching closer to Atticus. "You've got a crush on her, hee," she remarked silently. Atticus's mouth twitched. How the heck did she hear me? He thought. Atticus cleared his throat subtly, choosing to completely ignore Aurora. A few meters away from the Ravenstein group, Lark gazed at Atticus with a cold expression. "Lady Lila, is that him?" He turned to Lila and asked. "Yes." Lila squinted her eyes that were currently completely focused on Atticus. This bastard got handsome, she thought. Despite her acting calm since, Lila still hadn't forgotten what Atticus did to her during the arcade incident. "Pray we don't meet during the test," she thought with a cold glint in her eyes. Lark smiled and said, "Good. I'll be back, Lady Lila, let me go teach him a lesson." Just as Lark was about to take a step, suddenly an overwhelming aura descended on the area, immediately silencing all the youths currently present in the area. Each of the youths, including Atticus, turned their gazes skyward to see the imposing figure of a man. The man had brown hair and a large beard. His whole waist was donned with different sheathed swords around his waist, and on his back was a huge broad sword with its hilt sticking out over his head. The man exuded an otherworldly aura that only the Tier 1 youths, who had experience with such aura, were able to identify, a paragon. As the commanding aura of the man enveloped the surroundings, a hushed silence fell upon the millions of youths gathered in the area. Atticus, fixating his gaze on the airborne figure, narrowed his eyes slightly. Amongst the information he had gathered about the other families, he had also found out some information about the paragons. To be honest, all these information he had gathered was simply by searching the web. Due to everything that had happened and him spending practically all his time training, Atticus hardly ever had time to spend on devices. He sometimes even forgot that this world had the web. But, of course, due to security reasons, getting expansive information regarding each family was impossible. But getting general information was still very much a possibility. This man currently floating in the air was the paragon of the 10th Tier 1 family in the human domain, a man known for his mastery with the sword, Eric Stormrider. This Stormrider family was the only family that was not actively controlling an entire sector. Becoming a paragon automatically makes you able to join the Paragon Council and establish your own Tier 1 family. But instead of doing this, he chose not to establish a family and instead become the principal of the academy. The accurate word to portray his position would be that he was the one the Paragon Council unanimously chose to handle the academy. The only reason he was chosen was because of his decision not to establish a Tier 1 family of his own. But of course, he answers directly to the Paragon Council. Amongst the paragons that Atticus had searched about, he wasn't able to get any information about Eric's bloodline. The only information he was able to get was that it dealt with swords, nothing else. And seeing the army of sheathed swords around the man, Atticus was able to see why. Eric swept a gaze through the area, seeing all the millions of youths present. His eyes momentarily stopped for a moment on a select few, mostly at the Tier 1 area. But as he got to Atticus, his eyes came to an abrupt stop. He observed Atticus for a few moments, moments that every single youth in the area couldn't fathom. Interesting, he thought. Then suddenly, he threw down something towards the area where the Tier 1 youths were gathered. Atticus focused his eyes and saw that what Eric had thrown was the form of a young boy. The boy was descending at a fast speed, and everyone watching was very sure that he was going to have a rough landing. However, as he got close to the ground, the boy landed quietly, shocking some of the youths in the area. Everyone in the area turned their gazes towards the boy who landed. There was only one way to perfectly describe the boy, the younger version of Eric. He also had different sheathed swords surrounding his waist, a huge broadsword on his back, and a crown of brown hair adorned his head. Seeing this boy, some of the youths started murmuring. Hey, isn't that Kale Stormrider, the grandson of Lord Eric? A voice asked. Yes, he's the one. Is he also turning 15 this year? If he's participating, I guess the first position is already taken, huh? Another said. I heard he is already at the Advanced Plus rank, another added. But the boy, Kale, who everyone was talking about, remained unfazed, his expression bored. It was clear to anyone watching that he really didn't want to be here, as if he was being forced. Atticus also turned his gaze towards the boy, Kale, but as soon as he did, Kale suddenly turned and locked eyes with Atticus for a second. Then almost immediately, Kale removed his gaze away from him and turned to face his front. Advanced Plus rank, Atticus thought. From what he had seen so far, amongst the group gathered, most of the Tier 1 family youths were Intermediate Plus rank, only a select few among the groups were Advanced rank. And if this was the average of the talented Tier 1 family youths, the rest of the youths were sure to be lower. But this boy was currently an Advanced Plus rank at 15. Which could only mean one thing. He was incredibly talented. Atticus could understand why everyone was saying the first place was taken already. Atticus was currently using Conceal to appear as an Advanced Plus rank. He had done his findings and found out the rank he could show to the public that wouldn't be too high that everyone would want to know his secret, and wouldn't be too low that he would be looked down upon. But even then, most youths in the area wouldn't be able to tell his rank. Only those who had awakened their perception were able to tell the rank of an individual. And most people in the human domain only awaken their perception at the expert rank. There were only a few people currently present that Atticus suspected had awakened their perception already, the Enigmom family youths. They all had bloodlines focusing on intelligence, so it was a given they would all awaken their perception early. But from a look, none of them even cared enough to scout out their competition. It looked like they all had their hands full with simply standing there. So basically, no one except a few knew Atticus' rank, which could explain why they all regarded Kale as the winner already. Welcome, youths. As soon as Eric spoke, everyone immediately went silent. His voice wasn't loud. In fact, it felt as though he was talking to a friend in front of him, but even then, every single one of the millions of youth sprawled across the large expanse heard him clearly. As most of you already know, my name is Eric Stormrider. And I am the principal of this academy. I shall skip the useless talks. All you need to know for now is that this academy was founded for one thing, to turn every single one of you into warriors. I shall skip the useless talks. All you need to know is that this academy was founded for one thing, to turn every single one of you into warriors. And that is exactly what you would all become. As soon as Eric said this, he raised his hands, and then from his space ring, bracket-looking artifacts enveloped with an orange aura, quite literally, spilled forth at remarkable speed. Each bracelet descended downwards, stopping in front of the millions of youths sprawled across the large expanse. Eric continued, this bracelet will be your everything during the stay at the academy. You all shall figure out its functions on your own. Put it on. Every youth listened to his command and immediately reached out to the artifact in front of them. As soon as Atticus touched it, it fixed itself on his wrist, letting out a low golden glow before dimming down. He immediately felt a connection to the artifact. Atticus gazed at the artifact on his wrist, observing it. It looks like a higher version of the artifact we used in the Raven camp, Atticus thought. Just like the artifact Atticus had used in the Raven camp, this one also looked exactly like it. But Atticus could feel a difference. This one had way more capability than the one at the camp. Seeing that every youth had worn the bracelets, Eric continued, good. I shall let you all figure out its uses later. But for now, you all shall undergo a test. I advise you all to try your hardest during this test as it would determine a lot of important things about your stay at the academy. Hearing this, Atticus couldn't help but see how very similar everything was to the Raven camp. It seems the camp was truly to train as for the academy, Atticus pondered. But his thoughts couldn't help but shift to the other Tier 1 families. If the Ravensteins had trained their youths to prepare for the academy, what's to say the other families didn't do the same? Gazing at each of them, Atticus observed that they were not at all surprised by the unfolding events. It was as if it was all expected. I wish you good luck. As soon as Eric said that, the entire expanse that the youths were standing on suddenly let out a blinding light, immediately engulfing the entire youths. And then, Every single one of the youths all disappeared. Almost instantaneously, Eric also disappeared from the air. Asterisk. Deep within Sector 1, at the center of the sector, sprawled a metropolis surrounded by walls and adorned with towering structures. In the middle of this city lay a grand coliseum with seats filled to the brim with different youths. At the top, there were many booths with tilted glass, clearly for people of high status. In the center of the coliseum, many large screens displayed various parts of an area, which was clearing up, showcasing different 15-year-old youths. This was the inner part of the academy, and every single youth gathered were students of the academy who had come to watch the test. The academy was a place filled with every single talent in the human domain. Despite what some might think, showcasing the strength and potential of their geniuses to the entire domain was foolish, especially when there were a lot of people who could use this information for something malicious. Each year, the only people allowed to watch were tiered families and all the youths currently attending the academy. In all of the tilted booths, different families were currently present, watching the event. In one of the booths, Anastasia turned to Avalon and remarked, "Avalon, I can't find him," while swiping through different screens, looking for a particular one showing Atticus on one of the different screens. The booth they were in was personalized for its users. On top of the tilted glass, there was a large screen displayed on it. It allowed them to select and focus on whatever screen they wanted to focus on. "Calm down, honey. It just started," Avalon replied. After saying goodbye to Atticus back at the estate, Avalon had left to take care of some business. He had met the family at the academy. He, Anastasia, and Freya were currently sitting inside the booth. "Yeah, oh, found him." Anastasia's exclamation was marked by the loud cheers of the different youths in the Colosseum. "That's my brother," one random youth screamed. Some cheered loudly, seeing a familiar face of a family member on one of the screens. Directly high above the Colosseum was a large circular construct hovering in the air. The air around this construct was brimming with unimaginable power. One could only wonder what the construct contained for it to let out such power. Inside this structure, in a large round hall, beings that all radiated an otherworldly aura were seated around the hall. None of these beings were actively releasing their aura, but the fact that people of their strength were all gathered in a single room made the atmosphere try hard to withstand their power. The air cracked with intense energy. Every single one of them was seated at the same elevation, and it was clear to anyone watching that everyone currently present was of the same status. Suddenly, a man materialized in the hall. Everyone turned their gazes to see Eric. "Haha, Eric. This year's test is going to be interesting." A man with vibrant orange hair that seemed to emit a subtle glow, complementing the radiant gem embedded in his head spoke, his voice booming through the hall. This man was Luminous, the paragon of the Stellaris family. "Would you fucking shut up?" Another man with a more subtle voice spoke immediately after. He had oversized ears, and massive headsets adorned his head. This man was the paragon of the Resonera family, Octavius. Individuals from the Resonera family had always been very sensitive to sound. They were always quick to be ticked off, especially if someone was disturbing their peace. This hall was filled with the powerhouses of humanity, paragons. Almost all the paragons in the human domain were in attendance, and they were all here for one thing: to watch the test. "Would you just shut up?" Octavius admonished, his expression visibly irritated. Luminous shifted his gaze towards Octavius. "Oh, you wanna go bunny ears? Come, I'm right here," he remarked, increasing the intensity of his voice even more as his bright golden aura surged. The orange glowing gem on his forehead let out a low glow, as if waiting for the slightest push for it to burst out with uncontained power. The Stellaris family was filled with flamboyant, proud, valiant, and hyper individuals. The most accurate way to describe them would be, they were like pretend superheroes. Always trying to act noble and fair, especially during battles and fights. But of course, this was simply what they portrayed on the outside. Everyone in the room was well aware of how twisted the Stellaris family could be. In fact, the only reason Luminous had even spoken was only to annoy Octavius. Octavius narrowed his eyes in response, subtly releasing his aura. The large headsets covering his ears started to vibrate. Everyone in the hall knew that he was ready to act at any given time. Just the emission of both their auras made the atmosphere struggle to stay together. The structure they were in shook as it threatened to collapse. Both of them locked eyes, and just as it seemed like they were about to erupt, You boys should calm down a bit, a very soothing voice sounded, immediately halting the unfolding tension. The voice carried soft melodies that were calming to the mind. Both of them turned to see a very beautiful woman whose every feature embodied perfection in every aspect. She had purple hair that flowed gracefully down her back. And despite having lived over a century, her face was perfect, without a single wrinkle. This woman was the paragon of the Starhaven family, Serafina Starhaven. She's right. You old coots should stop acting like children. It's starting already, a man with a growling voice spoke. This man was basically a giant, with big and thick muscles. His form completely filled the chair he was sitting on. If he were standing, he would easily be 10 feet tall. He was clothed in beast skin and was completely hairless. Every single inch of his body was covered with tattoos. This man was the paragon of the Frostbane family, Aurelius Frostbane. Tisk, Octavius and Luminous simultaneously clicked their tongues and turned to face away from each other. The other paragons in the room didn't pay attention to both of them. The two of them had always liked to be on each other's throats anytime they met. Luminous was just too hyper, and Octavius hated too much noise, so it wasn't a surprise that they got on each other's nerves. Apart from these 5 paragons, sitting on another chair was the form of a man whose hair color was constantly changing rapidly. He had iridescent eyes, and it was as if his every existence he was showing to everyone was a lie. This man was the paragon of the Nebulon family, Zephyrian Nebulon. Seated just beside Zephyrian was a man with fiery red hair that cascades over his forehead, framing his countenance in a wild and untamed manner. Partially obscuring his gaze, his hair seems to enhance the intensity of his sapphire eyes, which pierce through the veil of uncertainty with a sharp, discerning brilliance. This man was the paragon of the Alvarian family, Thorn Alvarian. On another seat was a man with raven black hair that framed his face, casting a stark contrast against his tan complexion. Muscles, firm and unyielding, coiled beneath his skin like steel cables, a testament to his strength and endurance. He was a figure of formidable presence, his very aura exuding an air of command. This man was the paragon of the Emberforge family, Gavrik Emberforge. Lastly, seated just beside a currently empty seat was a man of formidable presence we all know too well, Magnus Ravenstein. This year's entrance test was different from all other years that had taken place. This was the first time so many paragons had come together to watch the entrance test. This event occurred every single year because of the youths entering the academy. And the only time a paragon ever comes to watch the event is if one of their grandchildren or disciples was participating. That was why this year's entrance test was unprecedented. 9 out of the 10 Tier 1 families all had someone from their main line joining the academy this year. It was the first time this had happened since the history of the academy, and many couldn't help but wonder how intense the competition would be. Eric walked towards the empty seat just beside Magnus and sat down without saying anything. None of the paragons spoke anymore. Although they were all currently gathered in one room, each of them was far from being friends. Then, everyone turned their gazes towards the middle of the hall where different screens were displayed. Each of the screens facing each paragon only displayed the live video of their respective interests. Atticus experienced a brief darkness and the same surreal feeling he felt when he had entered the Ravenstein's vault realm. After a few seconds, after the feeling was gone, Atticus felt it was okay for him to open his eyes. He found himself in a completely different environment than where he had been before. Unlike before where he had been in a large expanse without any vegetation, he was currently in the middle of a forest. Teleportation? Atticus pondered, trying to make sense of his situation. To be honest, he thought that this assumption was the obvious answer, but he still wanted to be sure that what he had experienced was teleportation and not that his consciousness was the one transported. But just as he was about to experiment, the artifact he was wearing on his wrist suddenly let out a golden glow, and then suddenly, a holographic interface materialized in front of him, showing him just one thing. Instructions. Instructions. Atticus gazed at the holographic interface in front of him, his mind racing. Is it the system? Atticus pondered. The first thing that had come to his mind when he first saw the interface was that this was the system. It can't be. This was the first time he had ever seen the system display anything apart from his stats before. But then, he suddenly remembered something, and he quickly turned his gaze to his wrist and saw that the artifact he had just been given was glowing subtly. Seeing this, Atticus immediately came to the conclusion that it was all the artifact's doing. He couldn't help but marvel at how advanced this artifact was compared to the one they used at the Raven camp. Choosing not to waste any time, Atticus immediately focused on the words, and the display swiftly changed, showcasing the instructions. Instructions. You cannot die. Depending on how powerful the beasts you kill are, you get points accordingly. Defeating other youths gets you half of the points they had accumulated. No use of magical artifacts apart from your main weapons is allowed. You have 3 hours, accumulate as many points as possible. Gazing at the instructions, there was only one thing Atticus could use to describe it: simple. It was completely simple and straightforward. He gazed at the screen on the artifact on his wrist and saw a timer actively counting down. 2 hours 57 minutes and 34 seconds. I wasted 3 minutes, Atticus admonished himself. Deciding not to waste any more time, he quickly attempted to feel if he could use his bloodline and mana and was glad to see that he could. He remembered the artifact back at the camp had the ability to block their mana, so he wanted to be sure. He still couldn't forget all the training he did without mana at the camp. Atticus also tried to access his space storage and saw that it wasn't responding to his mana. The ring probably counts as an artifact, Atticus surmised. But he didn't dwell on the matter for too long. Choosing to leave all the useless thoughts aside, Atticus stretched his arms and legs for a few seconds. The fact that there was mana running through his veins, passively healing his body makes stretching useless, but Atticus simply wanted to do it because it felt good. After warming up for a bit, Atticus swiftly dashed through the forest searching for his first prey. Atticus had every single intention of winning this test. Apart from the fact that it was Magnus's request, it had always been in Atticus's nature, he hated losing. Not even a second had passed, and Atticus caught some sounds coming from a few meters ahead of him. He kept moving, and after a few seconds, he saw a bear-like magical beast a few meters in front of him. It was a more powerful version of the obsidian claw Atticus had fought at camp. It was an evolved beast. A lot of the beasts in Eldoralf stopped progressing at the intermediate plus rank, especially if their starting rank was very low. The only way for a beast to break through past the intermediate plus rank and enter the advanced rank was by evolving, a thing only a select few could do. Despite knowing that the obsidian claw had evolved and was currently an advanced rank magical beast, Atticus's steps didn't pause. He kept moving towards the beast at fast speed. The beast noticed him as he got closer, and it immediately stood up and let out a roar in warning. Roar. The simple roaring of the beast made the ground tremble, but even then, Atticus ignored the roar and kept moving. His eyes weren't even focused on the beast. Seeing that its warning hadn't worked, the beast immediately stood on its hind legs and raised its claws in the air. Unlike the obsidian claw he had faced before, there were some changes in this beast. Its claws emitted a faint steam, gradually turning white as they radiated intense heat. With a swift motion, the beast swiped its incandescent claw downward, conjuring a blazing arc of fire aimed at the advancing Atticus. Just as it seemed like the attack was about to hit, Atticus's form, quite literally, suddenly flickered. His body disappeared and appeared instantaneously a few meters in front, leaving only residual heat in its wake. Seeing this, the beast acted immediately and tried to throw out another attack, but before it could even move, a sharp and pointy earth spike jutted out from under it. At a fast speed, Atticus manipulated fire, increasing the temperature to unimaginable heights and making the tip of the spike scorching white. The pointed tip, glowing white with intense heat, punctured through the creature, leaving a pool of blood gushing out, spraying through the air. Throughout the fight, Atticus didn't even stop for 1 second. He completely ignored the lifeless form of the beast and simply kept moving. "Ha! That's my baby." Anastasia clapped excitedly as she jumped up from her seat. She, Freya, and Avalon just saw Atticus's fight with the obsidian claw. Freya let out a peaceful smile while Avalon's mouth couldn't help but twitch looking at how Anastasia was acting. He had the urge to shout, "It's just one beast." But he had lived long enough to have better judgment. He simply kept silent while looking at the screen of Atticus running through the forest. As soon as Atticus killed the beast, he immediately consulted his artifact to find out how many points an advanced rank beast was worth. But instead, he found out something better. He was able to monitor the rankings directly from his artifact. Atticus completely welcomed this function. It would help him know how many beasts he had to kill and how many points he had to gather to be the first. It was way better than him just blindly killing as many beasts as he could as fast as he could without knowing anything. And from what Atticus had just seen, he was currently very far from the top. Rank 20,323. Name Atticus Ravenstein. Points 1050. Loud cheers reverberated through the large coliseum as every student cheered loudly for the youths being displayed on the screen. Unlike the tiered family, which had the option to choose what footage they wanted to watch in their booths, the students in the coliseum unfortunately didn't have that option. They all had no choice but to watch whatever was being displayed. The cheers around the coliseum increased in intensity whenever people saw whoever they were rooting for. There was currently a huge display on top of all the screens showing the rankings of all the youths taking the test. The ranking was constantly changing as the youths kept killing more and more beasts. But the top 10 in the ranking remained unchanging. Below it, there were different screens displaying different live streams of different youths all fighting and defeating magical beasts. The footage of the youths that was displayed depended on the ranking, with only the top 100 being shown. But out of all these screens, what most of the students were focused on were the 10 largest screens at the top, each of them displaying the live footage of 10 different youths. On one of these screens, Aurora cut through the air with speed, utilizing her fire element to propel herself through the air. Over the years, Aurora never neglected her training. Although it wasn't as intense as during the time her father had been training her, Aurora still trained very hard. And during this time, she had been able to level up her bloodline to level 2. Aurora's eyes scanned the area, searching for beasts to kill and gather more points. In just a few seconds, she spotted a reptilian-looking beast a few meters away from her right. Aurora swiftly veered to her right, increasing the intensity of the fire surrounding her legs and arms. She shot at blistering speed towards the beast on the ground. It was an advanced rank beast. The beast swiftly turned its neck in her direction, its gray eyes spotting Aurora. It immediately opened its maw, and almost immediately, a crimson glow started forming. The crimson glow intensified as Aurora's figure neared, and almost instantaneously, it shot at fast speeds towards Aurora's figure in the air. Reacting immediately, Aurora propelled herself away by releasing a blast from her right leg, then simultaneously, she released another on her left leg, stopping her momentum. With her entire body coiling like a spring in mid-air, Aurora heightened the flames in her hands to unprecedented levels. Suddenly, she unleashed a colossal burst from her legs, propelling herself at supersonic speed toward the looming beast. The fiery spectacle left a trail of scorching brilliance in its wake as she surged forward. Before the beast could even react, it suddenly experienced a brutal force on its head. The force was so intense that its head immediately imploded on impact, scattering blood and gore through the air. Aurora landed on the floor gently. She raised her arm, clicking the artifact and swiftly navigated to the ranking section. Rank 5. Name Aurora Ravenstein. Points 29,560. As Aurora gazed at her rank, she scrolled upwards, looking for a particular blue-eyed boy's name, but was surprised she couldn't find his name at the top. Aurora frowned. Why is he not at the top? She pondered. Aurora was shocked that Atticus wasn't at the top of the rankings. She knew all too well how powerful that boy was. She doubted if there was currently anyone even in the third year of the academy that could be his match. She immediately scrolled down attempting to locate his rank, and after a few seconds, she finally found his name but was completely bewildered to see his name in the thousands. What's happening? Aurora muttered in confusion. Clearing her head of all her thoughts, Aurora decided to drop the matter and keep hunting. Knowing him, I'm sure he'll turn this around somehow, she thought as she propelled herself upward through the air, releasing a huge blast and continued moving through the forest. On another screen, a red-haired girl was shown. Lila stood nonchalantly as she faced a towering massive beast, more than 5 times her size. The beast let out a huge roar, its intensity shaking the earth. But Lila simply stood there without a change in expression, just as the beast was about to lunge at her. Suddenly, thick green vines shot out from the earth underneath the beast, and before it could react, its entire massive form was wrapped tightly with thick vines making it unable to move an inch. Lila gazed at the beast coldly, and with a single thought, the vines tightened around the beast, enveloping its limbs and head, and it started pulling in opposite directions. The beast tried to let out a cry, but the vines surrounding its neck tightened even more, obstructing its windpipe, and without missing a beat, all its limbs and head were brutally separated from its torso, a spray of blood painting the forest floor. Throughout the brutal scene, Lila's expression didn't change. She raised her arm and clicked on her artifact, swiftly navigating to the rankings. Rank 8. Name Lila Alvarian. Points 22,690. As Lila gazed at the rankings, she noted that Atticus wasn't even close to the top. Did he get weak? Lila pondered. The only way that could explain why Atticus wasn't at the top was if he was weak. I hope I meet him. Lila was currently in what she could call her best environment, a forest. Her bloodline was directly linked to plants. What better place could there be for her to fight in? And seeing that Atticus wasn't even in the top ranking could only mean one thing: he was weak. It was the perfect place for her to pay back the humiliation she had gone through years back. Lila decided to stop thinking and continue her hunt. She stopped viewing the rankings, and then with a thought, vines gathered around her feet, lifting her up, and she willed them, and they started carrying her through the forest. On a separate display, a raven black-haired youth with resilient, metallic-toned muscles and sun-kissed skin engaged in a relentless struggle with a colossal baboon-like creature, using nothing but his bare hands. His countenance remained stoic and unwavering, even as the sinewy contours of his muscles tightened around the creature's neck. After enduring a few agonizing moments, the beast succumbed to its fate, drawing its final breath. With a composed demeanor, the massive young boy rose to his feet and tapped on his device, seamlessly navigating to the rankings section. Rank 6. Name Eldrick Emberforge. Points 26,780. As Eldrick saw his name in the 6th position, he closed the rankings, and without uttering a word, he simply started walking away, his expression not changing one bit. Many other screens were being watched with rapt attention by all the students in the Colosseum. On another screen, a boy with bright orange hair stood in the middle of a scene you can only describe as devastating. The flora within a 30-meter radius of him lay reduced to cinders, the once verdant trees now charred and lifeless. Before the young man were 3 corpses of beasts, their forms utterly incinerated and unrecognizable. The boy, with a huge grin plastered on his face, tapped his device and swiftly navigated to the rankings section. Rank 4. Name Seraphin Stellaris. Points 40,689. Gazing at his rank, Seraphin let out an audible tisk, clearly not satisfied by his rank. Then with a thought, the gem in the middle of his forehead let out a golden glow, its intensity increasing as it enveloped his form. And then with an almost telepathic speed, he streaked through the forest, leaving an orange blur in his wake. On a separate screen, a youth with emerald green hair, adorned with intricate patterns, and boasting large ears, was showcased. A sizable headset hung loosely around his neck. As he moved, his large ears seemed to be twitching, reacting and trying to pick up any sound in the area. And then suddenly, both his ears twitched and swiveling in a singular direction. Reacting swiftly, the boy turned to face that specific direction. Raising his right hand, the air around it began to distort, releasing a sonic wave at incredible speed. Almost instantaneously, the wave struck the beast positioned a few hundred meters away from the boy. The creature froze, attempting to roar, but it seemed as though all sound in its proximity had been snuffed out. Its veins bulged, blood seeping from its ears and mouth before bursting, casting its form and the surrounding area in a crimson hue. The beast crumpled to the ground, lifeless. With a click, the boy navigated to the ranking section on his device. Rank 7. Name Harmonic Resonera. Points 24,780. Harmonic gazed at his rank irritably, immediately closing it. He then continued moving through the forest. Displayed on another screen was the towering figure of a gray-furred creature, its jaws firmly clamped down on the head of an equally massive beast. After a few seconds, accompanied by the audible sounds of bone crunching, the creature lifted its mouth, exposing the headless body of an evolved obsidian claw. Then without warning, the creature suddenly started shrinking down until it got to the size of a large youth with gray hair and tattoos all over his body. The youth swiftly tapped on his device and checked the ranking. Rank 3. Name Island Frostvale. Points 45,848. Gazing at his rank, Island let out a low, discontented grunt. The massive muscles of his form tensed as he pivoted around, and an intricate process of transformation began. Bones audibly cracked and shifted, the sinews of his body contorted, and his colossal frame rearranged itself until he assumed the shape of a majestic wolf-like creature. And then, he dashed through the forest looking for another prey. Inside the Colosseum as the cheers and applause reverberated through the air. "Damn, this year's competition is super tough," exclaimed one youth to his friend, his voice rising above the deafening cheers in the crowd. "Yeah, what were you expecting? Almost all the Tier 1 families have someone from the main line participating," his friend replied. Then he suddenly gestured to the two large screens, which were currently displaying two youths. "But damn, those two are on another level," the youth remarked. In one of them, a purple-haired girl was currently elegantly perched upon a colossal dragon-like creature that soared through the air with regal grace. The magnificent beast, the purple-haired dragon, soared with grandeur, its regal scales glistening in royal purple. Massive wings, adorned with membranes of the same majestic purple, extended gracefully from the dragon's powerful frame. With each beat, the wings sliced through the air, propelling the creature with effortless might. The dragon's intelligent gaze and ornate horns highlighted its regal visage. Any time it breathed, violet flames cascaded forth, showcasing its mythical power. In a swift display of its formidable power, a single breath of fire erupted, snuffing out the life of the unsuspecting creature and reducing it to a crisp. Zoe raised her hands and tapped her device, navigating to the ranking section. Rank 2. Name: Zoe Starhaven. Points: 56,038. Gazing at her rank, Zoe sighed. How annoying, she thought irritably. Closing it, she turned her gaze to her front, continuing her hunt. And on the last screen, it was the largest and currently what most students in the Colosseum were watching. On the screen, a boy with brown hair and a perpetually bored expression was showcased. His massive broadsword rested on his back, surrounded by an assortment of swords. Kale effortlessly maneuvered through the forest, displaying an uncanny ability to pinpoint the beast's locations. When he encountered a beast, there was no dramatic confrontation, no struggle, he swiftly raced past it, leaving the creature split into lifeless halves in his wake. Rank 1. Name: Kale Stormrider. Points: 75,848. Back at the circular hall where the paragons were all currently gathered, Luminous turned towards Eric and spoke. "You've got a good seed, Eric." Currently, many of the paragons were watching the live footage display of Kale. Although they were all here because of their grandchildren, they were still keeping an eye on the other talents in the human domain. Eric simply smiled and responded, "He still has a long way to go compared to Lady Seraphina's," Eric replied, directing all the praise to Zoe. Her live footage was also being displayed. Seraphina simply maintained a serene smile in response, choosing not to say anything. If not because each of the people currently present were all monsters in their own way, they would have immediately worshipped her as a goddess because of her beautiful smile. Currently, every one of their grandchildren was leading the rankings, well, apart from a particular white-haired man's. Luminous's gaze suddenly shifted towards Magnus, who was simply gazing at the screen silently, his mouth curling up into a huge grin as he teased. "Say Magnus, I didn't think your seed would be this weak. You might want to ask your son to check if it's his, something must be wrong somewhere." Luminous finished his remark with hearty laughter, his laughter reverberating through the hall. But unlike what one would have expected, Magnus didn't utter a word. He didn't even turn to look at him, completely ignoring his existence. Luminous smirked. Magnus had always been a tough nut to crack. He had always been reserved. No matter how hard he had tried in the past to get a reaction from Magnus, he had never once succeeded. Not even being able to get a change in expression from the man. In fact, he hadn't even bothered to watch Atticus's live footage since the beginning of the test. He had no idea why his ranking was so low, and he didn't care. The only thing he cared about was the fact that Atticus, Magnus's grandson, wasn't even in the top 10 of the ranking. Luminous had a feeling. He had a feeling that he might succeed in getting a reaction from Magnus today. Just as he was about to continue. "Shut up, light bulb, something good is about to happen," Zephyrian suddenly spoke up, interrupting Luminous. Just as Luminous was about to flare up at Zephyrian because of the way he addressed him, he saw the rest of the paragons gazing intently at the screens. Luminous followed their gazes and focused on the screen currently displaying Atticus's live footage. Atticus darted through the forest with speed, his whole senses focusing on any movement around him, trying to locate beasts. If Atticus didn't know any better, he would have said that today, he was the unluckiest person in the world. Atticus had been scouring and moving around the forest for a while now, but he had hardly seen any beasts to kill. The few he had encountered had all met their demise swiftly without any struggle, but those beasts had been far too little to make any difference in the rankings. I might have to increase the intensity a little bit, he thought as he kept searching for beasts. Although Atticus wasn't completely sure, he suspected that they were all currently being watched. Atticus was currently using Conceal to appear as an advanced plus rank, and to keep up the act, he had to only display the corresponding rank output. If he displayed something higher than that, he would be giving away to others that he was stronger than he appeared. But Atticus didn't really put much emphasis on this. If keeping a low profile meant that he was going to lose this test and not get the first rank, Atticus would forsake that mindset immediately. If I don't find any beast in the next 5 minutes, I'll ramp up the pace, Atticus decided. But as if the world was making fun of him, Atticus suddenly heard the sound of something moving a few meters away from him. Atticus immediately veered off course and swiftly dashed in that direction. After moving for a few seconds, he came across a clearing about 30 meters wide, with trees surrounding it. And in the middle of this clearing were 8 evolved beasts, all emitting an aura of an advanced rank beast. Finally, Atticus thought happily, completely elated at his find. He took a step forward, but suddenly, Atticus's form froze. Something's wrong, he thought, his mind racing. Atticus couldn't put a finger on it, but something about what he was currently seeing felt off. It felt as if what he was seeing was a lie. Never rely on only one sense. During the past 5 years of his life, Magnus had drilled those exact words into his very being. In every action he took, it should only ever be taken with all his senses working in tandem with each other. If Magnus were to ever find out that he hadn't heeded to his instructions and fell into any trap because of this, Atticus couldn't help but shiver at the consequences he would face. Currently, using his vision, Atticus could see a large clearing without any trees and the forms of 8 different beasts sprawled across it. Using his ears, Atticus could hear the sounds of rustling leaves, every movement of the beasts, even their heartbeats. Using his nose, Atticus could smell the scents of the flora in the area and the disgusting scents of the 8 advanced rank beasts in the clearing. But using his last sense, touch, what Atticus was feeling wasn't the forms of the 8 beasts in the clearing. What he could feel was the area blanketed in thick amounts of mana, and in front of him, 8 different large clusters of mana were close together. Illusion. Atticus's realization was as swift as his movement, his figure blurred as he swiftly sidestepped a dangerous sword slash that suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as Atticus came to that realization, his figure suddenly blurred as he sidestepped, evading a dangerous sword slash that suddenly appeared behind him. Atticus's gaze immediately landed on the figure of a boy whose hair color was constantly changing rapidly, with 2 blades, one in each hand. Atticus retaliated swiftly. He focused on the earth element, and an earthen spike erupted from below the figure of the boy. But instead of the expected brutal impaling, just as the sharp earthen spike touched him, his form suddenly exploded in a burst of smoke. The scenery suddenly changed, reverting back to its normal state. Atticus turned his gaze to see the bodies of over 40 beasts sprawled across the forest floor. The reason why he hadn't met any beasts since was now obvious. The Nebulon family, Atticus swiftly deduced. It was obvious, honestly, as it was only them that could use such powerful illusions. They're dangerous. Although it was embarrassing to admit, Atticus had almost completely fallen for this trap. The illusions felt completely lifelike. Despite the fact that Atticus was of a higher rank than the boy, he had still managed to fool almost all his senses, his nose, eyes, and ears. If not for the intense training Atticus had undergone with his perception and learning how to feel, he might have fallen for the trap. So these are the other Tier 1 family bloodlines. During the years, Atticus had tried to battle different data of robots with different bloodlines in the advanced training room. Unfortunately, they had no data on the bloodlines of the other Tier 1 families in the human domain, including the Nebulon family's bloodline. This was the first time Atticus was facing a new, powerful, and unique bloodline. Atticus turned his neutral gaze around, looking around him in the forest. But it doesn't matter anymore. You caught me off guard before, but now I know your bloodline's weakness. Atticus said, suddenly turning his head to his right, looking at an empty spot beside a tree. For a second, nothing seemed to be at the spot Atticus was gazing at, but suddenly the air distorted around that spot, showing the form of a boy. The boy's expression showed a slight shock, wondering how Atticus had been able to find him so easily. "How did you know where I was?" The boy, Isaac, suddenly asked, curiosity coloring his iridescent eyes. He was well aware of how powerful his illusions were. Isaac was from the main line in the Nebulon family. And in the family, how potent your bloodline was completely dependent on how close your family line was to the main family. Isaac was completely confident that none in the advanced rank would be able to get out of them. Atticus responded vaguely, gazing at the boy with neutral eyes. The mana. The mana, what do you mean? Isaac inquired, tilting his head to the side slightly. But Atticus didn't offer any answers. They were here to fight, not talk like long-lost friends. With blinding speed, Atticus stimulated his air bloodline with mana and vanished from Isaac's view. Isaac's eyes widened, and before he could react, a brutal kick landed on the side of his face, sending him hurtling through the air. Just as Atticus was about to follow up with another attack, the boy's form suddenly disappeared, bursting into smoke. Almost instantaneously, multiple clones of the boy started materializing around Atticus from all sides. They all looked like perfect copies of Isaac, each wielding dual blades, one in each hand. Atticus gazed at the figures, his eyes cold. What Atticus had meant when he said, the mana, was simply that he could accurately determine Isaac's position by feeling the mana in the area. Each individual emitted a unique mana signature, even beasts. Atticus was adept at determining what was real and what was fake. During these 5 years, Atticus's control over his sense of feeling had grown remarkably. Before, he could only feel the mana around a 10-meter radius from him. But after his intense training, Atticus could now sense everything and everyone in a staggering 50-meter radius if he focused. This meant that with a slight focus and a simple release of a mana pulse, Atticus could determine the boy's exact location. However, he decided not to take that approach. Accurately identifying the boy's position wouldn't even take Atticus a second, but he didn't want such a simple victory. Apart from the fact that doing so might reveal a lot to the spectators, the illusions were so strong that the only way he could accurately identify the boy's position was if Atticus had awakened his perception and trained it for so long that he could feel. Atticus could guess who this boy was. His intelligence was so high that it was practically impossible for him to forget something he had seen once. He had seen this youth back at the Expanse. He remembered that he was given a certain amount of respect by his peers, which could only mean one thing: he was an important member of the Nebulon family, likely from the main line. Magnus's instructions were simple. Make the Ravensteins the number one. What better way was there for him to display the Ravensteins' dominance than overwhelming defeat a youth from the main line of another Tier 1 family? Each of the clones started closing in on him, their features completely identical, each of their hair colors rapidly changing every few seconds, their iridescent eyes focused completely on Atticus. Relying on just normal senses, one would never be able to tell the difference between each of them, but Atticus didn't need to tell the difference. Atticus suddenly raised his right leg, and with a swift and deliberate motion that triggered a chain reaction, he brought it down. The earth ground immediately responded like concentric waves on a pond, quivering and transforming into a seismic surge that radiated across the entire area. A sweeping force that extended its influence, reshaping the entire terrain in a 100-meter radius engulfing the whole area. The illusion immediately shattered, and Isaac's form suddenly appeared in the air, attempting to jump over the surge. With just a single thought, an earth spike jutted from the earth, its sharp end inches away from impaling Isaac's form. Just as the sharp earthen spike was about to impale Isaac, the artifact on his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light, swiftly encompassing his form. And instantaneously, Isaac disappeared. Every single one of this occurring with Atticus not even moving a single step from his position. Back in the circular hall, a palpable silence filled the whole space. Each of the paragons couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after witnessing Atticus's overwhelming display of strength. Zephyrian frowned. The only reason he had interrupted Luminous earlier and called the attention of the other paragons was exactly because he saw the trap his grandson, Isaac, had set for Atticus. He had totally expected Atticus to lose. Zephyrian knew exactly how powerful his grandson's illusions were. At the lower bloodline levels, it took time for one to set up illusions, and such was the case for everyone, including Isaac. But once he had set up the illusions, Zephyrian was completely sure that none, apart from those who had already awakened their perception, could escape. What baffled him the most was that even if Atticus was able to escape the illusions, his grandson wasn't weak. He was at the advanced rank at the young age of 15, an achievement only attainable by the most talented youths in the human domain. He had expected the fight to involve more struggle at the very least. But what he had just witnessed wasn't even a fight. It ended in seconds. Zephyrian was well aware of how much power the Ravenstein's bloodlines were supposed to be able to display at the age of 15, but what Atticus had just shown was far too much. His eyes couldn't help but gravitate towards Magnus. Just what has this white-haired man been hiding? Just like Zephyrian, Luminous was equally baffled. He had been about to try and get a reaction from Magnus by belittling Atticus, but to think that the boy was a little monster in disguise. The fight had ended instantly. Luminous doubted if even his own grandson would be able to do something like this. He decided to simply sit down quietly on his seat, choosing not to say anything for a while. Out of all the paragons, the only one who didn't show much reaction was Eric. Amongst those in attendance, Eric had been the only one who had met and sensed Atticus's rank, apart from Magnus, of course. He was well aware that Atticus was in advanced plus rank, so he hadn't been too shocked to witness the results of the fight. But how was he able to locate him the first time? Eric pondered. He was wondering how Atticus had been able to locate Isaac immediately after his trap had failed. Has he already? Meanwhile, Magnus was currently looking as if he was trying hard to hold in a shit. He was truly trying his hardest to prevent his lips from curling upward into a smile. Unlike previous times, Magnus wouldn't be able to get away with doing that here as each person in the hall had almost equal strength as him. The silence in the hall persisted as each of them focused their eyes on the screen in the middle of the hall. The only difference this time around was that each of them kept an eye on Atticus's live footage. Atticus stood amidst the aftermath of destruction, a colossal crater yawning open beneath him, its edges jagged and fragmented as if the earth itself had been forcefully molded by some immense power. Taking command of the earth, Atticus controlled the ground to coil around his feet. With a deft manipulation, it surged upward, lifting him gracefully from the depths of the crater. Atticus was already well aware that Isaac wouldn't be impaled. It was said in the instructions, after all, they couldn't die. Atticus raised his arm and clicked on his artifact, swiftly navigating to the ranking section. Rank. 99. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Points. 25,948. Seeing his new rank, Atticus's expression didn't change. This sudden increase in rank only seemed to support his previous assumption. Isaac truly was from the main line in the Nebulon family. Only someone truly strong could have gathered so many points. The points Atticus had gathered from Isaac had been so staggering that it had pushed him from his initial thousands into the hundreds. But how did he trick my senses for so long? Atticus couldn't help but ponder how Isaac had been able to kill and hide all those beasts in the area without him even noticing a thing. It doesn't matter now, Atticus shook his head. He always had the habit of thinking about every little detail of things. Atticus quickly navigated from the ranking section and checked the time. 1 hour 40 minutes and 38 seconds. Okay, I guess it's about time I ramp up the pace, Atticus decided. Even though he had gained a lot of points and risen high in the rankings, Atticus still decided to play it safe. He was completely determined to obtain the first rank in the test. It was better for him to go all out earlier than later, as he had no idea what could happen. Despite the fact that what he was about to do will reveal a lot to the people watching, Atticus wasn't going to change his mind. Apart from Magnus's command, Atticus hated losing. As Atticus took a step forward, the air around him began to change as though it was anticipating the power that was about to erupt. During the past 5 years, Atticus had trained hard, so hard that many people would consider it torture. Apart from the hellish training Atticus underwent with Magnus during the night, he also went through another hellish training during the daytime too. Atticus had been harsh, too harsh on himself to the extent that it made Anastasia worried and sometimes even shed tears. But Atticus never once stopped. His obsession with training was something that baffled even him, he truly couldn't explain it. He just loved the feeling of getting stronger. For all his hard work, Atticus was rewarded with growth like no other could ever dream of achieving in such a short time. It was to the extent that if anyone in the human domain ever got to know how powerful he was at just 15, it would be world-shattering. I've not checked in a while. Let's see. Status, Atticus thought, and then a holographic interface materialized in front of his face. == Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 10 greater than 15. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 93 greater than 250. Agility: 103 greater than 280. Endurance: 290. Vitality: 285. Intelligence: 30 greater than 45. Perception: 18 greater than 36. Charm: 22 greater than 30. Will: 20 greater than 30. Level: advanced greater than expert. Talent: mythical. Bloodline: primordial elemental bloodline. Level 2 greater than 3. Fire: 10.3%. Air: 10.1%. Water: 9.4%. Earth: 10.2%. Level 1. Light: 49.3%. Darkness: 40.1%. Lightning: 15.6%. Ice: 13.7%. Locked bloodlines. Space: 5.4%. Progress toward unlocking. Abilities: innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Advanced greater than expert. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Novice plus greater than advanced plus. Ethereal clock potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Novice greater than advanced. His growth had been nothing short of groundbreaking. Atticus's form leaned forward abruptly, as though he was descending towards the ground. Just as it appeared he might collide face first with the floor, Atticus moved. The ground beneath him immediately fractured, creating a miniature crater, as he sliced through the forest with unparalleled speed. Each footfall left a substantial indentation in the earth, and Atticus covered remarkable distances between each step. His movements were a blur, leaving behind a trail of craters, each one marking the point where his feet briefly touched the ground. In just a second, Atticus had crossed an astonishing 200 meters. And this was without utilizing burst. Atticus's entire focus remained on scanning the surroundings for any signs of prey. And within another heartbeat, he pinpointed a youth positioned just 30 meters away from him. Without pausing or diverting his gaze, Atticus continued his relentless advance. With a mere thought, before the unsuspecting youth could even register Atticus's presence, an earth spike suddenly erupted from the ground, its sharp tip aimed directly at the youth's chin. However, just before the spike could make contact, a golden glow enveloped the youth, causing him to swiftly vanish from sight. Throughout this entire sequence, Atticus hadn't turned to acknowledge the youth, he had already moved for 100 meters away already before the youth even teleported. After advancing his bloodline to level 3, Atticus's connection to the elements grew remarkably. Before, Atticus had been completely limited to manipulating the earth only when he was in contact with it, and that too was just in a small radius. But now, Atticus could manipulate the earth any way he wished, even without contact, in a staggering 50-meter radius. Atticus zipped through the terrain with blinding speed, his every movement precise and swift. He was constantly releasing pulses from his mana core, being able to feel, hear, see, and even smell every single thing in a 50-meter radius away from him with complete precision. As soon as any beast or youth entered his range, they all got an unforgiving earthen spike to their throats before they could even react. Back in the circular hall, every single one of the paragons' eyes narrowed into pinpricks, even Eric this time wasn't excluded. Such speed, how could a 15-year-old accomplish such? Ho, Magnus, it seems like you've been hiding something from us, huh? Thorn Alvarian turned to Magnus with a slight smile as he spoke. Every one of the paragons also turned their gaze to Magnus. It was expected, honestly, who wouldn't be curious about Atticus after what he had just shown. While it was to be celebrated any time a once-in-a-generation talent was born in the human domain, unfortunately, despite the alien threat, many of the tiered families had gotten used to being in power for far too long. The only thing many of them cared about was either dominating their counterparts or, at the very least, maintaining the balance and ensuring that each of them was of the same strength. But even with all the stares, Magnus maintained his calm, dominating presence, not even turning to look at them. His gaze was fixed on the screen. Thorn frowned. Despite knowing Magnus's behavior very well, it still stung blatantly getting ignored like that. The Alvarians and Ravenstein relationship had completely deteriorated over the years, especially during the Ravenstein's rampage in their sector. And apart from that, because Dell had lost to Atticus during the spar back then, the Alvarians had lost the bet with the Ravenstein. Anastasia was completely merciless during the negotiations, making sure to milk them dry. The fact that they had involved her baby in everything was enough grounds for her to be that merciless. Ever since Thorn had heard about Dell's loss, he had been curious about Atticus. The rest of the Paragons, seeing Magnus had no plans of saying anything, all turned their gazes back to the screens. They were all aware of the white-haired man's personality. The cheers reverberated through the Colosseum as the crowd all cheered loudly while watching the unfolding events. Each one of them kept an eye on the rankings, occasionally commenting and noting down any changes. But suddenly, "Hey, who's that?" One random boy sitting amongst the crowd suddenly spoke, and it was as if those words triggered a reaction. Everyone suddenly turned their gazes to the rankings and saw an unfamiliar name shooting up the ranks. 94, 90, 70, 50, 20, 13, 10. Immediately it got to 10. Everyone swiftly turned their gazes toward the newest big screen that suddenly appeared at the top of the myriad of screens. Everyone's gaze focused on a figure of a white-haired youth whose other features were completely a blur as he was moving at a speed the cameras found it hard to catch. Zipping through the forest like a comet, he effortlessly dispatched every single youth and beast he came across with a single strike, all without him even turning to look at them. After a few moments of shock, everyone turned their astonished gazes toward the rankings. Rank 2. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Points: 100,570. The Colosseum erupted in cheers as Atticus showcased his remarkable speed, streaking across the screen. Avalon couldn't contain his excitement, leaping up from his seat inside the booth. With a triumphant roar, "Yes! Show them! That's my boy!" He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. His eyes were fixed on Atticus's figure, streaking through the screen with incredible speed. Avalon had been worried when he saw how low Atticus was in the rankings initially. Unlike the others in the Colosseum who had been watching only the top tankers, Avalon, Anastasia, and Freya had been following Atticus the whole time. They, of course, had also been watching Aurora's live footage too. But the baseline was that all knew why he had been so low in the rankings. Anastasia shot her husband a peculiar look. Wasn't he being a bit too much? She was supposed to be the one to cheer for Atticus. But here he was, stealing her spotlight. Anastasia narrowed her eyes, turning her gaze back at the screen. She stood up and started cheering loudly for Atticus too, trying hard to drown out Avalon's cheers. Freya observed the playful competition between Avalon and Anastasia, shaking her head at their antics. She maintained a serene smile, enjoying the lively atmosphere within the booth. The Colosseum was divided into many parts, mostly due to the seating arrangements of the students in the Colosseum. Although this was to be expected, many of the students who sat together were mostly of the same family, each with almost the same distinct features. Tier 1 families, distinguished by almost identical features, clustered at the top seats, encircling the entire Colosseum. Almost every single one of them was cheering for their respective family members. The top 10 in the rankings were completely dominated by Tier 1 family participants. One might think that amongst the millions of youths participating, there should at least be one person, who wasn't part of any tiered family, that would break the status quo and enter the top 10. But unfortunately, this was reality, not a web novel. The Tier 1 families were in total control of the human domain for a reason. One part was because of their overwhelming strength. And another was because of their incredible talents. Sure, they might be able to maintain power now, but what about in the next generation? What would happen then? The current figures in power, unfortunately, couldn't live forever and would eventually have to be replaced by the next generation. The only way the Tier 1 families were able to maintain their power for generations was because of the ability to constantly produce these replacements. While it was still possible for a new powerful lineage to form, it wasn't something that happened even once a century. On one side of these clusters of students, a group of white-haired youth were all seated together. Many of the Ravenstein youths present in the academy had been at the second and third year during Raven Camp. If Atticus were here, he would notice a lot of familiar faces amongst them. For the second year, Sophie stood up, waving and screaming, cheering loudly. While for the third years, Orion, Hella, and even Helidor and William were present. As soon as Atticus's name appeared as the second rank, many of the Ravenstein youths stood up and cheered loudly for him. Many of them were still grateful that he had saved them during the attack on the Raven camp. They had all even questioned if the ranking was functioning well when they saw the monster they all knew wasn't even in the top 10, something had to be wrong somewhere. In one corner of the group, an aloof young girl could be seen seated at the back. Her long white hair was tied into a ponytail, and her face still maintained her perfect doll-like beauty. Her hands were currently folded on her chest. She was the only one who didn't show any visible change in expression immediately after Atticus's name appeared as the second rank. But as the seconds ticked by, her gaze intently focused on Atticus's figure on the screen. Ember's lips curled up into a slight smile. Atticus. Atticus's figure zipped through the terrain with insane speed. He had been running and defeating different youths and beasts for a while now, and there were a lot of things Atticus had noticed during this time. And out of all these things, one thing was certain. This forest that they dropped all of them in was massive, very massive. After running for a while, Atticus had covered a great amount of distance, but even then he was very sure that he hadn't even covered 3% of the area. Atticus, of course, could understand why they brought them all here. The youths in the human domain numbered in the millions. Only a place as big as this could be used to manage and test them. Plus, apart from this, Atticus had also noticed something else. To encounter any youth, Atticus had to cross a certain distance before he could see one. This led him to the assumption that each youth was placed at a considerable distance away from each other. And the fact that this was done considering the fact that the youths numbered millions, proved even more how big the forest was. If only they all focused on moving instead of fighting beasts, they would have run into other participants eventually. But Atticus had been very unlucky, having been placed in the same area as Isaac, making him waste a significant amount of time running around. This was one of the main reasons he was using his sense of touch to feel everything within a 50-meter radius at all times, not relying on just his vision anymore. There might be other members of the Nebulon family around, he had no intention of getting tricked once more. Although constantly using it was gradually consuming his mana, the consumption was very negligible. Atticus continued his advance through the forest, easily defeating any youths and beasts he came across. The cheers of the crowd in the Colosseum boomed as the intensity reached a crescendo. Almost every student in the Colosseum was cheering loudly while looking at the screens. The fact that Atticus had suddenly shot up the rankings made the crowd enter another frenzy as the cheers increased in intensity even more. If not for how sturdy the building was made, it wouldn't be surprising for the whole Colosseum to be shaking. The intensity of millions of youths screaming was nothing to scoff at. This was the power of a crowd. Regardless of whether one was introverted or simply didn't like screaming, being in the middle of a screaming crowd would change many. The baffling thing about screaming crowds was that, about 90% of the people screaming and cheering in the crowd, didn't even know what they were cheering for. It was bad to the extent that none, till now, had even seen Atticus's face. The cameras displaying his live footage were all finding it hard to display his features because of how fast he was moving. And yet, the crowd was still cheering hard. Suddenly. Hey, look where he's headed to. Those words were uttered by multiple people simultaneously in multiple sections of the Colosseum, all pointing toward the screen displaying the live footage of Atticus and another of Kale. Then, everyone started turning their gazes toward the screens and immediately saw what they were talking about. On the screen displaying Atticus, they all saw Atticus's streaking figure zipping through the forest, and he was heading straight towards Kale, who was also running towards him. Every student in the Colosseum immediately held their breaths. This fight was what they all wanted to see. They were elated. Although many in the crowd still hadn't seen his face or even recognized the first name, but who in the human domain didn't know the name, Ravenstein? Every student in the academy was from different sectors, hundreds upon thousands of kilometers away from Sector 3. It was very understandable that many didn't know much about the Ravenstein family in Sector 3. And because of Atticus's reclusive nature, apart from the tiered families who made it compulsory to gather information about their competition, the masses didn't even know his name. But what they all knew was that this Atticus was from the Ravenstein family, and from the power he had shown, his standing there was not small. Atticus's reclusive behavior was completely unlike other heirs of the tiered family. They were all putting themselves out there, all having social media pages. Their names and faces were all well known even in other sectors. Therefore, unlike Atticus, Kale was different. He was very well known amongst the whole human domain. His popularity amongst the masses was even one of the largest in their generation. The most talented in the younger generation. From a young age, Kale had held this mantle. And he had the achievements to back up these claims. He had participated in many competitions across the sectors from a young age and had won every single one. Kale had never lost a fight against someone in his rank. The fact that currently, he was the only one amongst the millions of youths entering the academy this year to be in the advanced plus rank spoke volumes about his incredible talent. And now, a new person had suddenly just showed up and displayed this shocking amount of power. The strength Atticus had just showcased baffled many. The way he effortlessly dealt with the advanced rank beasts and the youths alike was surprising. Everyone currently watching the unfolding events all had one thing going through their heads: who was stronger, Kale, the best talent in the young generation, or Atticus? The curiosity was everywhere, even in the circular hall where all the paragons were gathered. Eric smiled as he turned to look at Magnus, who was looking at the screen without any change in expression. He turned his gaze back towards the screen, focusing on the unfolding events. The rest of the paragons also all changed the footage on their screens to the live footage of Atticus and Kale. All eyes in the Colosseum turned to the biggest screen that had just appeared at the top in the middle of the Colosseum. A screen displaying both figures of Atticus and Kale, standing just a few meters away from each other, facing themselves. And then, the whole Colosseum went silent. Deep inside the forest, Atticus gazed at Kale's aloof figure standing a few meters away from him with intrigue. Atticus had been running through the forest in search of prey and suddenly picked up Kale in front of him. He had initially wanted to end it with one earthen spike just like the others, but he decided against that. Out of all the Tier 1 families in the human domain, Kale's bloodline was the only one Atticus wasn't able to get any information about. Atticus, at the very least, had basic knowledge about the other Tier 1 families' bloodlines. But, it has something to do with swords, clearly wasn't enough information. And seeing Kale here, Atticus thought it was a great opportunity to find out more about his bloodline during battle. Atticus regarded Kale with a neutral gaze. The youth, standing at 5 feet 9 inches, had a well-built frame adorned with compact muscles. Draped in a hard cloth-like armor covering his legs, the ensemble showcased a striking array of 8 sheathed swords, each bearing a distinctive red hue, secured around his waist. Brown-eyed and focused, the hilt of a massive broadsword protruded from the back of his head. Just like Atticus, Kale was also observing Atticus with a little bit of intrigue coloring his aloof face. And then, without both of them uttering a word, they both took a step forward. And then, without both of them uttering a word, they both took measured steps towards each other. Their eyes locked in silent understanding. There was no need for talks, no need for delay, they were here to fight and they would do just that. Just as they got 10 meters apart from each other, in an instant, Kale's form blurred, and he materialized before Atticus, one of the 8 swords on his waist already in his right hand. A diagonal slash cleaved through the space, aiming for Atticus. Unfazed, Atticus watched calmly as Kale's attack slowly approached him. Before the attack could reach, with a burst of agility, he deftly sidestepped the attack with speed. But as if reading his mind, before the attack finished its swing, Kale seamlessly redirected the attack into a horizontal slash at Atticus. Reacting swiftly, with another jolt of speed, Atticus's figure darted 2 meters to the back, effectively evading the slash. But Kale didn't relent, he pressed on, closing the distance instantly with remarkable speed. Kale released a flurry of attacks at fast speed, his every movement precise and calculated. His every strike targeting weak points on Atticus' form. His movements were so rapid that only individuals with sufficient strength could perceive them. The cameras struggled to capture his swift actions, leaving the masses with nothing more than a blur of his hands and the appearance of silver streaks in the air. But regardless of the intensity of the attacks, Atticus's perception was just too high. With godlike agility, he calmly evaded each strike with minimal, almost ethereal movements. His body a blur as he gracefully evaded each attacks easily. This can't do, I'm wasting time here. I better increase the intensity so he'll be forced to use it, Atticus decided. The only reason he was fighting with Kale in the first place was because he wanted to see what Kale's bloodline was. But currently, Kale wasn't even taking the fight seriously yet. The fact that he was only using one sword when he clearly had 8 more sheathed on his waist spoke volumes. Seeing a thrust surging towards him, Atticus's silhouette blurred, gracefully lowering himself to evade the impending attack. With coiled tension in his legs, he propelled forward, closing the distance between them with extraordinary speed. Atticus's torso spun as he seamlessly executed an anti-clockwise spin, his left elbow slicing through the air, aiming unerringly for Kale's head. Kale responded swiftly, interlocking his arms in a defensive stance, blocking the brutal attack. But despite the effective block, the sheer force of Atticus's blow drove him backward, skidding several inches across the ground for a few meters. Whoa! The whole Colosseum erupted, the ground quivering in response to the fervent cheers of the audience. Yes. Avalon catapulted from his seat, the impact causing the seat to implode. Anastasia, too, leapt up, her voice joining the chorus, "Get him." In the section where the Ravenstein youths were gathered, the atmosphere was electric as almost all of them rose to their feet, cheering with unbridled enthusiasm. Even Ember, who was initially seating down, stood attentively, her gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. Kale gazed at his hands, seeing them trembling slightly. Strong, he muttered, clenching his hands a few times, trying to stabilize the shaking. His aloof expression not changing one bit. Then he turned to look at Atticus. Perception, Kale muttered under his breath. His voice was meant to be low, with no one hearing, but could it escape Atticus's keen senses? No. Atticus raised an eyebrow in slight shock. How did he know? He pondered. Currently, Atticus was still fighting with Kale while matching the latter's strength, advanced plus rank. He didn't want the fight to end instantly because he wanted to give Kale the opportunity to utilize his bloodline fully, which was why he had simply been using his perception to predict Kale's movements. At this point, it was an instinctual process, he was always using his perception even in his everyday activities. Then Atticus suddenly remembered Magnus, who had also found out he had awakened his perception without Atticus even telling him. My eyes, Atticus swiftly deduced. It was simple and obvious honestly. Kale had figured out that Atticus awakened his perception because of the movements of his eyes. They reacted and moved way faster than his body. Although Atticus had decided to reduce his power to the advanced plus rank, the same couldn't be said for his perception. His perception had always been higher than his rank, and this had intensified after training with Magnus all those years back. Atticus smiled. It was an action that seemed to baffle Kale, who was observing him. Atticus's thinking speed was far too great for the ordinary, already coming to the conclusion in less than a second. The only thing Kale observed was him muttering something and Atticus smiling immediately after. Normally, during battle, when an opponent uncovers something about you, the last thing one should do was smile. But Atticus didn't care. He was happy, very happy that he had learned this lesson here instead of a life and death battle. Fighting other people really is the best way to gain experience, Atticus thought. What was Atticus happy about? It was simple, he had just learned a great lesson. Regardless of how much intelligence he had, regardless of how much faster he could think compared to others, during fights, his opponents weren't brainless. They were also capable of thinking and were always trying their best efforts to find any weaknesses in him. He had gotten too comfortable with his strength that he had let his guard down, allowing Kale to obtain vital information about him. It was a valuable lesson. Honestly, a very obvious lesson. But it was something one might not realize until you experience it firsthand. Kale fixed his gaze on Atticus, maintaining the same calm and aloof expression he had worn since their encounter in the expanse. Without warning, Kale bent down slightly, positioning his hands just below his waist, close to the hilts of the swords encircling him. Then, in a swift blur, Kale's figure materialized in front of Atticus, his hands still poised in the same position directly above his waist. Kale's figure blurred as he moved, instantaneously appearing in front of Atticus, hands still in the same position, directly above his waist. Looking at Kale's form in front of him, Atticus couldn't help but be a little shocked. Kale's speed didn't change, he was still advancing towards him in slow motion, but what was shocking was the fact that looking at Kale, Atticus couldn't predict any of movement he was about to make. There were no slightest shift in weights, no tensing of muscles before a strike, no rhythmic inhales or exhales signaling a specific technique. It was as if what was currently heading towards him was a piece of rock. Kale was a completely blank slate. Since he couldn't predict Kale's movement, Atticus focused on any movement he was going to make. Even though he could predict, he was still able to observe Kale in slow motion. The only thing that would change was that Atticus would have less time to react. And then, Kale's entire body tensed simultaneously, making it practically impossible for Atticus to predict his next actions. With lightning reflexes, Kale's left hand swiftly drew a sword from his right waist, executing an upward swing with remarkable speed. Seeing this, Atticus agilely swerved to the right, evading the strike. Almost immediately, Kale's right hand flexed, seamlessly unsheathing the sword on his left waist. This time, executing a swift downward swing. As quick as lightning, Atticus controlled the earth from under him, as it moved through his legs, his torso, and finally to his right hand, immediately transforming and molding into the shape of a sword. Atticus focused on it, making sure it was completely sturdy. Then, his hand blurred as he deftly parried Kale's downward strike with the earthen sword. However, what happened next baffled Atticus as Kale immediately let go of the sword he just blocked, instantaneously unsheathing another sword from his waist and launching a new attack from the right. Atticus effortlessly blocked the strike once more, but before the force could even transfer, Kale had left the sword he had first blocked, instantly unsheathing and unleashing another attack with it. This sequence played out as Atticus easily blocked the strikes from all 8 swords. The attacks occurred so rapidly and from all directions that each sword remained suspended in the air, each one conveniently facing in different directions. Ah, I see, Atticus thought with a smile. Then, at a speed beyond what many youths taking the test could fathom, both of Kale's hands blurred as he instantly unleashed attacks from all directions simultaneously. His hands moved so fast that he grabbed each sword in the air, slashing them with such rapidity that it appeared as if different people were attacking Atticus from various angles. Getting attacked from all directions in such a way, many would struggle to parry or block each of the attacks. Atticus had already predicted what Kale was planning, but he had still let him do what he wanted to do. The speed Kale was currently attacking at was beyond what a normal advanced plus rank could reach, it's probably related to his bloodline, Atticus deduced. But so what if Kale's speed was greater than what an advanced plus rank could reach? To Atticus, it was no faster than a snail. I'll use lightning mimicry, Atticus gingerly decided. Even though Atticus could surpass Kale's speed even without it, he still wanted to use it. He enjoyed the feeling every time he utilized it. Ever since Atticus had advanced to the expert rank a year back, as usual, he got some other elements unlocked. But instead of the 3 like when he advanced to the advanced rank, Atticus had only gotten 2. Awakening lightning was a given considering who was training him, and as for the second element, after a brief contemplation, Atticus had decided on the ice element. Of course, Magnus had immediately been able to tell when he had awakened these elements, and after a few weeks, Atticus was able to unlock each one of them and train them like there was no tomorrow. But this was the first time he was going to use the lightning elemental mimicry in actual battle that wasn't training. The lightning elemental mimicry, compared to air, was like heaven and earth when it came to speed. As fast as lightning, Atticus stimulated his lightning bloodline with his mana, moving it around his body. In that electrifying moment, Atticus felt an exhilarating surge coursing through his veins, transforming his very essence. As this feeling intensified, he became acutely aware of the newfound precision in his movements. Every step, every shift of weight, was executed with a breathtaking accuracy that bordered on the sublime. Yet, what made this experience truly extraordinary was the absence of the expected visual cues. No streaks of lightning adorned his form, instead, the power manifested internally. This was the evolution of the elemental mimicry art. After advancing it to the advanced plus rank, it had grown remarkably. It was especially glaring after he advanced his bloodline to level 3. Apart from being able to hide the visual elemental cues he emitted, before, Atticus had only been able to control whatever element he was using elemental mimicry with, but with the advance in level, there were no such restrictions. Now, regardless of whatever element he was mimicking, Atticus could control any elements he wished. With giddy anticipation, Atticus gazed at Kale's attacks, then with thunderous speed, he raised the earthen sword in his hand, parrying every one of the attacks flawlessly. And before Kale could react, like a bolt of lightning, Atticus surged forward, closing the gap between them in an instant. The air itself seemed to part in acknowledgement of his velocity, leaving a shimmering streak behind him as he closed in on Kale. In one seamless motion, Atticus drew back his hands, fingers clenched in a fist. With unbridled power, he unleashed a devastating blow upon Kale's stomach. The impact resonated through the forest, the force radiating through Kale's form like ripples on a pond, forming 3 concentric circles of kinetic energy that pulsed outward behind Kale's figure. For a suspended moment, Kale's form hung in the air, his body leaning forward, the sheer force of the blow bending him at the waist. Then, with a sudden and explosive release of energy, Kale's form shot backward through the forest at supersonic speeds. Back in the circular hall, following Atticus' brutal punch, Magnus's hands gripping the chair handle he was sitting in tightened, cracks immediately appeared on the graphene-made chairs. It was obvious to anyone watching that Magnus had controlled his strength a great deal. Just a single clenching of the Paragon's fist was enough to crush most things in Eldoralf to oblivion. Magnus was trying so hard not to jump up and join in on the cheers for Atticus. This boy was making him so proud. In fact, he was angry that he had to watch this fight with the rest of the Paragons. He subtly cleared his throat, making sure that none of his actions were seen by the rest of the Paragons. He had an image to maintain, after all. But Magnus's worries were for naught as each of the Paragons had their complete focus on the screens, a hint of shock coloring their features as their mind raced. Since when did the Ravenstein family birth another monster? The current main family of the Ravenstein family was a family of monsters. It was as if their entire lineage was blessed to keep producing geniuses. Since they became the main family, in every generation, including the current one, they had never failed to birth monsters. Magnus was one, Avalon was another, and now Atticus. That would be too much. The other families had been glad that Magnus had married and given birth to Avalon late, but the same couldn't be said for Avalon. Avalon had married young. He was still young, and each of them in the room had no doubt that with his talent, sooner or later, he would advance to the Paragon rank. If care was not taken, with the way everything was playing out, it was possible that the Ravenstein family would have 3 Paragons simultaneously, a scenario each Tier 1 family in the human domain completely dreaded happening. Normally, the lifespan of Paragons in the human domain goes as far as 300 years, while the average time it took an individual to advance to this rank was at least 100 years. Reaching the Paragon rank wasn't something everyone can do, which was why each Tier 1 family in the human domain tried their hardest to give birth to as many children as they can, as early as possible. Because there was no guarantee that any one of their children would achieve the Paragon rank. A Tier 1 family without a Paragon rank wasn't a Tier 1 family. Such a family would immediately fall without warning, with each of the other Tier 1s splitting their assets. The highest number of Paragon rank individuals a family had ever gotten at the same time was 2, and this was usually fine, as by the time a new Paragon was born, the old was usually old and didn't have much time to live. But from the current looks of things, the Ravenstein family would break the status quo, tipping the power balance in the human domain by birthing 3 Paragon ranks at the same time. No one in the room had doubts that Avalon would become a Paragon rank. They had all initially been scared of Ariel too because of his talent, but they were all glad and had calmed down when he was killed. But now, they had birthed another monster. Each of the Paragons couldn't help but turn to look at Magnus once again, but this time, many of them had a dangerous glint passing through their eyes. Among the Paragons, the only one who, for even a second, didn't take his eyes away from the screen was Eric. Unlike what many thought he would be feeling currently, there was currently a huge grin on Eric's face. His eyes seemed to glow with intensity as a palpable aura subtly leaked out from his form. Both of his hands were tightened into fists as his eyes bore into the screen displaying Atticus and Kale. Anyone who knew Eric would immediately be able to tell that he was excited, very excited. It was a reaction that would baffle many. Wasn't his son just beaten? Why would he be excited? Whoa, h. The cheers of the crowd below brought all of them back from their thoughts. They each turned their gaze back at the screens. The fight wasn't over yet. Amidst the dense foliage of the forest, Kale's painful coughs echoed as he coughed a mouthful of blood. He found himself lodged in the upper reaches of a colossal tree, his body battered and broken, and the taste of blood lingering in his mouth. Kale struggled to move. His whole torso was sending a whole wave of pain through his entire body. Lightning, he pondered. His body felt numb, the searing pain that coursed through his torso mimicked the aftermath of a lightning strike. Shaking off the feeling of discomfort, Kale forced his aching body to move, inching away from the massive tree he was lodged in. He fell down to the forest floor with a graceless thud, using his hands to stabilize his landing. Coughing up remnants of blood, he cast his gaze upward, meeting the indifferent stare of Atticus, who stood a few meters away. Kale pushed himself up. He completely ignored the pain racking his torso and cleaned the blood stains on his mouth. His clothes surrounding his stomach were completely charred, as though they were burned. His neatly styled hair was in shambles with tree fragments lodged all over it. Throughout the unfolding scene, Kale's expression never once changed for even a single second. Kale muttered. Without breaking eye contact, Kale reached for his artifact, clicking on it and swiftly navigating to the ranking section. Immediately seeing what he was looking for, Kale closed it, turning his gaze back at Atticus. During all of this, neither Kale nor Atticus said a word to each other. And then suddenly, Kale spoke. "You're Atticus, right? You're Atticus, right?" Kale's voice was calm, almost too calm. One would never think that he had just been punched so hard in the guts a few seconds ago. Hearing Kale's question, Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in slight confusion, but he still decided to answer his question. "Yeah." Kale nodded. The 8 swords strewn across the forest floor began to tremble, and in a seamless motion, they shot towards Kale's form. Each sword swiftly sheathed itself in the corresponding scabbard on his waist. Kale turned his neck to the sides, cracking it, rotating his shoulders trying to get rid of the stiff feeling in his body. "I owe you an apology," Kale declared, taking deliberate steps toward Atticus, his voice carrying an air of nonchalance. "I haven't been taking this fight seriously." With each step he took, the atmosphere around Kale seemed to change. The wind intensified, causing leaves and branches to rustle in response. Kale advanced further, muttering under his breath. "Berserk form. Unbound." Simultaneously, crimson-like marks erupted from his chest, weaving a complex tapestry of intricate tattoos that snaked their way across his entire form. His eyes glowed with a red hue as his physique expanded in both mass and height, each sinew and muscle gaining an almost supernatural vitality. The sheer growth tore at his clothes, unable to withstand the newfound strength and size. Fabric strained against burgeoning muscles, revealing the raw power surging beneath. His brown hair seemed to lengthen as it grew down, cascading down to almost ankle level. The sheathed swords around him seemed to hum with a compelling urgency, as if they themselves yearned to be unsheathed. Kale placed his right hand on the hilt of the broadsword hanging on his back, effortlessly lifting it up as he held it in front of him. Locking his glowing red eyes onto Atticus, Kale continued, his voice resonating throughout the entire forest. "My name is Kale Stormrider. Remember it." As soon as Kale uttered those words, each of the 8 swords around his waist shot into the skies. Before Atticus could fathom what was happening, Kale's colossal figure rocketed towards him at supersonic speed, the ground he previously stood on instantaneously imploding. In an almost teleportation-like speed, Kale materialized in front of Atticus, his broadsword enveloped in a palpable red aura, raised skyward as he brought it down in a devastating arc. The speed was so intense that the air seemed to run away from it, as though disdaining to come too close to the sword's unstoppable and powerful descent. Atticus responded with lightning-fast reflexes, darting to the right like a streak of lightning, effectively evading the impending attack. Boom! The ensuing impact was nothing short of catastrophic, striking the earth with a resounding boom and sending shockwaves rippling outward in every direction. Trees within a 30-meter radius were instantly uprooted, unable to withstand the force. The resulting shockwave propelled Atticus backward for several meters. However, before he could catch his breath, his heightened sense of feel detected movements from all directions. Atticus reacted instantaneously, balancing on one leg and executing a rapid spin in the air, narrowly evading 8 gleaming swords that threatened to pierce through his form from all angles. Just as Atticus was about to land, his senses detected another movement from behind. Swiftly swerving, he crossed his hands on his chest, immediately manipulating the earth to coalesce and reinforce around his arms and torso with lightning speed. A supersonic punch struck his form, the force so strong it created multiple concentric circles around the point of impact, shooting Atticus backward through the air. He crashed into multiple trees in rapid succession. Not even allowing him to breathe, Kale's form immediately materialized on top of Atticus, who was still shooting backward, his broadsword already slashing downwards, threatening to turn him into mush. Atticus' gaze turned cold. Don't get cocky. Fire mimicry. Atticus' form flickered to the side instantaneously, narrowly evading the devastating swing. His hands pointed downward, he released a massive burst, propelling himself towards Kale at a speed the latter couldn't hope to match. Another powerful blast from his right heel followed, delivering a brutal uppercut kick to Kale's jaw. The attack landed with a sickening crunch, sending Kale shooting upwards through the air. But Atticus wasn't done. Instantaneously releasing rapid, controlled bursts from his hands and legs, Atticus' figure rotated rapidly in the air, his spinning form instantly appearing close to Kale up in the skies. His legs raised skyward, and Atticus focused the entirety of his gathered spinning momentum into his right leg. Controlling the earth to wrap around his leg, he released a colossal burst, accelerating the velocity of his descending leg to unimaginable heights. Bomb MMM. The attack landed on Kale with brutal intensity, generating shockwaves that rippled outward. Kale's figure shot down through the skies, landing on the forest floor and forming a huge crater. Atticus swiftly zoomed towards where Kale had fallen, intending on ending the fight. But just as he got to a few meters away from the crater, Ruah-aarrrrrrr. A loud, resounding roar shook the forest floor, its intensity alarming, sending shockwaves ripping outward in all directions. Dust filled the air as the force swept through the scene, propelling Atticus through the air. He executed a backflip mid-air, swiftly turning to face Kale within the huge crater. Inside the crater, Kale stood. His body seemed to have undergone another remarkable change, doubling in bulk, attaining a colossal height of 10 feet. His hair had grown longer, now cascading down with an almost ethereal grace, adopting a striking red hue. The red-like tattoos that adorned his body, already a mesmerizing display, now glowed with an even more intense luminosity. 8 swords rapidly spun around Kale's transformed figure. The blades moved with an almost preternatural speed, creating a whirling dance of lethal precision. Kale's red eyes landed on Atticus, his voice bestial as he uttered berserk form, fury. The whole area went dead silent as every single student in the Colosseum watched the unfolding battle with bated breaths. Everyone was so focused on the battle that they had all forgotten that there were even other participants taking the test. Their eyes were fixed on just a single screen. Seeing Kale's newly transformed figure through the screens, everyone in the Colosseum felt their hearts skip a beat, their grips on their seats tightening as everyone tried their possible best not to miss a single thing. Never in many of their wildest dreams would they believe that they would be able to see such an intense fight while watching the first year's test. Everyone watching the test was either second or third years and had all gone through many battles, but even then, the powers Atticus and Kale were displaying were completely beyond the first years. Where had these two monsters come from? Was life even fair? Many still couldn't believe what they were watching, which was why they were all trying hard not to miss a thing. Back in the forest, Atticus gazed at Kale's transformed figure, whose red eyes were completely locked onto him. A palpable red aura enveloped his form. What a powerful bloodline. Honestly, if anyone had told Atticus that Kale's bloodline would have been so powerful, he would have dismissed it as a lie. If Atticus were to be completely truthful, utilizing his current powers fully, he would be able to easily defeat Kale within less than a second. But if Atticus had been in the same rank with Kale, while the result wouldn't change, Atticus would have struggled a bit before he could defeat him. This was, of course, without using the life weapons arts. Utilizing that, the fight wouldn't even last a second in either of those scenarios. Atticus sighed. He was wasting too much time fighting Kale. I think it's about time I end it. Atticus's thoughts were followed by him placing his right hand on the katana strapped to his left waist. Atticus was finally going to use his katana. Regardless of all the training Atticus had done with his elements, regardless of all the training he had done with his arts and perception, Atticus had never for once forgotten the life weapons arts. After he advanced to the expert rank, Atticus had expected his consciousness to be called back into the life weapons realm so he could learn the next art, but no matter how long he waited, no such thing happened. This issue had first baffled him, making him think about what Cedric had done back then when he had gotten a sudden increase in power. He had, of course, tried to question the katana for answers, but he had come out with nothing. After a while, Atticus decided to let the matter go. What will happen will happen. During the years, he had constantly trained the two arts, increasing his proficiency in them to staggering levels. What he loved most about the life weapons art was the fact that the art would constantly grow as he grew. Meaning, regardless of how powerful Atticus became in the future, the life weapon arts would always be useful. The air seemed to change around Atticus as his hair fluttered wildly. Kale's aura, which was initially overwhelming the whole area and his form, was immediately dispelled as though it were an insignificant breeze. Kale immediately noticed the change in the air around Atticus. He raised his broadsword in front of him as the palpable red aura enveloping his form surged and increased in intensity. The 8 gleaming swords that were moving around him at perpetual motion all came to an abrupt halt in the air, the swords all changing directions pointing their sharp ends towards Atticus's form. Both Atticus and Kale's auras seemed to clash, the wind in the area intensifying as the trees and leaves whipped about. The tension in the air was palpably intense. And just as both their figures were about to erupt in power, suddenly an AI voice resounded across the entirety of the forest, reaching the ears of every single youth currently taking the test. The test is over. You would all be teleported immediately. And before every single youth could react, a golden aura enveloped each and every one of them, and instantaneously every youth disappeared from the forest. Back in the circular hall, the chair Eric was sitting on imploded as his aura briefly surged. He quickly composed himself, subtly clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. So close, he thought. The rest of the paragons gazed at Eric with narrowed eyes. Just wire monsters appearing everywhere. The prowess Kale had just shown was beyond what many of them thought he could display. Even though they had all initially accepted that he was the best talent in the younger generation, this was way beyond what he should have been able to achieve even at the advanced plus rank. They, as paragons, were well aware of Eric's bloodline even though it wasn't known by the masses. The Berserker bloodline. It was a very powerful bloodline that enhances the power of its wielder to an extraordinary degree. But even with this, just how could a 15-year-old get so powerful? The amount of events each of them witnessed today was so overwhelming that they had all forgotten they came here to watch their grandchildren. Every single screen in the hall had been showing Atticus and Kale's fight with none of them even watching the rest of the participants. 2 monsters in the first year, just how would this turn out? Blake, Eric suddenly called, snapping them out of their thoughts. And immediately, a man materialized in the middle of the hall, swiftly getting down on one knee, with his head completely bowed as he greeted. I greet the esteemed paragons. Handle the rest, Eric immediately commanded. By your word, Blake swiftly responded, and with a deep bow to the remaining paragons, he quickly left the hall. And just as swiftly, without even as much as a word, each of the paragons disappeared from the hall. Atticus experienced the usual surreal feeling in darkness. And after a few seconds, Atticus opened his eyes to the sound of millions of youths cheering loudly. Woo-ah! The whole Colosseum erupted into fervent cheers as the millions of youths who had participated in the test all materialized in the middle of the Colosseum. The intensity of the cheers was so alarming that the ground was subtly quaking. Atticus, 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 Kale, Kale, Kale. And amongst the fervent cheers of the audience, 2 names were constantly resounding across the Colosseum. The intensity of the cheers increased even more as the large screens displayed the figures of Atticus and Kale, with the latter having changed back to normal. Woo-ah! The Ravenstein youths all screamed at the top of their lungs as they saw Atticus's figure appear on the screen. Their cheers masked by the screams of the rest of the crowd. Atticus turned his gaze around the Colosseum, calmly looking at the cheering crowd. He was currently in the middle of millions of the other youths who participated in the test. So we were being watched by the whole academy, huh? Atticus had suspected that they were being watched, but he would never have imagined that it would be by the whole academy. Then Atticus suddenly remembered something. Wait. My rank. He thought frantically. Just as he was about to check the rankings on his device, a palpable aura suddenly descended on the whole Colosseum, and as if turning off a switch, the whole area turned silent. Atticus turned his gaze upwards and saw a man floating up in the skies. He had a crown of gray hair and wore a white suit, radiating a Grandmaster rank aura. "Welcome to the Academy, youths." His voice boomed around the Colosseum, reaching the ears of everyone present. "My name is Harrison Blake, and I am the vice principal of this academy. Congratulations, you have all completed the test, and many of you have proven yourselves to be warriors in the making. But you all shouldn't relax, for this is just the beginning of your arduous path in the academy. I shall start by announcing the top 1,000 participants." Harrison's words were followed by a large screen appearing on top of the one displaying Atticus and Kale, displaying the top 1,000 rankings. 1. Zoe Starhaven, 180,400 PTS. 2. Atticus Ravenstein, 160,100 PTS. 3. Kale Stormrider, 145,050 PTS. 4. Island Frostvale, 120,500 PTS. 5. Seraphin Stellaris, 115,000 PTS. 6. Aurora Ravenstein, 114,900 PTS. 7. Eldrick Emberforge, 111,200 PTS. 8. Harmonic Resonera, 110,600 PTS. 9. Lila Alvarian, 108,300 PTS. Looking at the rankings, Atticus's gaze immediately landed on his name at the second position. Shit, he thought in annoyance. Because he had wasted and lost track of time when he was fighting Kale, Atticus had missed the chance to get the first position. He couldn't help but shiver when he thought of how Magnus would react. Seeing the rankings, the audience in the Colosseum all erupted into murmurs. Many of them were surprised at the person who took the first rank. They had all been so engrossed in the battle between Atticus and Kale that they hadn't even checked the other youths who were participating. Harrison released his aura once more, silencing the crowd. He continued, "Now, these next instructions are for the youths who ranked below the 1,000 displayed on the screen. If you click on your artifacts and navigate to the Choose a Leader section, a new page would open up for you, asking you to, like the name implies, choose a leader. You must select a leader from the 1,000 youths presented. Think wisely, as the chosen leader will guide you throughout your time at the academy. Alternatively, any of the 1,000 can opt out of leadership, allowing them to pick a leader for themselves. The 1,000 first rank will automatically fill the 1,000th position if someone chooses not to lead. I would also advise you all not to waste too much time. Each leader can only accept at most 1,200 youths under their leadership. You have 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes. Hearing those words, Atticus's thoughts raced as he tried to understand what was going on. Choosing a leader. Wasn't this supposed to be an academy where we attend classes and other school activities? Atticus pondered. He had completely regarded the academy exactly as its name implies, a school. But from what he had just heard, it seemed like it was far from what he was expecting. Since it was obvious Harrison wasn't going to explain further, Atticus decided to follow his instructions and see what he was talking about. Clicking his artifact, a holographic display materialized in front of his face. Amongst the many icons on the display, Atticus quickly spotted the Choose a Leader by the side. Just as he was about to click on it, Atticus suddenly received a notification on his display. Aurora Ravenstein has joined your division. And almost simultaneously, multiple notifications followed. Lucas Ravenstein has joined your division. Nate Ravenstein has joined your division. Arya Ravenstein has joined your division. The notifications kept on appearing until all the Ravenstein youth who had participated in the test had joined. Atticus also noticed that below each of the messages, there was a reject option there, which meant that he had the ability to refuse any of them if he wished. As soon as each of the Ravenstein youth joined, Atticus suddenly began receiving rapid notifications about random people joining his division. He had expected this to happen honestly, since he was the second rank, many would want to join his group even if they didn't know anything about him. The name, Ravenstein, would be plenty enough for them. Atticus didn't refuse any of them. Since all of the Ravenstein youths had already joined his group, there was no reason to. The 1181 remaining members had to come from somewhere. The 30 minutes quickly elapsed, and Harrison clicked on the device on his wrist. Seeing that every one of the youths was in a group, he closed it. Releasing his aura to silence the crowd, he continued speaking. Excellent. Now that you all have joined a group, let us move to the next step, Harrison declared. Seconds from now, each division will be transported to different regions within the outer parts of the academy. As soon as you get there, consult your artifacts for further directives. I wish you good luck. As soon as Harrison said those words, the whole Colosseum floor immediately radiated a golden light encompassing all the first-year youths on the ground, and before any of them could react, they were all teleported out of the area. Zoe gradually opened her eyes, emerging from a brief moment of darkness to find herself within a plain, unfurnished room. She took a few seconds to get her bearings. Where am I? She thought. Stop daydreaming and look in front of you, a petite voice suddenly responded to her thoughts inside her head. Zoe listened and turned her gaze upwards, immediately seeing the figure of an extremely beautiful woman whose every feature embodied perfection in every aspect. She was looking at her with a gentle smile. Zoe immediately bowed down, paying her respects. I humbly greet you, Grand Matron, she greeted. Serafina smiled warmly, seeing her granddaughter act this way. Come on, Zoe, I've told you countless times that you don't have to do this, she remarked. An invisible aura enveloped Zoe, gently lifting her and bringing her into Serafina's comforting embrace as she hugged her tightly. Congratulations on becoming the first rank, Zoe, she added. Zoe, who was currently being tightly hugged by Serafina, let go of her stiffness as she smiled and hugged her back. Thank you, Grandma, she replied. Serafina's eyebrows twitched. She tightened her hold on Zoe. I told you not to call me that. Zoe, who was now suffocating, immediately relented. Yes, Auntie. After a few moments, Serafina finally loosened the hold, making Zoe able to breathe. Zoe had always been close to her grandmother, even more than her mother. And a part of this was because her mother was always pestering her to get engaged quickly, even going as far as setting her up with other young masters from the other Tier 1 family. And this was when she was just 13. Zoe just couldn't comprehend why her mother was acting that way. No matter how many times she asked, she wasn't able to get an appropriate answer. Every single one of the men she had met had all been incredibly repulsive and stupid. She had met both her mates and older men, but even then, they were all the same thing, idiots. Despite her young age, every single one of them looked at her with one expression, lust. It unnerved her to her core. Every time she felt them looking at her this way, it took every single self-control she had to stop herself from gouging their eyeballs out. But Zoe would have never expected to hear what her grandmother said next. Did you see a boy you like? Serafina suddenly asked, setting Zoe slightly on edge. Her smile faltering, Zoe responded, not you too, Grandma. Serafina reassured her with a chuckle, you don't have to worry, I'm not going to pester you like your mother. The relief washed over Zoe, but Serafina suddenly continued. But I'll only give my blessings if you choose either one of these boys, the second rank or the third rank of the first years. Atticus, for the third time in one day, felt the same surreal feeling and darkness that came with teleporting. I'm getting tired of this. As Atticus's eyes fluttered open, he discovered himself in a vast expanse that stretched for kilometers in every direction. Towering giant trees, their imposing forms reaching over 50 meters skyward, surrounded the entirety of the landscape, creating a natural fortress. Hearing some sounds from his back, Atticus turned and saw many youths sprawled across the expanse. Seeing them, Atticus assumed that they were the people who joined his group. Atticus. He suddenly heard a feminine voice call out to him. Atticus turned to see Aurora and not so far away, the rest of the Ravenstein youths heading towards him. Hey, Atticus greeted, raising his hand and fist bumping Aurora's hand in the air. How the hell weren't you the first rank? Aurora quizzed, her surprise painted across her features. She, of all people, knew how strong Atticus was, even though it was only the level he had shown her. She just couldn't fathom why Atticus hadn't taken the first place. Atticus couldn't help but smile wryly at her question. I got a little distracted. Using his hand to scratch his head, Atticus awkwardly responded. Aurora couldn't help but look at Atticus dumbfounded for a few seconds before bursting into slight chuckles. What could have possibly distracted you? Ha, someone's going to get punished by Grandpa Magnus, she burst into laughter, which made Atticus turn a little red in embarrassment. Atticus had told Aurora his promise to Magnus, and she knew well how intense Atticus's training with Magnus was because she sometimes sees the result herself, seeing the worn-out figure of Atticus after the training. The rest of the Ravenstein youth all finally reached the duo after a few seconds, with Nate immediately bombarding Atticus with questions about the test. They had each seen how low he was in the rankings before he suddenly shot up the ranks. Atticus simply gave them the same response he gave to Aurora: he had been distracted. Many of the other youths gathered all watched them from a distance, some waiting for the perfect opportunity to approach. Regardless of them being in the academy, the Ravensteins were still a Tier 1 family. But just as Atticus was talking with the Ravenstein youths, suddenly, he felt a subtle vibration coming from the earth. It was so subtle that at first, only Atticus among the 1,000 present was able to pick up on the vibration. But as the seconds ticked by, the vibration started increasing in intensity until practically all the youth in the area could feel the ground trembling. Everyone turned their gazes around, trying to make sense of the upheaval. Atticus narrowed his eyes, attempting to look into the distance to see what was happening. His sight was way better than what the youths in the expanse could hope to achieve, being able to see hundreds of meters easily. It was then that Atticus saw it. Emerging from the imposing forest was a horde of vicious monsters, resembling a relentless tsunami, charged towards them with alarming speed. Atticus reacted immediately. Focusing on the fire element, he swiftly released a blast from his feet, propelling himself as he shot up the skies. As soon as Atticus got high enough in the air, he swiftly turned his gaze around the whole expanse, and what he saw immediately made his heart clench. From the forest surrounding them, in all directions, an army of beasts numbering in the thousands spilled out like a tsunami, every single one of them heading in the same direction, towards the youths gathered in the expanse. Atticus's gaze turned frigid. Inside a dimly lit room, only the lights coming from the numerous screens displayed on the wall lit up the room. The room bore a striking resemblance to the Ravenstein control room, with different operators manning various monitors, and multiple screens being displayed on the walls, each monitoring different regions. At the back of this setting, two figures stood side by side, overseeing the entire operation. The first was a man wearing a pure white suit, and he stared intently at the live footage displayed on the screens. This room was the control room that the academy used to monitor the new students, particularly the first-year students. The academy was, as its name implies, a school. But it wasn't a typical educational institution. It focused on training and molding youths into warriors. Contrary to expectations, there were hardly any normal school activities like classes. Upon entering the academy, every student would be thrust directly into live combat without warnings. While there were still some classes and training sessions, they were incredibly scarce, especially for first-year students. The screens displayed different regions where all the first-year divisions were transported to. Sector 1, the academy, was massive, with the regions the first years were transported to being at least 1,000 km away from each other, and this was all just in the outer part of the academy. Depending on the year, the theme and location for the students would change, with the first years occupying the outer parts of the academy, the second year the middle part, and the third year the inner parts. Beside Harrison stood a strikingly beautiful woman, well endowed in all the right places. She also had gray hair and bore a slight resemblance to Harrison. "It seems you are more interested in this year's entrance, Dad," she remarked. Harrison, who didn't remove his gaze from the screens, furrowed his brow slightly. "Isabella, I thought I told you to address me by my appropriate title when we're in public spaces," he reprimanded. Isabella turned her gaze to her father, who remained silent. A knowing shake of her head followed. She knew this stubborn man the best, he was her father after all. No matter how trivial the matter was, if it contradicted his principles, he wouldn't relent, even if his life was on the line. With a short sigh, Isabella relented. "I apologize, Vice Principal." Harrison nodded, seemingly satisfied with his daughter's change. He decided to answer her inquiry. "Apart from the fact that many heirs from Tier 1 families entered the academy this year, I'm sure you watched the battle between those two." Isabella nodded. There was no need for Harrison to mention the names of those two monsters. Almost every academy staff member watched their battle and was shell-shocked by what they had witnessed. Harrison continued, "Those two will undoubtedly grow to become strong pillars of humanity. And I'll make sure their growth goes unhindered, no matter the cost," Harrison declared, his resolve permeating the room. Isabella released a large, audible sigh. He's doing it again, she thought, parting her lips with a shake of her head. Opting to leave the matter, she redirected her gaze back to the screens. Back at the expanse, as soon as Atticus saw the army of monsters coming from every direction, his gaze turned frigid. With the speed the beasts were all moving at, they would reach them in under just 5 minutes. Atticus allowed himself to drop downwards, landing back on the ground gently. Aurora and the other Ravenstein youths all turned to him with their inquisitive gazes, clearly trying to ask what was going on. The forest was kilometers away from the middle of the expanse where they were all in. It was a distance none, currently aside from Atticus, could see through. Aurora had also wanted to fly up and join Atticus in the air, but Atticus hadn't spent that much time in the air, seemingly just seconds. The rest of the youth in the expanse all broke into chatters and murmurs, everyone wondering what was going on as the ground kept trembling. Atticus's mind was working at a fast speed, trying to figure out how best to handle this situation. There were currently a lot of things Atticus had to consider with many questions needing answers. Why had they suddenly transported them here? Why did they ask the other students to choose a leader? Why were they suddenly being attacked by an army of magical beasts just a few seconds after being transported? Atticus could stand here all day listing the things he couldn't understand, but instead of doing that, he shook his head, clearing out all of the useless thoughts. Harrison had already told them where to get their answers, through their artifact. But now clearly wasn't the time for that. In the current situation of things, those answers were all quite literally irrelevant. There was only one thing that mattered now: how was he going to handle the current situation? Atticus was very confident in his power. He could, if he wanted, at the very least escape if things got dangerous. But considering all the things that had happened so far, Atticus decided that that approach wasn't necessary. There had always been one constant fact since he had stepped into the academy, and it was the first instruction they were all given when they started the test: none of them could die. If their lives were ever in danger, they would get protected. But even with this assurance, Atticus refused to let his guard down. He was about 90% sure that they were all being tested right now, which meant that depending on their performance here, they would be graded. Given the sheer magnitude of the attack, Atticus was sure that this was very important. So, having come to that conclusion, what was Atticus's role here in all of this? It was simple. He was the leader, exactly as his title implied. And what does a leader do? They lead. As Atticus's thoughts churned, a second had not even passed in reality. Abruptly, he unleashed his aura, a subtle wave that seamlessly blanketed every youth clustered in the vicinity. Although his aura wasn't overwhelming as he was still maintaining his advanced plus rank. But regardless, the aura was still able to stop the youths from chattering and getting their attention. Atticus focused on the earth element, elevating himself from the ground, making sure everyone of the youths could see him. Listen up, Atticus's voice reverberated, a controlled boom that defied the need for shouting. In fact, it was as if he was talking casually. After he had ranked up his bloodline, a lot of new things opened up for Atticus. Things that Atticus could never dream of using his elements to do became as easy as breathing. Currently, he was manipulating the air to increase the intensity of his voice, making sure that everyone in the area could hear him clearly. I am Atticus Ravenstein, and I have been designated as your leader. His voice reached the ears of all the youths in the expanse. Atticus couldn't call himself a born leader. In fact, the closest thing to a leadership position he had ever been in was during group projects back on Earth. But even though he wasn't a naturally born leader, Atticus believed that there was an easy way to lead. This way required him to have a particular quality, an attribute that no matter the circumstances, people would always revere. Regardless of how many people there were, regardless of how stubborn and proud they were, be the strongest in the room and you'll have everyone's attention. There was only one way Atticus could lead more than 1,000 youths so abruptly, and that was by showing them overwhelming strength. Atticus continued, currently, thousands of beasts are closing in on us from all directions and all escape routes are blocked, he declared, allowing his words to sink in for a few seconds, making sure every one of them knew the severity of the situation. Then, with a deliberate increase in the intensity of his voice, Atticus continued, I am well aware that most of you only joined this group because of my rank, not even knowing who I am. I know you all might find it weird to suddenly start obeying orders of a guy you just met. But let me show you why it would be in your best interest to do so. With a gradual raising of his right hand, the earth beneath them began to rumble, intensifying the earlier tremors. Struggling to maintain balance, many youths bent down in an attempt to stabilize themselves. Suddenly, the ground within a 200-meter radius around Atticus surged, a colossal mass carrying all the youths skyward. The ascending platform continued its ascent until it reached a towering 50 feet high. Everyone, including the Ravenstein youths, all held open their mouths wide. This overwhelming display of power, was it really done by their age mate? It was truly hard to believe that Atticus was 15, the same age as them. It was quite unfortunate that the first years weren't able to witness the fight between Atticus and Kale. Only they know how they would feel if they did. Before any among them could regain composure, Atticus continued, his voice oozing with confidence. It's simple really, I am the strongest. It's simple, really, I am the strongest. As soon as Atticus uttered these words, total and utter silence engulfed the entire area, with only the slight trembling of the ground reminding everyone of the seriousness of the situation. Every youth in the area fell into a state of complete silence. They were all shell-shocked. Such bold words. No one present doubted that Atticus was indeed the strongest among them after witnessing his display of power. They'd have to be truly brain-dead to believe otherwise. However, what none of them expected was for Atticus to be so bold and direct. His words elicited various reactions from those present. Lucas smiled slightly while looking at Atticus, thinking, smart. He couldn't help but appreciate Atticus's thought process. He completely agreed with the way he handled this situation. It was better to be completely direct with them now and deal with any issues that would arise swiftly instead of trying to coddle them and waste valuable time. Nate smiled broadly. He had always preferred the direct approach in solving problems. He had no issue with what Atticus had just said, it was the truth after all. All of the Ravenstein youths didn't react adversely to his words. In the first place, they had already accepted Atticus as their leader. Why would they join his division if they weren't ready to follow his lead? All of them ranked within the top 1,000 and had the option of being a leader if they wished, but they didn't and instead chose to come under Atticus. On the other hand, for the others, some of them who believed that the strong should always rule supported Atticus's words. It was the way of the world they lived in. Unfortunately, not all the youths thought this way. Every one of them in the area was 15 years old, basically teenagers. And what is one of the prevailing feelings teenagers have? An inferiority complex. Most, if not all, of the youths present were from ordinary families. They had grown up hearing that children from the tiered families were better and more talented than them. This feeling had been building up in many of them since childhood. Those particular individuals, upon hearing Atticus's words, immediately got incensed. Many of them showed their dissatisfaction on their faces, frowning and subtly clicking their tongues. But, of course, none of them had the guts to openly show their dissatisfaction. The strength Atticus had just displayed, coupled with the fact that the other Ravenstein youths didn't object to his words, was enough for them to understand that Atticus was in total control. Atticus, of course, noticed some of their dissatisfaction. To them, it might have been subtle, but it was glaring to him. Even so, Atticus didn't care. He truly didn't care about their feelings. Atticus wasn't heroic. He wasn't here to make friends and pretend to be nice to everyone, especially to the youths gathered in front of him. It was hypocrisy at the highest level. Why had they joined his division in the first place? They knew nothing about him. He didn't ask them to join, so why did they all join? Simple. Because of his strength. They all wanted to benefit from being under him because he was the second rank. They were all basically leeches. They joined to use him, so why were they whining like little kids because he simply stated the complete truth? Just as Atticus was about to continue speaking, his keen hearing suddenly picked up the sound of stifled laughter. Atticus didn't have to turn to know who the person was. He immediately recognized her because he had heard it constantly for the past 5 years. Turning his gaze to the side, Atticus saw the form of Aurora, who had one hand covering her mouth, trying her hardest to stop herself from bursting out into laughter. Aurora was truly struggling not to laugh. If not for the seriousness of the situation, she would have already given in and started laughing. What did she just hear? I am the strongest, Aurora thought in her head, trying to mimic Atticus's voice. It was taking cringe to the highest level. What made it even worse was Atticus's serious face during the speech. Aurora's face turned red as a tomato as she tried to stop herself from laughing. Looking at Aurora, Atticus's mouth twitched. This girl, with a glance, he could immediately understand what was going through her head. Atticus swiftly concentrated on the earth element, and in an instant, the ground beneath Aurora surged upward, wrapping around her form. Before she could react, the earth enveloped her, pulling her into the ground. Her voice echoed, Atticus, you bast, as the earth swiftly closed, swallowing her words along with her. The rest of the Ravenstein youths chuckled a little bit, seeing both of them at it again. Atticus subtly cleared his throat, redirecting his gaze to the other youths, as if he hadn't just buried a human being. Good. I see there are no objections. Atticus's voice resonated once again, reaching every youth on the platform. Now, he muttered, his eyes fixed on the youths. With his perception operating at full speed, he meticulously scanned and assessed each individual on the platform. His speed was so rapid that his eyes moved at a blur every few milliseconds. Atticus had always relied on his vision as his dominant sense, complementing it with his heightened perception. Even after 5 years of training, his vision remained superior to his other senses. With how high his perception had grown, scanning 1,000 youths in 10 seconds was completely feasible. After scanning each of them, Atticus came to one conclusion in his head: weak. They were all weak. I guess this is to be expected, Atticus pondered. He had honestly expected this when he saw how quickly they had all joined his division. Considering the small number of tiered families in the human domain, the number of their youths joining the academy this year wasn't even up to 1,000. Given the natural talents of these youths, it was clear that they would each rank within the 1,000th rank. Adding to the fact that the first years didn't even witness Atticus's prowess when he was battling with Kale during the test, with how fast each of the youths gathered had joined Atticus's division, it was clear that many of them didn't even give it much thought before they joined. They only wanted to stay under a powerful leader. There was only one group of individuals who would do that: weaklings. Atticus couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment seeing how weak they each were. The majority of them were still at the intermediate rank. With only some of them being at the intermediate rank. Atticus truly couldn't fathom how he had ended up with a bunch of useless subordinates. What bad luck. To think they even had the guts to be dissatisfied when they were this weak, Atticus pondered, his irritation palpable. Then, he shook his head, clearing it of useless thoughts. There's nothing I can do about it now. They are all already under me. He continued, now, I want you all to separate into 2 groups. Step to the right if your specialty is focused on long-range attacks and left if it's close combat, Atticus instructed. Even though many of the youths were dissatisfied with Atticus's earlier words, none still had the guts to disobey him. They all swiftly listened, and in under a few seconds, they formed 2 groups on the earthen platform. Atticus nodded seeing this. From the youths, about 20% of them focused on long-range attacks, with the rest being close combat oriented. Atticus lowered the earth he was on, landing on the ground. Lucas, Nate and the rest of the Ravenstein youths all walked toward him. What's the plan? Lucas asked while looking at Atticus. He had also more or less come to the same conclusions as Atticus, with this situation being a test and all. Honestly, fighting had never been Lucas's forte, even back at the Raven camp. He was more focused on rune engraving. During the attack on the camp, Lucas had learned a very valuable lesson back then. It was a lesson that had helped him during the academy test: always be armed and prepared. At the Raven camp, he had always kept his runes inside his space storage, but after that event when he had been unable to access them, Lucas started keeping most of them, especially the ones he would need to protect himself, on himself. Nate confidently thumped his chest. Don't worry, with me around, these beasts won't stand a chance, he declared. Following his words was a subtle click of the tongue. Nate turned to see Eric, who was looking at him as if he were an idiot. What, Eric? You wanna go? Nate said, challenging Eric, to which Eric simply averted his gaze, completely ignoring Nate. Atticus gazed at Nate and Eric, subtly shaking his head. With the way they were all acting, one would never know that a tsunami of vicious monsters was currently closing in on them from all directions. But this was not really surprising. The Ravenstein youths, especially the ones that experienced the attack on the Raven camp, had all gone through a lot back then. All the deaths and blood they had all witnessed that day had steeled their mindset. This situation was even easier, as all of them knew that their lives weren't really in danger. Seems like they've gotten close together, Atticus noted. Back at the camp, Nate and Eric had been like oil and water, especially after Nate had been defeated by Eric during the combat challenges. Many years had passed since then, it was expected that they would at least get this close. Looking at the both of them, Atticus wasn't completely sure who would win in a fight. They both were at the advanced rank, with Nate awakening the earth element and Eric the expected darkness element. But looking at it from a logical perspective, Atticus would still lean toward Eric. Atticus removed his gaze away from the duo and answered Lucas's inquiry. We'll be defending against them from this elevated vantage point, he explained. Lucas nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing it from Atticus, he too believed that it was the best option given the circumstances and the sheer scale of the monster wave heading towards them. Fighting them in open grounds was completely suicidal, and many would instantly get wiped out. Without saying any other thing, Atticus started walking towards the north side of the platform. He had thought about how he wanted to deal with this monster wave. Honestly, there was a very easy way he could deal with this situation. Atticus could simply stay up on the platform, and if any monster got closer to the earthen platform, he could simply control the earth, sending out earthen spikes and keep on doing this, gradually reducing their numbers. But Atticus decided not to take that approach. Why? Because if he did that, he would basically be the only one doing everything. And that was not what a leader does. They lead, not handle everything on their own. Also, Atticus felt like doing that wouldn't give a good grade, that was if they were truly being tested. They were sure to grade him based on his performance of his given role, it was simply the obvious choice. There was only one way to fight an army of monsters of this size, and that was by whittling their numbers gradually until they were all gone. Navigating to the northern edge of the elevated platform, Atticus shifted his focus to the earth element. With a single command, he manipulated the ground beneath and around the 50-foot high structure. The ground, responsive to his will, shifted and melded beneath and around the 50-foot high structure. Earth elements seamlessly came together, coalescing into a steep and slanted hill, 50 meters in width, steep and slanted, rising from the ground to the summit of the platform. A satisfied nod escaped Atticus as he observed the creation of the earthwork. Swiftly, before anyone could register his next move, he propelled himself into the air, descending gracefully to the bottom of the elevated platform. Atticus moved about 20 meters away from the platform. And with thought, he erected a few hundred sharp spikes that gutted from the earth facing the direction of the approaching monsters all around the earthen platform. Closing the distance to the platform, Atticus once again honed in on the earth element. His form blurred with speed as he circled the platform, crafting a trench 20 meters wide and 40 meters deep around its perimeter. Atticus finished his creation by adding sharp earthen spikes at the bottom of the trench. His speed and control over the earth element were so great that Atticus hadn't even taken up to 20 seconds to do all this. Moving closer to the platform, Atticus also created multiple more obstacles around the platform and on the hill. He also added a mudslide barrage at the top of the hill, creating a muddy terrain that would destabilize the approaching monsters' footing as they climb the hill. Standing at the top of the hill, Atticus formed huge boulders and rocks, stacking them close together at the top. He also created a large raised platform at the top, enough space to fit 200+ youths. After creating obstacles all around the area and on the hill, Atticus nodded approvingly, gazing at his handiwork. It looked like a fortress now. The whole platform was surrounded by deadly obstacles, and Atticus focused more of these obstacles on the side the hill was on. This hill was where they would each fight and gradually reduce the numbers of the beast. Atticus couldn't call himself an expert in warfare. This was basically his first warlike battle. But he had read many books on wars back at the Ravenstein estate. Plus, unlike those wars back on Earth, they had elemental powers here. Coming up with all these deadly obstacles was easy, it simply requires just a little bit of imagination. Feeling satisfied with his work, Atticus turned his gaze back to see the surprised faces of some of the youths. Nate couldn't help but gaze at Atticus as though looking at another species entirely. Nate had only one element, earth. And yet he couldn't even come close to controlling the earth as easily as Atticus had done it. And what was even mind-boggling was the fact that he knew Atticus had multiple elements. I really need to stop being surprised by his feats. He's a monster, just accept that, Nate thought while subtly shaking his head. Atticus ignored the surprised gazes of the youths and suddenly turned his gaze toward the figure of an aloof girl who hadn't said anything since. Arya, I need you to take charge of the Rangers, can you do it? During the past years, Arya hadn't changed much. Her personality was still a mystery to many as she hardly talked to anyone. Her appearance remained unchanged, still spotting her emotionless expression. Arya seemed to think for a few seconds before eventually nodding. Then, without wasting any more time, Atticus manipulated the earth underneath Arya and the 200+ other youths who claimed to be Long Rangers to the top of the elevated platform he had erected. Atticus, without a word, also controlled the earth under the 800+ youths, moving them away from their initial positions to the front of the hill. Atticus then turned to look at the Ravenstein youths, giving them a nod. They all nodded back, understanding their roles, and started walking toward the front of where the other youths were lined up. They each stood at the front lines confidently, looking down at the hill, anticipating the impending battle. Many of the youths who were already trembling slightly seemed to calm down as they saw the Ravenstein youths standing in front of them. It calmed many of them down seeing that Atticus wasn't planning on using them as cannon fodder at the front lines. This was what most of them had expected when Atticus had declared he was the strongest. Atticus nodded, seeing that everything was in place. He suddenly remembered a certain red-eyed girl and then, focusing on the earth element, Atticus manipulated the earth and a figure suddenly emerged from the earth along with a burst of steam. Aurora's form was emitting steam as she locked her piercing red eyes on Atticus. Aurora, now's not the time for this. They're almost here, Atticus said, trying hard to stop himself from laughing while looking at Aurora. Her whole body was covered in dirt, her white hair completely messy. Aurora clenched her fist hard, the hot steam emanating from her body intensifying. This bastard. She thought inwardly. He knew it wasn't time for playing, and he had still buried her. And now he's saying that it isn't the time. Aurora could have blasted her way out of the earth, but she might destroy the platform where everyone was on, that was why she hadn't acted. Aurora took in a deep breath, exhaling a second later. Then she took in another and another, trying to calm herself down. Then she stood up calmly, cleaning her body covered in dirt with her hands. Atticus gazed at her with a teasing smile. Are you angry? He asked, causing Aurora's form to freeze. She clenched her fist harder, the steam that had stopped emanating from her form before intensifying once again. Aurora took a deep shuddering breath, trying to stop herself from blasting Atticus to oblivion. Now wasn't the time. I need to vent, Aurora thought as she started walking toward the hill, the youths all immediately parting the way for her. Her form was basically emitting steam. It looked like she could erupt at any time. Aurora stood at the front lines in front of the Ravenstein youths who had all subtly inched away from her. Every one of them knew that Aurora was second only to Atticus in both strength and authority. Plus, everyone could see how angry she currently was. None wanted to get caught up in the aftermath of the venting that was about to take place. Atticus chuckled a bit while looking at Aurora. Seeing everything was in place, Atticus' expression suddenly turned serious as though all his playful attitude earlier had been a facade. Shifting his concentration to the air element, Atticus felt the invisible currents envelop him, becoming a gentle force that lifted him effortlessly into the sky. Atticus had been able to use his air element to fly ever since he had leveled up his bloodline, but he had always preferred to use fire because of the burst of speed it granted him. Atticus had many reasons for fighting on this earthen platform, and one of them was that he had absolute control over this platform. As Atticus ascended higher into the air, he surveyed the expansive battlefield below, witnessing the approaching swarm of monsters converging from all directions. They had gotten close, less than 1 minute away. The ground quaked intensively as the horde of monsters drew nearer. The intense tremors echoed through the ground, reaching the summit of the hill where every youth stood with weapons at the ready. Each of them gripped their swords tighter, their hands sweaty and trembling, anticipation etched on their faces for the impending clash. Then, on the horizon, they each saw it. Wolf-like beasts, their fur as black as the night, eyes glowing a malevolent red, and teeth gleaming with a deadly sharpness. Each individual creature stood no taller than an average dog, yet the sheer number of the approaching horde was enough to make teddy bears look scary. The trembling of the youths intensified even more as they witnessed the ferocious forms of the approaching creatures, a shiver running down their spines. Atticus, who was currently in the air, heaved a small sigh of relief seeing the approaching beasts. Due to the distance, Atticus hadn't been able to tell the ranks of the beasts, but now that they were closer, from a glance, Atticus could see that they were mostly intermediate rank, with only a few being intermediate rank. If this was their strength, then they could manage somehow. Atticus also turned his gaze around the expanse, seeing them approaching from all sides of the platform. The earth trembled violently as the horde rapidly advanced. Then, the first line of beasts crashed into the earthen spikes Atticus had erected, impaling their forms and splattering blood and gore everywhere. However, this did little to halt the relentless onslaught of thousands of monsters. The earthen spikes were soon overwhelmed as the creatures broke through. Next in line was the earthen trench. Hundreds of monsters tumbled into the trench, their bodies brutally impaled by the earth spikes below. The youths at the top couldn't help but smile at the sight of the beast meeting their demise so easily. The trench Atticus had made had been massive. If this continues, they could kill thousands of beasts without having to do anything. But then, as if suddenly gaining functioning brains, the youths watched in horror as the beasts started coalescing in front of the trench. More creatures joined, forming a living, grotesque ladder. When they reached a sufficient height, they fell over, creating a gruesome bridge with the higher end landing on the other side of the trench. Using the bodies of their brethren as a gruesome stepping stone, each of the vicious monsters continued their relentless advance towards the platform. Atticus's strategic obstacles, though seemingly small, played a crucial role in slowing down the horde's momentum, forcing them to ascend the platform more slowly. Soon enough, they all got to the platform and began their ascent. Atticus had intentionally made the hill a few meters wide. Each of the monsters struggled to fit as they tried to climb the hill at the same time. Viewed from above, the scene was nothing short of devastating. It resembled a nightmarish swarm of black ants converging on the platform, coalescing at the entrance of the narrow hill and ascending with alarming speed. Many of the beasts triggered the extra traps Atticus had set, with many losing their balance, falling and creating a small avalanche. Yet, it did little to deter the relentless advance of the horde. And soon enough, their rapid advance got them closer and closer to the top. Just as they got 50 meters away from the top, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. Fire! In response to the resounding order, the elevated platform transformed into a symphony of attacks. Each youth, armed and ready, unleashed a relentless barrage against the approaching threat. Arya's hands moved in a blur as she released a flurry of arrows with unparalleled speed. Her speed was incomparable to when she had fought Lucas back at the Raven camp. Each swift draw of her bowstring sent forth 5 arrows simultaneously, finding their deadly marks with unerring precision, piercing the foreheads of the oncoming beasts. Atticus observed the orchestrated chaos unfold as all the other youths added their own lethal contributions. Various projectiles filled the air, with some of them even going as far as throwing stones. His eyes couldn't help but move towards some of the youths who were apparently using their bloodlines to attack. Bloodlines were not something that most in the human domain had. It was only more prominent in the tiered family, but that didn't mean that other people from ordinary families don't have it too. The attacks, both mundane and bloodline powered, found their targets, momentarily halting the relentless advance of the monstrous horde. However, given the overwhelming size and scale of the incoming beasts, the combined efforts of just 200 youths were not enough to fully hold them back. In a matter of moments, some of the relentless beasts broke free from the barrage and charged rapidly towards the line of youths standing just a few meters away. The sight of the oncoming monsters intensified the trembling among the youths, their weapons shaking in their hands. The only thing keeping them from fleeing was the white-haired youth standing confidently at the forefront. Nate, wearing a confident grin, unsheathed his broadsword and held it in front of him. The rest of the Ravenstein youths mirrored his actions, brandishing their weapons and preparing for the imminent clash. At the forefront, Aurora, her form still emitting hot steam, gazed down at the approaching beasts with piercing red eyes. Equipping her gauntlets, there was not a hint of nervousness on her, only a profound anger. In her eyes, the oncoming beasts were nothing more than vessels for her to vent her frustrations. When the creatures were about 30 meters away, Aurora bumped her 2 fists in the air. In an instant response, her entire form became a living inferno, flames erupting and charring the ground within a 5-meter radius. Witnessing this display of fiery might, the rest of the Ravenstein youths wisely shifted further away, giving her the space needed for her impending assault. Without uttering a word, Aurora soared through the atmosphere, leaving a fiery trail in her wake. Closing the gap between herself and the approaching beasts with astonishing speed, she drew back her right hand, gathering fire around her fist with a menacing glow. Aurora's fist shot forward like a comet, unleashing a devastating punch. Fire extended from her hand, tearing through the oncoming beasts in a spectacular display. A wave of flames cascaded through their ranks, leaving nothing but incinerated remnants in its wake. Despite her formidable display, the sheer number of monsters overwhelmed the space. The creatures surrounded Aurora, their watery mouths inching closer to her form. Undeterred, Aurora's eyes blazed with intensified determination as the fire enveloping her surged twofold. With her right hand raised high, she brought it down with a forceful punch. Waves of fire radiated outward, engulfing all the beasts within a 20-meter radius in a furious storm. Alone, she stood as a blazing guardian, holding the right side against the monstrous onslaught with unwavering resolve. Nate commanded the earth to wrap around him, forming an armor made of earth that encased his entire body. With his broadsword firmly in his grasp, Nate shot towards the approaching beasts. His broadsword cleaved through the air in a devastating swing, cutting through the forms of the creatures with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed in a macabre dance as the creatures crumpled in the wake of his relentless assault. Taking a colossal step forward, Nate unleashed earthen spikes that erupted from the ground like deadly stalagmites. The spikes impaled the charging beasts, the air echoing with the cries of the creatures and the squelching sounds of their demise. Meanwhile, Eric, utilizing the element of darkness, seamlessly blended into the shadows cast by each approaching beast. Swiftly maneuvering through the swarm, Eric slit the throats of the creatures, each motion executed with instantaneous and deadly accuracy. The shadows seemed to embrace him, providing cover as he moved unseen, leaving a trail of silent demise in his wake. The other Ravenstein youths were equally determined not to be outdone. Lucas positioned himself at the back lines, his focus on imbuing mana into slates before hurling them into the heart of the approaching swarm. Each well-aimed throw sent the slates cutting through the air, finding their mark amidst the chaos. Upon impact, the slates instantaneously imploded, unleashing a cataclysmic force that sent blood and gore splattering in all directions. Contrary to his usual calm demeanor, Chubby unleashed a visceral display of raw power. A maniacal grin adorned his face as he released a barrage of punches, his arms enveloped in flames that danced with an infernal intensity. The fire incinerated the approaching monsters in a relentless onslaught, leaving behind a trail of ashes as the flames consumed all in their path. The remaining Ravenstein youths held the line, rapidly dispatching each monster with incredible speed. The youths at the back line all watched the Ravenstein youths' display of strength with open mouths. So this is the power of a Tier 1 family. Their surprise was to be expected, as none of them would have even expected their age mates to be so powerful. They all knew what they could do, and despite hearing from a young age that the tiered family youths were all powerful and more talented than them, seeing it in person was like a huge wake-up call to some of them. They would have never imagined that the gap in their strengths would be so glaring. Seeing the Ravenstein youths hold back the beasts alone effortlessly, the other youths started to gain slight courage as their grips on their swords tightened, anticipating the impending battle. Their turns came sooner than later as some of the beasts broke past the first line, their black forms dashing towards the youths. The black-furred beasts, with eyes ablaze in a vivid red, sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light, and drool dripping from their menacing maws, revealed their ferocious nature. Their movements were a blur of predatory grace, darting with an uncanny agility that belied their size towards the waiting youths. But unlike what Atticus had expected, with a battle cry, "Attack!" every one of them rushed, weapons blazing towards the beasts. Unfortunately, they were far from being able to fight like the Ravenstein youths. They couldn't handle one beast on their own and had to pair up to defeat each beast. Atticus gazed down at the brutal scene from the air. The entire platform had already been surrounded by the swarming creatures. Each of them was trying their hardest to climb the platform. Apart from the hill Atticus had created, all other sides of the platform were completely vertical and made sturdy and smooth enough so the monsters wouldn't be able to climb it. But with the sheer numbers of the creatures, it was enough to form large clusters of beasts which just kept getting taller and longer as though building a ladder. Any time they got halfway towards the top of the platform, Atticus would manipulate earthen spikes to form on the edges of the platform, impaling some of their forms and scattering the large clusters. Atticus turned his gaze back at the Ravenstein youths holding the front line, his thoughts churning. They can't keep doing this for long, he thought. The beasts were just too numerous. Despite the fact that the Ravenstein youths were killing them at a rapid rate, it did little to reduce their numbers. They were still coming in endlessly. Aurora, a blazing inferno in human form, became a tempest of fire as her entire being was ignited with an intense flame. In a mesmerizing display of elemental prowess, she unleashed a relentless barrage of punches that tore through the air at a frightening speed. Each fiery strike left a trail of incinerated beasts in its wake, turning the once menacing creatures into ashes that scattered in the hot, smoky breeze. The heat emanating from her intensified with every punch, creating a searing wall of destruction that halted any beast unfortunate enough to cross her path. The relentless assault left no room for hesitation or mercy. The creatures foolish enough to come within 5 meters of her were instantly reduced to cinders. She'll get tired fast at this rate, Atticus thought while gazing at Aurora. She was currently burning through a lot of energy to maintain that form. Even though she was rapidly killing the beast, the size of the horde was far too much. She would quickly get tired before she even gets through half of them. Looks like I'll have to join in soon, Atticus pondered. He had decided to simply observe because he wanted to see the whole battlefield from above to make sure he wasn't missing anything important. Plus, he had also wanted the rest of the youths to fight and kill some of the beasts. This should be enough to get me a good score, he thought. If truly they were being tested, Atticus believed that he had been able to organize his subordinates well enough. Even if he decided to go on a rampage now, it should not be a problem. Throughout his life on Eldoralf, Atticus had never really let go. And this was especially true during battles. Atticus was always instinctively holding back, trying to preserve his energy, always planning his next move. He had never really seen the need for it, it was basically battling like a mindless beast. But that was his logical side of his brain talking. Deep down, even if it was only once, Atticus wanted to let go. This was especially true for his elemental abilities. Aurora's blazing form covered in a fiery storm, Rowan's form covered in blinding lights, Magnus's form covered in crackling lightning. Just because Atticus had multiple elements didn't mean he couldn't employ his elements like this, he just hadn't seen a reason to yet. And looking down at this horde of beasts, Atticus found the perfect reason to let go. Looking at the swarm of monsters and the battle raging down below, many individuals would have called this scene chaotic, and truly it was, but the only thing Atticus could see was the perfect reason to let go. Atticus' form tore through the atmosphere, his figure hurtling through space. Unlike every other time, Atticus had always made sure to land gently on the ground any time he was falling from a high place, but this time around, his landing was anything but gentle. His form plummeted from the skies, crashing onto the center of the earthen hill like a meteor's impact. Boom! The earth quaked. Every single one of the youths who were initially engaged in battle almost lost their balance as the earthen platform trembled with uncontrolled intensity. Hundreds of beasts who were dashing up the hill to get to the top all lost their footing, tumbling and creating an avalanche of falling creatures. Every one of the youths stopped fighting as they all turned their gazes towards the white-haired boy standing in the middle of the hill. In an instant, and by simply landing, the entire chaotic battlefield was halted by one boy, Atticus Ravenstein. Before each of the youths had the chance to comprehend what had just happened, hundreds of beasts swiftly filled the void Atticus's impact had created, their razor-sharp teeth and fiery red-eyed forms lunging at Atticus, who stood unflinching, his cold gaze forward. The sheer sight of hundreds of rabid creatures converging from all directions would terrify most people, but Atticus wasn't an ordinary individual. Undaunted, Atticus took a casual step forward. It was a wordless command, but it was as though it were divined by the gods themselves. In an instant, the initially rock-hard earth seemed to ripple, radiating outwards like a celestial wave, and instantaneously hundreds of spikes gutted out, their forms cutting through the air in every direction. They brutally penetrated every single one of the beasts from every conceivable angle, reducing their once menacing forms to mere wisps of ephemeral nothingness. Without missing a beat, Atticus took another commanding step forward. The earth responded instantly as though it were an irrevocable decree. It flowed like an avalanche descending a mountain, covering the entire width of the hill. The beasts, initially darting upwards, were sent tumbling downwards in an earth-like avalanche. Atticus took another step forward, the earth instantly gutting out from underneath him, shooting his form up into the air heading towards the bottom of the hill where hundreds of beasts were conveniently clustered together. High above the air, Atticus's airborne form emitted wisps of steam as he began his descent towards the earth. Let go, Atticus muttered with a large exhale, and as if tuned into his thoughts, Atticus's figure instantaneously combusted in midair, a fiery storm enveloping him in a tumultuous dance of flames. Then, Atticus's form hit the earth. Boom. The aftermath was nothing short of cataclysmic. A storm of fire erupted from the point of impact, radiating outwards like a relentless tsunami of scorching fury. The entire area within 100 meters of Atticus was swallowed by the fiery tempest. There were no anguished cries from the beasts, no chance for escape, no futile struggle. Everything within 100 meters away from Atticus was instantly reduced to ashes, none having any chance to react. In the aftermath, Atticus stood as a solitary figure amidst the smoldering ruins, his entire form enveloped in a raging cloak of flames that danced with an otherworldly intensity. The once vibrant landscape within the 100-meter radius now lay charred and blackened, a haunting testament to the ferocity of the power he had unleashed. The air around him crackled with residual heat, and the eerie silence that followed underscored the sheer magnitude of devastation he had wrought. Gazing at the rabid beasts who were already filling up the void his fiery storm had made, their forms dashing towards him like an unstoppable force. His expression remained the same as he started walking slowly towards the approaching horde. Each deliberate step he took left flaming foot indentations on the earth beneath him. With a wordless command, the earth beneath Atticus responded with a mesmerizing dance, swirling around him in a synchronized choreography. Some parts clung to the back of his legs, others ascended through his torso, converging on the back of his hands. The earth coalesced on the back of his hands as they formed and molded into the shape of blades that traced from his elbows to his wrists, on both hands. Simultaneously, the back of his legs mirrored this transformation, earth-crafted blades taking shape and gracefully descending to his heels. As these earthen blades solidified, a portion of the flames enveloping Atticus's form responded in kind. They converged at the edges, their temperature spiking until the borders glowed with a whitish brilliance. And in an instant, the edges of the blade turned razor-sharp. Atticus issued another wordless command. And instantly, behind his form, hundreds of tiny flaming orbs flickered to life, their diminutive sizes exponentially expanding with each passing millisecond. In an instant, they reached colossal proportions, each fireball appearing on the brink of bursting with unbridled power, painting the sky in a vivid crimson hue. Throughout this spectacular display of power, Atticus's expression did not once change. Just as the relentless beasts got a few meters closer to Atticus, his form abruptly vanished, instantaneously appearing 100 meters away from his initial position. Time itself seemed to freeze as all of the monsters initially swarming towards Atticus stood frozen in place, with some suspended in midair. And then, without even so much as a sound, lines of fire materialized on every single inch of each forms of the beasts who were still frozen in place. The ensuing spectacle unfolded as if Atticus wielded an otherworldly scythe. And as though chopping onions, each form of the beast suddenly fragmented into uncountable pieces. As each of the forms of the beast fragmented into uncountable pieces, there was no blood spilled, no body parts dropped on the floor, each of their fragmented forms instantly combusted, transforming into ash that scattered in the air. More than 700 beasts killed with just a single movement. And then, as though waiting for that signal, the fireballs suspended in the air all shot at fast speeds towards different directions. Each found its mark with precision, triggering large explosions that reverberated through the earth. The result was an instantaneous implosion of hundreds of beasts, blasting them to oblivion. Immediately, Atticus's figure blurred as he blazed through the swarm of beasts, his whole form like a streak of fire tearing through the horde like a comet, leaving a swarm of ashes in his wake. In just a single second, more than 1,000 beasts met their demise. Damn. No one knew who uttered that word amongst themselves, but that single word seemed to encapsulate what every youth was feeling as they watched the carnage that was going on below. This bastard, Aurora muttered as she released a fiery punch that incinerated the remaining beasts on top of the hill. Her frustration manifested in her words as she addressed Atticus below. Stop trying to act cool, she yelled while looking at Atticus below. Then she immediately started dashing down the hill. Wait for me, Nate yelled as he also started running down the hill. Nate had already decided to take everything Atticus did at face value. The boy simply wasn't normal. He didn't bother getting surprised at what he just witnessed. The rest of the Ravenstein youths all also started running down the hill. They all knew Atticus very well. Now that he was participating in the battle, if they all wasted any time, despite the sheer size of the beast horde, it was still very possible that none of them would see any monsters left to kill. Atticus ignored Aurora's shout as his figure spun rapidly in the air, becoming an infernal blur. Each spin releasing multiple waves of fire that cleaved through the encroaching beast horde like a scythe through wheat. His whole form was completely covered in crimson flames, every movement sending a storm of fire that cut through the ranks of the beasts with lethal brutality. His figure was moving so fast that he moved 100 meters in each second, his figure streaking through the terrain around the earthen platform, mutilating the beasts at a frightening rate. Looking from above, one would see the crimson streak cutting through the ranks of a black horde moving at fast speed around the platform. Atticus's kill rate was so fast that no beast was able to get closer to the earthen platform anymore despite their overwhelming numbers. After a few seconds, the rest of the Ravenstein youths also reached the bottom of the hill. All of them seeing the completely charred landscape. Not wanting to be left behind, they all rushed to attack, joining in on the killing spree. The rest of the youths who had all remained on the platform all watched as the Ravenstein youth went on a rampage. Every single shred of reluctance or even the stupid plans to rebel that some of them had made were completely extinguished. All of them watching were sure, it was an instinctual feeling, that if Atticus had wanted, he could single-handedly kill every single one of them instantly and none of them would even be able to put on even a shred of a fight. And what's worse, even without Atticus, each of the Ravenstein youths were all monsters in their own right. They would have to be truly brainless to ever think of disobeying this family of monsters. The relentless slaughter continued for over an hour, many of the Ravenstein youth already feeling the strain from utilizing a lot of their power for such a long time. Then, a sudden loud and resounding howl pierced through the atmosphere, reaching the ears of everyone present. And as though it had been programmed into their very beings, every single one of the beasts suddenly froze, and without hesitation, they all turned back and started running away from the earthen platform towards the directions of the forest. Seeing this, most of the Ravenstein youths let out a sigh of relief and dropped to the floor, their chests rising and falling as exhaustion settled in. Atticus stood in the middle of devastation, his form a blazing inferno standing in the middle of charred grounds that stretched for hundreds of meters. But despite the sheer number of beasts Atticus had killed, there was not a single corpse in the area. Just the ashes of their remains. Atticus gazed coldly at the retreating forms of the beasts who were all heading towards the forest, his mind churning. What was that? Atticus pondered. He could feel the power in the loud howl that just sounded from the forest. It was very obvious, something powerful was inside the forest. So powerful that even he wasn't sure that he'd be able to handle it. It seems like they were all just minions, he deduced. From what he had seen, it was clear that the monsters were all being controlled by that powerful entity inside the forest. Just where did this people send us to, he thought. Atticus truly needed answers. They were all sent to this expanse without any explanation except for, consult your artifact, and suddenly had to survive a horde of beasts. And now, he just discovered that there was an overwhelmingly powerful entity in the forest who had apparently been controlling the beast horde that attacked them. All this happening on the first day. Just what kind of academy was this? But before Atticus could continue this line of thought, Atticus! A feminine yell resounded from behind. Atticus turned to see a blazing form of Aurora cutting through the air at a fast speed, heading directly towards him. As soon as Atticus heard the feminine sounds from behind, he released a large sigh, instantly turning his gaze behind him to see Aurora's blazing form cutting through the air, heading straight towards him. He extinguished the flames enveloping him. Despite the sheer intensity of the raging flames, Atticus's attire remained flawless. Atticus slightly shook his head. You asked for this. With a single thought, the earth surged from Aurora's rapidly advancing form, wrapping around her as it dragged her into the depths. Not Agai. Her speech abruptly ended, swallowed by the earth's embrace. But unlike before when Aurora had been forced to hold back when Atticus buried her at the platform, now there were no such restrictions. Instantly, a burst of fire erupted from below, destroying the earth as Aurora's figure emerged from the rubble. Her form was fully enveloped in raging flames, her fiery red eyes locked onto Atticus. You bitch! Aurora's voice thundered, her eyes flashing with fury as steam practically hissed from her ears. She blasted through the air towards Atticus, instantly closing the distance between them. Aurora, calm down, Atticus called out, trying to soothe her. His lips were folded as he tried to stop himself from laughing. But Aurora was having none of it. Closing the distance with astonishing swiftness, with her fist enveloped in seething flames, Aurora released a rain of punches upon Atticus, each one targeting a single part of his body, particularly his head. It was clear to all those watching that she truly wanted to blast his head into oblivion. But Atticus, with completely minimal movements, easily evaded each punch. His every movement was precise and fast as his figure blurred. How does she still have so much energy? Atticus pondered as he kept evading her relentless rain of punches. The Ravenstein youths were already starting to catch their breath and were looking at the duo while chuckling and slightly shaking their heads. Those two are like water and fire. I just simply can't understand how they're still so close together, Nate said to Lucas, who had approached from behind him. Don't let this fool you. Regardless of all these small bickerings, I have no doubt that they both care about each other greatly, Lucas responded to Nate's comment while gazing at the duo, specifically Atticus. During the years they had all spent together, Lucas felt like he had an accurate grasp of Atticus's character. Regardless of how he would like to say he understood Atticus completely, that was just not possible. People were beings that were constantly changing. Just because an individual was exhibiting a particular character at a particular moment doesn't mean he would do the same thing at another time. But even though it might not be 100%, Lucas was still able to observe two aspects of Atticus's personality that remained unchanging even after all the years that passed. And these were his undeniable love for those he considered family and his need to exact vengeance on all those who wronged him. But regardless, Lucas was only focused on the former aspect. I just have to find a way to get in, Lucas pondered. What's with the serious look? Lucas was snapped out of his thoughts by Nate's sudden question. He turned to see Nate staring at him with a raised eyebrow. Shit, I was staring too much. Lucas's initially serious expression immediately transformed into a smile. Nothing, he responded to Nate's question. Nate narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you sure you're okay? It seems as if that rune crafting thing you picked up is getting to you. Nate's gaze turned worried as he looked at Lucas. Both he and Lucas had grown up together after his father had suddenly brought Lucas from Lord knows where. They were practically brothers. Ever since Lucas had started rune engraving, he had been acting weirder and weirder with each passing day. Nate couldn't help but get a little worried. Lucas flashed Nate a confident smile. You don't need to be worried, I said I'm fine, he responded, placing his hand on Nate's shoulder. Okay, if you say so, although reluctant, Nate eventually agreed. Then they both turned their gazes back towards Atticus and Aurora, who were still going at it. Aurora's form was enveloped in raging flames as she kept releasing searing, fire-imbued punches, trying to hit Atticus. Stay still, Aurora yelled after failing to hit him countless times. This scenario continued for a couple of minutes in which Aurora suddenly ran out of energy, her flames extinguished as her form fell to the ground. She immediately started letting out large exhales and inhales as exhaustion finally kicked in. Atticus chuckled while watching her. You didn't land a single hit, and yet you're still so tired. I see some things haven't changed. Atticus said as he got down and sat on the earth close to her. Shut up, Huff, I just haven't gotten serious yet, Aurora responded through her exhausted huffs, her words immediately making Atticus burst into laughter, his laughter resounding in the now quiet expanse, shocking many of the youths who heard it. Of course, the Ravenstein youths who were already used to his behavior weren't surprised by it, it was the other youths who were utterly shocked. The monster could laugh. None of them would have ever expected that this monster could actually laugh. The carnage that Atticus had just shown them was still very vivid in their memory. It was just very hard to place the one who had caused the massacre and the one who was currently laughing as the same person. Bitch, Aurora said with the little strength she had left, not having the strength to do anything more. After a few moments of Atticus laughing, Lucas, Nate, and the other Ravenstein youths all approached where Atticus and Aurora were seated. So what's next? Lucas asked as they all stood surrounding Atticus, waiting for his next words. Atticus's initially smiling face turned serious. Next, we find out just what the hell is going on. Back inside the academy control room, a small number of people had already gathered behind Harrison and Isabella. There were 6 in number, and all had distinguished appearances. These were all important instructors of the academy. Despite the overwhelming number of students in the academy, the staff and instructors were completely scarce. They were all very few in number. Each year only had a few instructors, with each of them teaching the youths their area of specializations, and all of the figures currently standing behind Harrison were the instructors for just the first-year students, all of them exuding master rank aura. They had all come to the control room to watch how the first years would deal with their first hurdle. But amongst them, the few who had watched the battle between two particular monsters had only came here to watch them. Each and every one of them gazed at two out of the numerous screens adorned on the wall with astonishment. On one screen, a behemoth was displayed. His whole form was entirely enveloped in a deep shade of crimson liquid, and in his hands was a broadsword whose form was also bathed in the same crimson liquid. 8 gleaming swords were moving in perpetual motion around him. Around him lay the life forms of hundreds of beast carcasses, their red blood and guts bathing the landscape with a crimson hue. Kale Stormrider. And on the next screen showed a group of white-haired youths currently gathered, awaiting the words of a boy with piercing blue eyes, Atticus Ravenstein. Each of them couldn't help but be surprised while looking at the screen. Just what did they just watch? Were they really 15-year-olds? A man with vibrant orange hair, and a radiant gem embedded on his forehead, a telltale sign of the Stellaris family, suddenly spoke, Vice Principal. Those two are obviously demons in human skin. Are you sure we should be putting them in the same place as the others? His voice was loud, booming even. But everyone in the room was already used to this. He wasn't even trying to do it intentionally, it was simply how he spoke, a curt legacy of the genes of the Stellaris family. While it might come as a surprise to many that Tier 1 family members were allowed to be instructors in the academy where different youths from other families were taught, this was because only the best of the best could teach in the academy. And the tiered families were simply the best at producing them. In fact, more than 90% of the instructors in the academy all came from the tiered family, with more coming from the Tier 1s. But unlike at the Raven camp where the Ravenstein family was somehow lenient on their staff because they were all from the same family, the academy would do no such thing. Allowing individuals from a tiered family to get closer to the heirs of other families, even if they were the best of the best, without proper and foolproof precautions, was foolish and nothing more than a recipe for disaster. Apart from the strict mana contract, even stricter than what the Ravenstein family gave to their staff, each instructor, including even Harrison, was wearing the same artifact that each of the first years were all given. All the artifacts were seamlessly integrated into a system 1,000 times more advanced than the Ravensteins. As long as a student was inside the academy grounds, any attempts made on their lives would instantly teleport them away from the location. Hearing him, the other instructors also couldn't help but agree with him. It was basically putting lions in a den of sheep. Harrison, without turning his gaze away from the screen, responded, "They all entered the academy at the same time. They are all first years. There would be no special treatment regardless of any reason," he declared. The instructors all decided to keep silent after Harrison's declaration. Despite some of them being from Tier 1 families, in the academy, Harrison's words were only second to Eric. After seeing what they all came here to watch, Atticus and Kale, then they all turned and started heading outside the building. Eventually, after a while, only Harrison and Isabella remained behind. Isabella turned to Harrison, "Dad, Vice Principal. He was right. Wouldn't it be better to train them separately from the rest of the youth?" She inquired, agreeing with what was said earlier. Those two were simply far too stronger than their peers to face any sign of challenge. It would be best to pit them against each other. Their rivalry would make them strive to grow stronger, she reasoned. Isabella feared that with how strong they were compared to the others, because there was no one actively challenging them to grow stronger, they could both slack off and get lazy. "We will do no such thing," Harrison responded. He could understand what was going through his daughter's head. "Everything is a process, Isabella. Tell me, would those two be as powerful as they are now if their resolve to get stronger was that weak? Regardless of how much talent you believe they have, they are both this strong at such a young age because of one thing, hard work," Harrison added. It was very easy for him to tell the difference between strength gained by talent and one gained by hard work. And looking at those two, Harrison could see it. The amount of blood and sweat they had shed training to reach their current level was palpable. Harrison took his eyes away from Atticus and Kale's screen, his gaze immediately landing on the screen displaying the live footage of a strikingly beautiful purple-haired youth. She was seated nonchalantly on top of a colossal dragon. In every other second, Without a word, the dragon would zoom downwards, its maw immediately turning a crimson hue as she unleashed a storm of fire engulfing the whole beasts, their forms reduced to nothing more than ash. Seeing all of the Ravenstein youths gathered around him, Atticus stood up from the ground and spoke, "I think it's about time we find out just what the hell is happening." Atticus said, and the rest of the youths couldn't help but agree with him, all nodding in agreement. And as if reading his mind, Atticus and the rest of the Ravenstein youth all raised their hands, clicking on their artifacts. Atticus immediately saw a holographic interface materializing in front of his face. Gazing at the interface, Atticus was a little surprised. Unlike the other 2 times that he had used his artifact, this was the first time Atticus was seeing some of the categories. On the top left corner of the display, Atticus's eyes landed on one of the new categories that had just appeared, Academy Curriculum. Out of everything on the display, Atticus was sure that this was where he could get his answers. Focusing on it, the icon expanded, changing the display. == Academy Curriculum. ## First Year. Overview. Leadership. Shop. == Gazing at the new display, Atticus's eyes swiftly landed on the overview at the top, instantly focusing on it. == Overview. Congratulations, Atticus Ravenstein, on finishing the test and joining the Academy. You are currently in the first year of the Academy, and as first years, your instructions are as follows. As first years, after taking the entrance test, every one of you is required to either create or join a division. Only those who ranked among the top 1,000 out of all the youths who participated in the test, the top 1,000, would be selected and allowed to create a division consisting of at most 1,200 youths. Each division would be sent to different regions inside the academy where they would be tasked to manage and survive for the entire duration on the year. Current objectives. Create an organized group. Protect your territory from outside forces for 1 month. Reward. **** 20,000 DP upon completion. Completed objectives. Survive and repel the monster horde. Reward. **** 10,000 DP upon completion. Completed. Note. More objectives would be issued to the division in the foreseeable future. Stay tuned. Welcome to the Academy, Atticus Ravenstein. We wish you good luck. Atticus gazed at the overview message displaying a summary of what the first years were required to do. It was brief and straight to the point. I see, Atticus thought. This isn't just another test, we've basically started the session, Atticus deduced. Initially, Atticus had believed that the attack of the beast horde had been a test upon which they would all be graded, but from what he just read from the text, it was clear that it wasn't and they had already started the academy session. And everything that just happened was simply part of a normal day in the academy, not a test. But one couldn't really blame Atticus for coming to that conclusion initially. He had just finished an abrupt test and was suddenly transported with 1,000 youths to the middle of nowhere, instantly getting attacked by a horde. Just who would believe that this was all part of the first-year curriculum? Atticus muttered, his eyes gravitating down to the current objectives displayed below. The objectives were easy to understand but far too broad, especially the first one. They did say the academy was just a preparation for the military, Atticus pondered. From the little information he had gathered before coming to the academy, Atticus was able to discover that the academy's aim was to prepare the youths before they were sent to the military. In essence, turning them into warriors. Organized group. A military group. An organized group could be anything. And Atticus felt like the fact that they didn't specify what group they were supposed to form meant that they were basically giving them free rein over everything. But noting the fact that the academy was just a buffer for the military, Atticus decided that whatever group he would form should not be that far away from a military group. Atticus turned his gaze around the area and saw the Ravenstein youths were all looking at their artifacts in slight confusion. He turned his gaze back, his eyes focusing on the reward that he had gotten after completing the first objective. DP. Are they like Raven points back at the camp? He pondered. Atticus felt certain that this was the most plausible explanation, his thoughts shifting to the shop category he had seen when he clicked on the first-year curriculum. He initially wondered how they would even receive whatever package or resources they bought, but Atticus killed that thought. Remembering how millions of youths were teleported thrice in one day without them even being able to react, delivering a few packages seemed very subpar in comparison. Reading the overview a few times more to make sure he didn't miss anything, an action done in less than a second, Atticus then navigated out of this section and moved to the next, the leadership section. Instantly focusing on it, this display once again changed. ### leadership. Congratulations, Atticus. For your spectacular performance during the test, you have been selected amongst the 1,000 youths given the responsibility of creating and leading a division. The leadership role is as follows. As a leader of a division, you are responsible for everything and everyone in your division. The important decisions of the division would be left solely to you, the leader, to make. As a leader, you would both be rewarded for every win, accomplishment your division makes and be punished for every failure or setback. ### penalties. Every time a member of your division dies, gets shielded due to an attack that threatened their lives, the said member and you, the leader, get penalized by reduction of academy points, 10% of the total for said member and 1% for the leader. Any losses the division makes in future battles or failure to meet the objectives would affect both the division as a whole and the leader at the same time, resulting in both a reduction of the division points of the division and academy points of the leader. ### benefits. Access to special leaders' discounts in the shop. About 3% part of the points from the kills any one of the division members makes would be given to the leader. The leader would be rewarded separately after each win or completion of an objective. Note: both the rewards and penalties listed above can be subjected to change in the foreseeable future. All leaders would be appropriately informed about any change. Asterisk. Looking at the leader section, Atticus's thoughts couldn't help but race once again. The benefits were very enticing, but he couldn't help but be wary about the penalties. It was far too much. 1% of the total points if any member dies. There were more than 1,000 youths under him. What if all of them died? Wouldn't he become completely bankrupt then? What the hell is this? Atticus thought. After a few moments of ranting, Atticus's thoughts took on a more contemplative turn. They're tying the leaders down with the division members, making sure one can't do without the other, Atticus deduced. It was clear what the academy's aim was. They were trying to prepare them for the military. It wasn't surprising that they wanted each youth to experience what it was like to lead and follow orders earlier on. And honestly, after thinking for a bit, the reason why the penalty for death was so high was clear. Unlike here in the academy where they all had the help of the artifact to prevent actual death, in real battles, the deaths were real. It was honestly a wise idea to introduce this concept earlier on. Many of the leaders would be completely wary when giving orders to their division members. Simply losing 100 members is enough to bankrupt each of the leaders. It was a no-brainer that they would all instinctively pay special attention to their members' lives during battles. Getting each of them used to this concept earlier on, many of the youths, when it comes to the time to lead in real battle, would all instinctively care about the lives of their subordinates. It was a good feature, really. After a few moments of pondering, Atticus decided to check out the last category, the shop. Swiftly navigating to it, another display materialized in front of his face. ### shop. Explanation of DP and AP. Division shop. Academy shop. ===. Gazing at each category, Atticus decided to learn about the points first. Focusing on it, the display changed. ===. Explanation of DP and AP. DP, division points, ***. This is the currency used to purchase resources for the division as a whole. It can only be utilized in the division shop category and can be obtained only by completing the given objectives. AP, academy points, ***. These is the general currency of the academy. Each student with enough points can purchase anything from the academy's shop. AP can be obtained by killing beasts and defeating other students during battles. Current points. AP, ***, 40,000 PTS. DP, ***, 10,000 PTS plus 50,000 PTS, reward for achieving the second rank. Note: only the leader of a division can see the division objectives and the received DP after the mission has been completed. The use of division points is entirely left to the leader's discretion. Looking at the explanation, Atticus nodded. There was no need for wasting time in this section, it was easy to understand. His gaze landed on his currently accumulated points. Seems like that rampage was well worth it, he thought. Given the sheer number of beasts Atticus had killed, this many points were expected. Atticus navigated away from this section and checked the other two categories, the Academy shop and the Division shop. They were both exactly as expected, with the Academy shop having arts, potions, runes, weapons, and miscellaneous categories. Seeing the last category, Atticus could immediately understand what was contained in it. Given the fact that they were each sent to the middle of nowhere, without any heads up or given the chance to prepare, it was obvious many would need basic necessities. And seeing how the whole expanse was as flat and plain without any buildings in sight, it was clear that they would all have to build their own homes. They were going to live here for the duration of the year anyways. The division shops also were about what Atticus had expected. Having different categories, buildings, defense, and attack. They were all exactly as their names implied. After looking through everything, Atticus decided that there was nothing else new he could learn, and then he closed his artifact, turning his gaze towards the Ravenstein youths. They had all checked their devices too and had all gotten an accurate understanding of the current situation. How on earth is this an academy? We're basically fighting a war. As soon as Nate finished getting the information from his device, he remarked. Hearing him, most of them couldn't help but agree with him. This was truly one weird academy. You're right, but there's nothing we can do about it now but plan our next move, Lucas spoke up. Atticus nodded at Lucas's words. He had always liked smart people. Although he wasn't 100% sure, Atticus was certain that apart from him, none currently present could match Lucas's intelligence. He was subtly glad to have Lucas in his division. At least he won't be the one doing all the thinking. We should plan our next line of action. Let's gather the rest, Atticus suddenly spoke up, causing the rest of the youths to nod. Aurora also stood up, albeit with a lot of effort. Just as they all wanted to start heading towards the other youths, a colossal and intense rumbling erupted, shaking the entire expanse. The ground quivered beneath their feet, and every one of the youths struggled to maintain their balance. Not again, Atticus thought as he quickly held Aurora's tired form, supporting and stopping her from falling. And then, before any of the youths could react, about 200 meters away from the youths, a colossal black spire burst forth from the earth, surging upwards with a relentless determination as though it sought to pierce the very heavens. It continued its ascent, reaching an astonishing height of 100 feet. All eyes turned towards the heart of the expanse, witnessing the ominous spectacle unfold. And then suddenly, the massive black spire, now standing tall, unleashed a blinding blue light that engulfed the entire expanse. Just as the massive black spire unleashed a blinding blue light that engulfed the entire expanse, Atticus's form immediately tensed. He was able to react faster than everyone. Putting his hand on his katana hilt, he got completely alert and ready to respond to anything that might be coming. Won't these guys let us rest? It's just the first day. Nate suddenly exclaimed while bringing out his broadsword. Everyone let out low grunts, all of them voicing their dissatisfaction. They were all truly tired and exhausted, having gone through a lot in just one day. But even then, all the youths in the expanse all got tensed and battle ready for anything that might pop up. Although many were exhausted, they were all still ready to put on a fight. But after waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. Atticus thought as he scanned around the expanse checking to see if they had missed something. But even after scanning for a few seconds, nothing popped up. The blinding lights simply receded as though it was never there in the first place. And then, all around the expanse round metallic pillars gutted out of the earth, each about 90 meters away from each other. They were all close to the forest, a few hundred meters away. They were all just a few meters tall, about as tall as a tall fence. Atticus gazed at the pillars, his mind churning. Truthfully, there was no need to think so much. It was obvious that those pillars served as some kind of boundary. We're supposed to manage and protect our territory. So I guess that's as far as the territory goes. Thinking for a little bit, and seeing that nothing else was happening, Atticus decided to go check out the giant black spire in the middle of the expanse. He started walking towards the middle of the expanse, followed by the rest of the Ravenstein youths. After a few minutes, they all stood in front of the imposing black spire. The ground 50 meters surrounding the spire had changed to the same hard and metallic material the spire was made out of. As Atticus approached the spire, he suddenly remembered one feature he had seen amongst the new ones that appeared when he was looking for information earlier. Clicking his artifact, he navigated to the Knowledge Oracle section. And a prompt swiftly appeared asking him to ask his question. What is this black pillar in front of me? Atticus asked. Aurora, Lucas, and Nate, who were all close to him, turned to face him as they all suddenly heard him talking. How are we supposed to know? We're literally all seeing it for the first time together, Aurora said while looking at Atticus as though questioning his sanity. Atticus's mouth twitched. But wasn't her fault that she didn't know he was using his artifact. Only the user could see the holographic interface that appeared in front of them. Atticus had noticed it when they were all using their devices a few minutes ago. He wasn't able to see the display of the other Ravenstein youths. I wasn't asking you, dumbass. It seems you're too dumb to remember the features on your artifact, Atticus quipped. Aurora's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, why you're the dumb one. HMPH, she declared, folding her arms defiantly and turning her face away. Atticus chuckled a bit as his artifact started answering his question. The designation, Black Spire, corresponds to a functional unit known as a terminal. Strategically positioned in each region under division management. Firstly, consider it your territorial beacon. The Black Spire denotes ownership of the region. As long as this Black Spire is protected and secured, you would remain the owner of your territory. It also serves to make purchases from the division seamless with immediate delivery. A few of its features would be revealed for you later down the line, when it's significant. Looking at the explanation of the terminal, Atticus nodded. He decided to explain what it was to the other youths. This spire is called a terminal, and it serves to mark out territory. This is basically what we are supposed to protect, Atticus explained. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Atticus sighed. Open your artifacts and navigate to the Knowledge Oracle section, Atticus instructed. The youths nodded in acknowledgement and did exactly as they were told, and after a few seconds, they all had looks of understanding. So what now? Nate asked after a few seconds, making all the youths turn to Atticus for instructions. Now, we create a group, Atticus responded. Atticus and the other Ravenstein youths all sat down in an earth-made chair and a round table a few meters away from the terminal. The rest of the other youths had already gotten to and checked out the terminal and were all waiting for Atticus to finish speaking with the Ravenstein's youths a few meters away. None of them had the guts to interrupt their meeting after what they had just witnessed. Atticus turned his gaze, looking at the youths sitting on the table with him. I've decided to create a military-like group, he suddenly spoke up. After giving it a lot of deliberations, Atticus eventually decided to go with a military group. He felt like it was better if he did that. They were currently at the academy, and if Atticus had learned anything since he had gotten to this place, it was that the battles were never ending. Throughout their stay in this expanse, Atticus was completely sure that they were all going to be fighting a lot. It was better to properly prepare and organize his division as soon as possible. From the current objective we were given, it's obvious something would happen after 1 month, Atticus pondered. When Atticus had first seen their current objectives, the first thing that came to his mind was something significant was happening after 1 month's time. They were all being rewarded for surviving for the month. That was weird no matter how much he thought about it. They had already all been told to survive for the academy year, and he doubted that they would all be given this objective every month. It was as if the academy wanted them all to survive till the end of the month no matter what. Hearing Atticus, most of them had confused looks, not understanding what was going on. It wasn't surprising as none of them could see the objectives except for him. Looking at everyone and seeing their confused looks, Atticus decided to explain, I'm sure you all are not aware, as only the leader can see it, but our objectives for the month are to create an organized group and protect our territory for this duration. You should have all learned about academy points and division points by now and their uses. Completing these objectives is our only way to gain DP. Seeing that all of them were following, Atticus continued, I decided to go with a military group because during our stay here, we will mostly be fighting. It's better we organize ourselves fast and get ready for any battles that would most definitely come our way. Aurora remained quiet in her seat. She had already planned to follow whatever Atticus did in the first place. And this was the same with the rest of the Ravenstein youths. They all looked at Atticus waiting for him to continue. Good. We're basically building a community from scratch here. The first thing we're going to do is assign roles. These roles aren't permanent, just for now so we get things done fast. I'll come up with a better system later on. First off, since we have no idea when those beasts might return, Our priority is to address that uncertainty. Arya. Atticus directed his attention toward her. Your task is to assemble all the rangers we had earlier and establish lookout points in each corner of the expanse. I will be erecting outposts in each of the points after this meeting. Seeing Arya nod, Atticus turned his gaze to Eric. Eric, I want you to select at least 20 people from Arya's group who would accompany you. We need scouts to check the immediate vicinity of the forest. Let me know if there's anything you find. Do not go in too deep. I'm sure you heard the howl. There's something strong inside that forest. Don't get caught up with it, Atticus strongly cautioned. The last thing he needed was getting 21% of his points suddenly deducted. He decided to warn Eric just in case. Seeing him quietly nod, Atticus turned to Lucas and Nate. Lucas, out of the remaining youths, I want you to select those who can't fight. During the battle with the Horde, Atticus had noticed some youth who staying at the very back, completely avoiding the battle. From one look, Atticus could tell that those youths were either so talentless that they didn't even bother to learn how to fight, or were just so terrible at fighting. But Atticus wasn't complaining. He was actually glad about this development. Atticus continued, not all of us can be fighters, we need people to do other miscellaneous works around the territory. Bring them to me after gathering them, Atticus instructed. Seeing Lucas nod with a thoughtful look on his face, Atticus turned to Nate, and Nate, you would be dealing with the rest of the youths. From my calculations, there should be about 800 remaining. I want you to separate them into groups of 70, and then form smaller units, with each unit headed by the rest of you, Atticus said, motioning to the rest of the Ravenstein youths that he hadn't mentioned sitting on the table. Just as Nate nodded, hey, what about me? Aurora suddenly asked, causing Atticus to pause. He really didn't see any need to give Aurora any task for now, but knowing her, she would definitely make up a fuss about it. Atticus suddenly had an idea. You'll supervise, he said, looking at Aurora. Supervise? Aurora pondered on it a little bit before smiling. Yes, I like it. The rest of the Ravenstein youths on the table all struggled to stifle their laughter, but one cold look from Atticus shut them up. He had suffered enough for one day. He had no intention of going through another fight with Aurora. Seeing that all of them understood their roles, Atticus clapped. Good, let's get to work, he said. Move it, people. Let's get to work. Aurora swiftly echoed his directive, basically repeating the same words. Atticus shot her a perplexed look, a silent question evident in his expression, just why? But Aurora ignored his looks and clapped her hands together with enthusiasm. Let's go, she urged, prompting the Ravenstein youths to promptly rise from their seats and start walking away. Atticus simply shook his head at Aurora's antics. Seeing them all go to do their given tasks, Atticus clicked on his artifact and navigated to the division shop in the buildings category. Entering the section, Atticus was met with different buildings only relating to the entire division as a whole. There was practically everything here, but unfortunately, the prices were staggering. 1. Barracks. Additional housing for division members. Pricing. 15,000 DP. 2. Watchtower. Enhances camp security and serves as an early warning system. Pricing. 25,000 DP. 3. Workshop. Facility for crafting and repairing equipment. Pricing. 58,000 DP. 4. Mess hall. Communal dining area to foster camaraderie among members. Pricing. 10,000 DP. 5. Medical bay. Offers medical facilities for treating injuries and illnesses. Pricing. 20,000 DP. 6. Advanced training facility. Space for skill development and combat training. Pricing. 250,000 DP. 7. Supply depot. Stores essential resources for the division. Pricing. 30,000 DP. 8. Communication hub. Centralized system for efficient communication across the camp. Pricing. 28,000 DP. 10. Recreation area. Promotes relaxation and recreation to boost morale. Pricing. 30,000 DP. 11. Farmstead. Cultivates crops for sustainable food sources. Pricing. 38,000 DP. 12. Water purification station. Ensures a clean and steady water supply. Pricing. 10,000 DP. 13. Storage facility. Secure storage for surplus resources and equipment. Pricing. 22,000 DP. 14. Infirmary. Specialized medical facility for more serious injuries and illnesses. Pricing. 105,000 DP. 15. Central Plaza. Social and meeting space for community gatherings and events. Pricing. 15,000 DP. Gazing at the list of buildings displayed in front of him, Atticus entered a deep state of contemplation. Apart from the ones currently being displayed, there were still a lot more if he scrolled downwards. What caught his attention was the presence of the upgrade icon in front of each building. Its meaning was clear: each of the buildings was upgradable. This implied that buying them wasn't the only time they would spend points on them. If he had to be completely honest, the prices of the buildings were high, but not so high that they were unaffordable. It just meant that they had to work harder to gather more points. I should only get what we need for now, Atticus contemplated. Unfortunately, they only had a total of 60,000 division points, too little to spend on items they didn't currently need. But before he made any decisions, Atticus wanted to check the other categories too. He navigated to the defense categories, checking out its items. Unlike the buildings category, the defense category had no buildings. The only thing that practically required building was a wall, and Atticus doubted that they would be the ones doing the building given the round pillars surrounding the expanse. The wall was upgradable too, with the lowest level being able to repel intermediate beasts. But given the sheer number of the beasts that they had fought earlier, Atticus knew better than to trust its durability. The rest of the items were focused more on defensive runes. Taking a single glance at the prices, Atticus immediately closed the category. Damn, almost gave me a heart attack, he thought. The lowest defensive rune was priced at 350,000 DP. Atticus couldn't even dream of obtaining that many points for now. But it's well worth it though, Atticus thought. Each of the runes, even the lowest, would cover the whole camp. And the best part, unlike the wall, where it was scalable and the durability couldn't completely be trusted, these runes, according to their description, were better. The lowest, priced at 350,000 DP, was able to repel intermediate rank beasts and lower, regardless of their numbers. And nothing was needed to maintain the rune, it could sustain itself by gathering mana in the air. After scrolling through it for a bit, Atticus left this section and moved to the last category, attack. The attack category was as its name sounded, mostly filled with items used for attacking. Atticus could see some weapons and artillery from the list, some of which, when placed on the wall, could automatically release attacks at enemies as soon as they spotted one. There were numerous attacking items on the list, but Atticus closed it after a while of perusing the list. They were all useful and good, but not what they needed currently. Many things were on Atticus's mind, but the two most important were the powerful monster in the forest and what was set to happen 1 month from now. For the former, Atticus wasn't too worried about it. Although he couldn't say it was 100%, he doubted the academy would give them a challenge they couldn't overcome. The same was true for the beast horde. The whole attack hadn't lasted for long. Only just over an hour. If they had truly wanted the students to fail or suffer, they would have left the beast to rampage without stopping them. But for the latter, Atticus was a little worried. Currently, apart from the Ravenstein youths, the remaining members of his division were crazy weak. Atticus had his deductions on what would happen in a month, and this was further proven by one of the things he had read about academy points: killing beasts and defeating students would get you AP. What does that imply? Simply put, we'll be fighting other students eventually, Atticus concluded. Damn, these guys really got me, huh, Atticus muttered with a slight chuckle. Despite the fact that he was the leader, it didn't mean that he was going to completely protect and always help the rest of the members of his division, especially the other youths who were basically strangers to him. He wasn't that nice. But the fact that just one of them, dying, meant 1% of his total AP would be gone 100, and he'll become broke, changed a lot of things. Atticus obviously doesn't want that to happen, and although he suspected that they would be fighting other students soon, he had no idea what theme it would be. It was highly probable that he won't have complete control over the situation. He wasn't sure he would be able to protect them. With all of these things being considered, there was only one way forward: they had to train them. And to do that, they had to spend a lot of points. Atticus navigated to the building category, instantly scrolling down to where the training grounds were located. 19. Training grounds. Open space for skill development and combat training. Pricing: 25,000 DP. Atticus immediately added it to his cart. The training grounds were vastly different from the advanced training facility which cost a fortune. It was simply an outdoor space for training. It also had many other benefits, or else Atticus couldn't have wasted points when they could all just train in the expanse. He also scrolled up and added barracks to his cart. It annoyed him to no end that he had to use the points this way, but most of the youths hardly killed any monsters. Their AP was sure to be low and non-existent. None of them would be able to afford anything and wouldn't have any place to sleep. Despite the fact that he had shown them his strength and proven to be more than capable of being their leader, it was still better to treat them all as humans and keep the atmosphere positive. He was dealing with over 1,000 people, all from different locations in the human domain. Just a single seed of hate was enough to create a spark, a spike that would eventually lead to something he just knew would be stupid. Although he would be able to suppress any nonsense that started easily, it was still better to avoid it altogether. But on the bright side, the lowest barracks would be able to house every one of the youths. Apart from the training grounds and barracks, Atticus also bought the water purification station and mess hall. They were both necessary. While some might think that Atticus should be more focused on defense currently, rather than growing and making his members stronger, Atticus didn't agree with that. He felt that if worse came to worst, now that he knew he wasn't being graded, he alone could single-handedly protect the territory if those hordes of beasts came back. It was better to organize his group first and foremost, plus, he had no plans of forsaking defense. According to their descriptions, for the mess hall, as long as each individual pays a certain subsidized amount, they would be able to get a basic nutritional meal. And the same for the water purification station. There was no need for operators or cooks, everything was automated. Atticus also took a peek at the upgrade terms. For each building, they were more or less about 30% of their buying price. And he could also see the new features that would be added upon the update. Seeing them, Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For the mess hall and the water purification station, apart from the increased quality and quantity, Atticus, as the leader, would also be given a portion of the points the youths all used to purchase their meals and water. Not now, Atticus thought. He had no use for it now. Although he would eventually do it, it was better if he used his points for something else. After selecting all of these, Atticus moved to the defense category. Although he wasn't planning on focusing on defense for now, Atticus decided that it would be better if there was at least a wall surrounding them. Buying the wall was a package deal. There was no buying part or fencing on one side and leaving the other. It had to go completely round. The only thing Atticus was given the opportunity to change was the size of the width. Just below the pricing of the wall, there was a space that prompted for the width size he wished to purchase. The whole expanse was about 5 kilometers wide. Atticus decided to check and see how much it would cost to fence the whole expanse, but quickly regretted doing that as he saw a staggering 150,000 DP. And this was just the lowest level. Atticus would have rather used his earth to erect a wall around the whole expanse, which was something he would have done if not for the fact that it wouldn't last long. Few hours at most. It was one of the weaknesses of all the elements. If you weren't actively focusing your will on your element, it would eventually lose whatever effect you placed on it. For example, if Atticus erected a wall all around the expanse, focusing his will and making it very hard and sturdy, the sheer size of the expanse would make it practically impossible for him to keep track of every part of the wall, making it lose its effectiveness after a while. After which, it would become nothing more than a block of earth. And to intermediate rank beasts, it was nothing. Atticus decided to go for something closer, with a smaller width, picking about 500 meters, which was priced at 15,000 DP. The only thing Atticus was going to use his earth to create was the watchtowers. Although buying the watchtowers was sure to be better than what Atticus could make with his earth element, he felt like there was no need to waste points to buy a building where its only function was to provide a vantage point for a trainee to see from. After adding all of these to his cart, Atticus swiftly made the purchase, watching his points reduced to a staggering level. And then, the display changed to a large holographic screen displaying the image mapping the whole expanse. Atticus saw the icons of each of his purchases by the side and letters written above, telling him to choose where he wanted the buildings built. After pondering for a bit, Atticus decided to place each building not far away from each other, putting them at the north side of the expanse. But as he placed both the mess hall and the water purification station, a prompt appeared asking him if he wanted to join both buildings together. Seeing that it made sense that food and water were together, he accepted. As soon as Atticus accepted, the terminal a few meters away from him let out a soft glow. The luminosity descended toward the ground, tracing a path to the northern side. Almost instantly, the glow intensified in 3 distinct locations, each about 50 meters apart. The other youths in the camp all turned their gazes, wondering what was happening. They all looked with shocked expressions as the shapes of buildings started forming. At the same time, all around the camp, round pillars, just like the one at the end of the expanse, jutted out of the earth. Each pillar opened at the side, and the same material extended from one pillar to the next, connecting them. After a few minutes, 2 large buildings, a 10-story modern-looking barracks and a shorter but wider mess hall, were formed, along with a wall, fully enclosing the camp. Atticus gazed at the barracks, which looked like a well-built, plain structure. The mess hall, though shorter, was wider, and Atticus had no doubt it could fit every one of the youths. Meanwhile, the training ground had no building. It was simply a large, padded space with training dummies and all sorts of equipment. And although faint, Atticus could feel a small boundary at the entrance of the training grounds. It was as though the atmosphere across the boundary was a bit different. But before he could move to check what it was, Atticus saw Lucas approaching him with about a group of 50 youths in tow. Atticus turned his gaze to see Lucas approaching him with a group of 50 youths in tow. These are the youths who can't fight. What do you want to do with them? Lucas asked as he got close to Atticus. Many of the youths accompanying Lucas were a bit shocked at how casually he addressed Atticus. Lucas was an easy figure to remember, especially when he was practically the only one among the Ravenstein youths who wore glasses. Compared to the others, many remembered his performance during the battle with the Horde being underwhelming. They had all assumed that he was the weakest amongst them. Thanks, Atticus simply nodded. Unlike what most people would think, Atticus truly didn't care about all those useless formalities. From the way the Ravenstein youth acted around him, it was clear as day that they all respected him. Most of them still even addressed him as young master, which honestly sounded cringe as hell to him. It was only Lucas and Nate who were a little closer to him that at least spoke normally to him. Atticus turned his gaze to the 50 youths behind Lucas, causing many of them to turn their gazes to the ground. It was still far too early to forget that this ordinary-looking boy in front of them was a monster in human skin. The last thing many of them wanted was to get on his bad side. Looking at them, the first thing Atticus noticed was that they were all weak, weaker than normal. None of them were even intermediate ranked. All of them being within the novice rank. They were all dressed differently, each with a different skin tone. Each of them were from different sectors all over the human domain, so it was only natural they had different cultures. I'll get straight to the point and stop wasting your time. I noticed many of you standing in the back lines during the battle with the Horde, Atticus addressed the youths. Hearing this, many of them couldn't help but flinch. But before they could panic, Atticus continued. You don't have to worry. I have no intention of forcing you to fight. Most of them let out audible sighs of relief as they heard this, but Atticus's next words instantly shattered that feeling. It's just that to buy anything, even food and water, you all need points. How do you plan on getting them? Atticus's question hung in the air as many of them exchanged unsure glances. He was right. If they didn't fight and kill beasts, how would they get points? That realization seemed to frighten many of them as they started clattering. Would they have to fight? What do you want us to do? As the students were all panicking at the thought of having to fight, a feminine voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the youths. Atticus's gaze turned towards where the sound came from, and the students at the front all parted the way to reveal a 5 feet tall dark-skinned girl, who immediately flinched and bent her head down as Atticus's gaze landed on her. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly bowed down lower and added, "Why, young master?" Atticus couldn't help but look at the girl who just spoke with slight interest. She's sharp, he noted. Atticus wanted to use the youths who couldn't fight for miscellaneous work around the camp. But unlike what one might expect, he wasn't talking about cooks or even cleaners. The making of food and water were all automated, with no operators being needed. Given the fact that they were all going to be fighting a lot for a year, they would need a lot of things in the camp. And one of them was weapons maintenance and repair. Apart from the Ravenstein youths, Atticus doubted many of them would have rune-engraved weapons that don't need any form of maintenance at all. And he had no doubt that purchasing them from the shop would be costly, which many wouldn't be able to afford. They also needed a medical team, administrative and support personnel, and many other things. Atticus had, of course, wanted them to fill all these positions, but he didn't want it to seem like he was forcing them. He wanted them to realize themselves that it was their only choice. But obviously, this girl knew what he had been trying to do. Just as Atticus was about to talk, a boy with the same skin tone but blue hair suddenly stood in front of her protectively, shooting Atticus a threatening look. "Leave her alone," he said. Atticus couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in major confusion, turning his gaze to the side, meeting Lucas's S, who was also confused about what was happening. "Stop it, Hen." He didn't do anything. The girl pushed Hen's hand away and stepped forward. "Zara, you know what the tear did to us, you can't trust him," he whispered in her ears as she walked past him. But Zara didn't listen. She kept walking determinedly towards Atticus at the front, bowing as she got to him. "Why, young master, please tell us what we should do," she said respectfully. Hen gritted his teeth and clenched his hands. "Suit yourself," he muttered angrily, looking away. Atticus watched all the drama that just happened with a neutral expression. He could guess what was happening, but he honestly didn't care. "You're sharp. You're Zara, right?" Atticus suddenly asked. "Why yes, why young master," Zara stuttered, finding it hard to maintain her composure. Being so close to the same person who had massacred thousands of beats as though they were nothing was tough. Atticus took a good look at her. She was wearing a worn-out plain brown robe, but despite that, Atticus could see some signs of muscle on her form. It was clear that before this, she had been doing something that required a lot of strength. "Zara, you don't have to bow. Raise your head," Atticus suggested. "I wouldn't dare, young master," Zara immediately responded, refusing. Atticus sighed, deciding to stop wasting time. "All right then. What I want is simple. I want to form 3 groups for now. One would be in charge of weapons maintenance, the other would be a medical team, and the last would be administrative and support personnel," Atticus explained. Allowing the words to sink in for a bit, he continued. "Of course, you would all be given academy points for any services you rendered." Atticus's last words made many of them happy. Zara couldn't help but smile brightly hearing this. The other youths followed suit, bowing to show their thanks. Before, they all had no way of hunting beasts for academy points. In fact, given how weak and talentless they were sure to suffer during their time at the academy. They had all thought the worst when Atticus had called them. Atticus simply acknowledged all the praises with a nod. He knew why he was doing these things, and it wasn't for them. "If you have any experience with blacksmithing, step to the right. You don't have to be highly experienced, even if it's just sharpening weapons, still step to the right," Atticus instructed. Following his guidance, Zara and around 20 other students promptly moved to the indicated side. Atticus nodded. "If you have any medical knowledge, step to the left." They all instantly listened, but unlike the other youths, these ones were fewer, about 10. And unsurprisingly, they were mostly females. Addressing the remaining students, Atticus declared, "I will be using you guys for the administrative group." Observing the 3 formed groups, Atticus concluded, "Starting from tomorrow, you would all be trained to understand and perform your roles better. But for now, you can all go rest, it has been a long day." Atticus instructed, noting the size of exhaustion on most of their faces. Just as they were all about to turn, Atticus suddenly heard a clicking sound, an audible expression of irritation that, despite its subtlety, couldn't escape Atticus's heightened senses. Atticus sighed. He had already promised himself, especially after that incident with William when they had wanted to ruin his reputation. No matter how little the signs he saw, if he so much as noticed any signs of unplaced hostility directed towards him, he was immediately going to nip the bud. There would be no waiting or ignoring the situation until it comes to bite him in the ass. He was going to take care of the problem before it could fester. And the current situation wouldn't be an exception. Atticus's gaze immediately landed on Hen, who was about to turn his back and leave. In a swift movement, Atticus vanished from his position, reappearing in front of the youth. The sudden appearance of Atticus in their midst startled many, prompting an instinctual retreat. Even Hen jumped backward several meters. All eyes turned to Atticus as they all wondered what was happening. He had told them to go rest and had just suddenly appeared in their middle. Atticus locked eyes with Hen, and before the latter could grasp the situation, "Do you have a problem with me?" Atticus coldly inquired. Hen's features showed slight confusion for a few seconds before contorting into anger. "You lots from the big families are all the same. It's because of you, my fath. It seems you're mistaken somewhere." Atticus interrupted Hen as he calmly started advancing toward him. He continued, "I don't care about whatever tragic thing happened to your father. I don't care about your life story. What I asked you is," Atticus closed the distance, locking eyes with Hen. "Do you, Hen, have any problems with me, Atticus?" Atticus's cold word hung in the air for a few seconds. Hen clenched his fists tighter, angered by Atticus's apparent disregard for his father. This bastard, he thought bitterly. But despite how angry he was feeling, he knew very well that he was no match for Atticus. Taking calming breaths, Hen said with a cold face, "I'm not interested in joining any of the groups. I can't die for real anyways. I'll hunt and gather points on my own no matter how many times I get protected," he said as he turned his back and started walking away. Hearing his words, Atticus chuckled. It was a reaction that baffled many watching the unfolding scene. Many of them had all thought that Hen was a goner. Zara was watching the scene with a worried expression. Hen was her childhood friend, and she knew just how much he hated the tired families. The only reason he joined Atticus's division in the first place was because of her. Amongst those present, it was only Lucas who wasn't too surprised. He had no idea why Atticus was laughing, but he knew Atticus wouldn't just blatantly beat up someone just like that. He was sure the only reason Atticus was doing this was to provoke the boy into doing something stupid. But in the midst of this unfolding drama, Atticus was still in mild disbelief. Did he just hear that correctly? The only reason he was investing so much points on all of these things was to prevent unnecessary deaths and avoid going bankrupt. But now this fool was actually telling him that he was going to hunt beasts regardless of how many times he died. Atticus's gaze turned cold. With a thought, surged from beneath Hen, swiftly wrapping around his form, holding him in place. What are you doing?" Hen shouted as he made futile attempts to channel what little mana he had and escape. The earth carried him, bringing him closer to Atticus. Just as Hen was about to shout once more, he suddenly met Atticus's gaze, and his words instantly froze. It was as though icy water was poured over him as he felt chills down his whole form. Atticus spoke, making sure the rest of the students around heard him. "Listen, I don't care about what you decide to do. You have your own free will. But, for reasons I'm going to keep to myself, your deaths affects me badly." Atticus suddenly unleashed his aura, enveloping all the students in the area, causing all the youths to struggle to remain standing. The force of his presence intensified, bearing down on them like an unseen weight. The majority of it was focused on Hen as he struggled to hold himself together. Atticus continued, his voice resonating with a chilling tone that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. "If I ever find out that you or any one of you died an avoidable death, I promise you, I would make you regret it." Hearing Atticus's cold words, many of the students couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, their bodies subtly trembling. Despite the fact that Atticus's focus had been on Hen when he spoke, it was an instinctual feeling, they all knew that he was also referring to them. Meanwhile, the focus of Atticus's threat, Hen, found it hard to stop himself from peeing as Atticus's aura pressed down on him. But despite the intense fear he felt, Hen still clenched his fist hard, making futile attempts to stop his body from shaking. He stared at Atticus defiantly. I will never bow down," he said with chattering teeth. Atticus maintained his cold stare at Hen, but just when he was about to respond, "Young master." Zara suddenly interrupted the scene, running towards the duo and standing between Atticus and Hen. She immediately sunk on both knees, hands over her head, kowtowing towards Atticus, her head touching the ground. "Please forgive him. It has been a long day, and he doesn't know what he's saying," she pleaded. "Zara, what are?" Before Hen could finish his words, Zara lifted her head, immediately shooting Hen a cold look. He didn't have to be a genius to know what she wanted him to do. "Shut up." Hen gritted his teeth, but despite the intense anger he was feeling, he knew very well that Zara was right. He took a deep breath that lasted for a second, and then he suddenly bowed his head slightly at Atticus. Seeing Hen complying, Zara bowed her head back down. Before she came to the academy, she had heard a lot of things about kids from the big families. Amongst those things, What was constant was that they all enjoyed the feeling of being above others, being worshipped. This was exactly why she had been bowing earlier and was kowtowing currently. She hoped Atticus would also be like that, and having his ego scratched, he would simply forget everything. Atticus gazed at both of them in front of him without any change in expression. Did it not work? Zara thought worriedly. After a few seconds that made Zara's worry intensify, Atticus finally spoke, the tone of his voice maintaining the same chilling tone from earlier. I meant every single word I said, Atticus declared, and before anyone could react, Atticus turned and started walking away from the scene, the crowd of youths swiftly parting the way for him. Lucas, after a brief look at Zara, also turned and started following Atticus behind. Lucas walked quietly behind Atticus. His mind was churning about the incident that just happened. But after a few seconds, Lucas couldn't control his curiosity anymore and asked, "Why did you let him go?" He inquired. If he had to be honest, this was the first time Lucas had seen Atticus let someone go just like that. Every time Atticus got into an altercation with another person, it always ended up with the other party getting brutally beaten, and this had happened multiple times over the years. He simply couldn't understand what changed. Atticus chuckled a bit at Lucas's question, does he think I beat people all willy-nilly? He thought as he shook his head slightly. Before Lucas could wonder why Atticus was laughing, Atticus responded, he simply hadn't deserved it, yet. Lucas couldn't help but suck in a cold breath at the addition of Atticus's last word. He knew all too well that Atticus wasn't kidding. His thoughts suddenly shifted to what he had heard earlier. Just how does it affect him? Is there a penalty when any one of us dies? Lucas pondered. It was the first time he was learning that any one of the members of the division dying would affect Atticus badly. Atticus hadn't told anyone, even the other Ravenstein youths, about the penalty he would face if any one of them died. And Atticus had no intentions of telling them in the first place. To him, it was a huge weakness, a weakness he didn't want anyone to know about. Atticus still had no idea about a lot of things. He wasn't sure if he would be able to identify exactly the student that died. And there was no way he could have eyes everywhere. There were just too many uncertainties. One youth who could simply be dissatisfied with him could easily put himself in harm's way and keep dying, just so he could get back at him. There were just too many ways to use this against him. For now, it was better to keep this weakness to himself. After this, they both remained quiet as Atticus led them into the newly built barracks. The barracks was just a single large building. Upon entering the building, the interior was completely white, even the doors and ceiling. There was only a single elevator on the first floor. The duo walked towards it, and with a scan, they both walked in and used it to move to the next floor. Stepping out of the elevator, they were met with long hallways and rooms on both sides. Atticus approached one of the rooms, and on the side of the door, there was a panel mounted on the wall. This was the same for all the rooms. As they got close, it prompted them for a scan, in which Atticus immediately did, and then another prompt showed up asking if he wanted the room as his. Atticus refused. He clicked on his artifact, checking the upgrade conditions for the barracks, being the same as the cafeteria, about 30% of the buying price, and the best thing, he would be able to receive rent by taxing the other members. After a few seconds of roaming, they both left to check out the mess hall. It was also a single building, but instead of the tall barracks, it was way more shorter, but wide. Entering it, they were met with just a single expansive hall with different chairs and tables arranged in a circular pattern, surrounding the middle of the hall where a big round structure stood. It had different glass-like slots all around it, likely where they got their food. Without wasting time, they both left the mess hall and headed for the last structure he had built, the training ground. As soon as Atticus stepped foot on the padded ground, he immediately felt the difference in the atmosphere. It was as though there was a thin boundary separating the entrance of the training grounds from the outside world. This was the boundary he had identified earlier. Compared to the other parts of the expanse, the air in the training grounds felt cleaner. The mana density in the air was also richer. Atticus had noticed it when he arrived at the academy. The mana density in the entirety of the academy was high, but even then, this training ground had almost twice as much mana density. It's well worth the point, Atticus thought, satisfied with his purchase. Lucas's features also showed mild surprise as he entered the training grounds. After a few seconds roaming, they were able to see the different sections suited for a few combat scenarios. In the middle of the training grounds, there was a large elevated platform used for sparring. On another corner, there was an archery range and, lastly, training dummies for sword practice and a section consisting of different weights. All around the training ground, there was also a track for running which circled the large training grounds. The duo left the training grounds after a few moments, with Atticus asking Lucas to take care of the lodging of the youths. From what he had seen, the barracks would be able to house exactly 1,200 students, enough for every one of them. After separating, Atticus also met up with Arya and her now 175 youths, intending to erect the watchtowers that he had promised. The wall had 2 gates, one at the north and the other at the south. They all left the camp through the north gate, and Atticus quickly erected the watchtowers at the edges of the expanse. Atticus had also added an underground bunker-like space below, where the watchmen or women could hide if they spotted the horde of beasts and couldn't outrun them. They were each to take turns keeping watch, rotating on a 2-man shift. Just like the Raven Camp's device, after a few seconds of searching, Atticus had been able to find out their artifact could also serve as a communication device. They had settled on 2 warning signs if they spotted anything. The first was firing an explosive arrow in the air to alert everyone, while the second was contacting and directly informing Atticus. After finalizing and seeing that everything was okay and set, Atticus left them to their devices, and shortly later he met Eric, who informed him about the situation of the forest in the immediate vicinity of the expanse. The situation was almost as he expected it. There were no signs of the beast horde in the forest, not even footprints. Each of their footprints had ended at the entrance to the forest. It was as though they all simply vanished into thin air. Hearing this, Atticus entered a deep state of contemplation. But he quickly came out of it after hearing what Eric reported next. Apparently, there were different magical beasts in the forest, many different species, basically like a normal forest. Learning of this, Atticus was both delighted and surprised at the same time. Surprised because with the sheer number of the horde, it was odd that they hadn't killed and eaten the other beasts in the forest. But he was delighted that if there were beasts in the forest, then they found the perfect place to give the other members of the division real-life fighting experience in a controlled environment. He soon concluded the meeting with Eric and met Aurora, Nate, and the other Ravenstein youths. They had all formed the 70-man unit he had asked for and were all waiting for his next orders. But Atticus simply asked all of them to go get some food and rest. Atticus had initially thought that he would have to sponsor the food of many of the youths, but to his delight after speaking with Nate and Aurora, he found out that all of them were given 1,000 academy points, even the ones who didn't kill any beasts. It turned out that the academy wasn't so heartless after all. They all went to get some food, and everyone retired to their respective rooms. It had been a very long day. The next day, Atticus woke up early at 5 a.m. His room was completely basic with only a bed, table and chair, and a combined toilet and bathroom. Every part of the room was pristine white. This was the same for every other room in the barracks. It was already ingrained into his being. He had always followed the same routine every day for years, and despite their current situation, he wasn't going to change that. But given the lack of equipment and good training facilities, Atticus decided to train lightly. After a short training session that lasted 2 hours, Atticus left his room, heading straight towards the training grounds. The distance from both buildings wasn't far, letting him get to the training ground in under a minute. During his walk, Atticus couldn't help but notice that the entire camp was deserted. He couldn't see anyone around, but on getting to the training grounds he found out why. It was currently filled with every one of the students, all standing facing the elevated stage which had Aurora standing on top. Seeing Atticus approaching, they all quieted down their murmuring and swiftly faced their fronts. Atticus simply walked with a neutral expression to the top of the elevated platform. Aurora stepped back as she saw him approaching. I did good, didn't I? She remarked, wearing a cheeky grin, her thumb gesturing toward herself with closed eyes. A faint smile graced Atticus's lips. Yeah, you did well. I know, I'm awesome, Aurora proclaimed. Atticus chuckled, continuing his stride past her to the forefront of the stage facing all the youth. The initial smile vanished from Atticus's face, replaced by a stern countenance. An intensified hush blanketed the area as every individual stood in attentive silence, anticipating Atticus's words. I'll be straightforward with all of you, Atticus began, his voice echoing across the training grounds. He continued, you're all remarkably weak, his words completely blunt. Atticus gazed down at the different groups of youths gathered below, all staring at him, waiting for him to speak. They were all assembled in different units of 80 youths, as Atticus had requested yesterday, with each Ravenstein youth standing in front of their respective groups. Including Nate, there were 11 units in total. On the side, Arya and Eric were together with their group of 200 plus students. On another side, Lucas stood in front of the non-combatants that Atticus had grouped the day before. You're all remarkably weak, Atticus's cold words sounded, and a palpable silence immediately descended on the training grounds. The silence lasted for a few seconds before it started getting broken by subtle sounds of teeth gritting and hands clenching. The sounds were obviously meant to be subtle, not able to be heard, but how could one forget Atticus's godly hearing? He heard every one of the sounds as clearly as day. Atticus maintained his neutral state as he watched how many of the youths in the training grounds bowed their heads, struggling to contain their anger. Atticus was well aware of what he just did, it was exactly what he had planned on doing, striking a sore spot. All of the youths were well aware of how talentless they were, a fact they had to live with since childhood. But despite that fact, the last thing they wanted was someone saying it to their faces like this. Unbothered by their reactions, Atticus continued, it might hurt you, but it would be best if you realize this fact earlier on. Yes, the words are harsh, but it is the complete truth. If you were all to be pitted against the other youths in the first years, you all won't last a single second, he added. Atticus, of course, didn't believe his last words. They weren't the only group with weaklings like the youths gathered below. Atticus was sure that almost all the top tankers would all have this issue. The joining of a division had been very public. And it was simply impossible for the leaders to know who exactly they were accepting into their division. It was clear that many of the divisions would be facing the same thing he was facing. Plus, given the sheer number of the new students in the first year, there was bound to be someone always weaker. Atticus was very sure that these youths weren't even the weakest. But despite this, you all still have hope, Atticus added after a few seconds, causing the youths who had their heads bowed to raise them again. They all expressed the same type of reactions, confusion. It was expected, really, they all knew why they were so weak. It was because of their low talents. Many of them only awakened dormant or unlocked potential, indicating that intermediate advanced rank would be their limit. What was causing confusion for all of them was simple, talent couldn't be changed. Generations and generations of people had all tried to find a way to circumvent this problem, but none succeeded. Whatever talent you were born with is what you carry on for the rest of your life. So given all this information, they all couldn't help but wonder, what was he talking about? Atticus continued, regardless of their confused expressions, for the next 1 month, you're all going to undergo intensive training. It won't be easy, and I won't force anyone to join. But I promise you, while you won't become mind-bogglingly strong, I can assure you that after the duration of the training, you all won't be comparable to your current selves, Atticus said. And immediately after, Atticus could see expressions of determination on many of their faces. Atticus smiled. This was what he wanted to see. Looks like they still have hope, he thought. Atticus concluded his speech by telling all of them that their training would be carried out by each of their respective leaders of their units. Atticus stepped back, ignoring Aurora, who had both her thumbs raised with a cheeky smile. He headed towards Lucas's group by the side. Approaching Lucas and the non-combatants he had grouped yesterday, Atticus suddenly brought out 2 books from his space ring and handed them to Lucas. Lucas looked at the 2 books and saw they were both beginner books for blacksmithing and medicine. Before Atticus had slept yesterday, he had gone on a shopping spree on the Academy shop. And of the things he bought were those 2 books. He had also bought some equipment relating to the 2 fields and many other things. For what Atticus had in mind for the medical group wasn't some mind-blowing team that could heal major injuries in an instant, he simply wanted people who could at least treat little injuries. Currently, apart from not having the points to purchase a medical facility from the division shop, Atticus would rather not buy healing potions for little injuries that could be treated very easily. And this reason was the same for blacksmithing. Looking at the books in his hands, Lucas couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. Damn, how does your brain work? He said, curiosity coloring his voice. Atticus muttered. I mean, we were all literally thrust into this situation without warning just yesterday. Most people would still be trying to find their bearings, especially given the size of the subordinates they were given to control. But you. Lucas chuckled a bit as he shook his head and continued, you not only solved all our major issues in one day, you also brought under control more than 1,000 youths from different parts of the sectors. And to top all of this, you're already thinking so far ahead and making plans that we wouldn't even need until far later. Lucas struggled to find the right words to express what he was feeling. But after a few seconds, only 4 words came to his head, and those words seemed to encompass his thoughts. What the actual fuck? Hearing Lucas's words, Atticus's lips couldn't help but curl up into a smile as he burst into laughter. Lucas looked at Atticus feeling a little bewildered. Why is he laughing? He thought. After a few seconds, Atticus, wiping away a tear that formed from laughing too hard, spoke, Ha, you're cracking me up, Lucas. Don't tell me this is the first time you felt you're not the smartest in the room. Lucas's lips twitched, but he couldn't help but agree with Atticus. This was the first time he felt inadequate. He had always known Atticus was smart, it was glaring with the way he handled everything. But if Lucas had to be honest, he had assumed that he had always been a step ahead of Atticus with regards to intelligence. In fact, he had been so sure of himself that he felt that in his age group, only the Enigmum family youths who had a bloodline that focuses on intelligence could contend with him. To him, the things Atticus had done before now, while they were smart, were the obvious choices to him. But during this situation, watching Atticus, he felt like every single action he took had a reason. It was a first for him, not feeling like the smartest in the room. And it was a weird feeling, to say the least. After a minute of talking, Atticus left Lucas in the group. Amongst the group, Zara stood together with Hen, who hadn't even uttered a word when Atticus had been talking with Lucas. Seeing that he was present in the group, he had obviously taken Atticus's warning to heart and had eventually decided to join the group. After giving Lucas instructions, he had left everything in Lucas's hands. He was confident Lucas would be able to train them using the information gotten from the book. If he had to be honest, he also had plans for learning blacksmithing. But after skimming through the book yesterday, Atticus had seen that he wouldn't be able to start anything worthwhile until he had the appropriate equipment and resources. Which they clearly lacked. Atticus headed towards Aurora and Nate next. He quickly got to them as they were not far away from him. They all stood surrounding him as they waited for him to start speaking. Atticus gazed at each one of them. The Ravenstein youths with units apart from Aurora, Nate, Eric, Lucas, and Arya were about 10. They were all going to be an important part of his division, with each of them being a leader of their units. Although they all had white hair, they all had distinctive features that separated them from each other. Excluding Aurora and Arya, there were about 3 girls among them, all standing together at the side. The one on the far end, Moon, had pixie-cut white hair with moonlit silver eyes. The one in the middle, Isla, had her white hair in a messy bun and glacial blue eyes. While the last one, Luna, had sleek straight white hair and violet-colored eyes. As for the boys, who were obviously the majority, there was Chubby, whose actual name was Kai. He had a half-shaved head with a pure white mohawk. The youth Kai had fought and bested at the combat challenge back at the Raven camp was Silas, who had a quirky white tuft at the front, with green eyes. The rest of them included Axel with dark skin and white dreadlocks with beads, Elijah with flowing white locks in a warrior's braid, Dorian with spiky gel-styled white hair, and lastly, Caspian with short tousled hair with a moon-like quality. With the addition of Atticus and the others, these people made up the Ravenstein youths in this division. Atticus had thought a lot about how to train the students. His options were very minimal, given the fact that they were weak and talentless. Many of them were highly inexperienced, and despite having a high rank, they didn't even know how to fight properly. After thinking for a bit, Atticus came to the conclusion that trying to make them strong individually was a fool's dream. It was then that Atticus remembered the way historical figures back on Earth fought. It was a fighting style best used for weaklings. Beating quality with quantity. What Atticus had been trying to avoid the most was the members of his division dying easily. So what was the best way to avoid that situation when they were all weak? Simple. Armor them up. The surefire way to improve their chances was arming them and making them fight as a small army instead of one by one. Gazing at the Ravenstein youths in front of him, Atticus began, from now on, each unit would behave as one body. There would be two types of fighters in each unit. Firstly, the heavy armored. It is exactly as it sounds. They would all be donned in heavy armor and shields. These particular people would act as the tank of their respective units, and their main duty is to protect the second type. I shall tag them as the dealers, they would be the ones to do the attacking. In essence, the heavy armored protect the group, and the dealers attack, Atticus simplified. Seeing as they were all following him, Atticus suddenly raised his hands, and from his space ring, hundreds of pairs of heavy armors spilled forth, making the youths back off from him in slight surprise. After multiple high piles of heavy armors had come out from his space ring, Atticus continued. These are the armors you would equip each of your unit members with, he explained. Each of them gazed at the piles of armor with shocked looks. What was he doing with so much armor? But Atticus remained unfazed as he continued, since there are about 11 units with 80 members each unit should have at least 30 heavy armored, with the rest being the dealers. All of the Ravenstein youths gathered around Atticus, gazing at the piles of heavy armor he had just thrown out of his storage ring. They all simply nodded absent-mindedly to his words, still surprised and wondering where Atticus had gotten all of these armors from. Did you rob an armory or something? How the hell did you get so many armors? They all turned to see Aurora, who spoke with disbelief coloring her features. All of them couldn't help but give her an internal high five for asking the question on each of their minds. I bought them all in the academy shop, Atticus decided to address their query. This plethora of heavy armors was one of the things he had bought from the academy shop the previous night. Wouldn't all of this cost a fortune though? Nate added while looking at Atticus. Nate had always been a person who believed that one should never cower in face of challenges, if possible, help people weaker than you. But at this point, even he had to admit that Atticus had done far too much for them. Nate was sure that Atticus hadn't gotten the points he used from anyone, which meant that he had sponsored the armors from his own pockets. Having understood what Nate meant, Atticus smiled. Nah, it's cool. I bought them for dirt cheap in the shop, Atticus reassured. How dirt cheap could they possibly be? They're all easily past 400 pairs. Aurora chimed in. Regardless of how cheap the armors could be, buying more than 400 pairs was sure to cost a fortune. Atticus smiled, looking at all the Ravenstein youths who were now looking at him with a serious expression. It wasn't hard for him to figure out what they were all trying to convey, they were all in this together. So he shouldn't try to take on things on his own. Conveying this to Atticus with their expressions was the best many of them could do. Although they had all trained together and known each other of years, most of them were still not close to Atticus. Only Nate and Aurora could even so much as question him like this. The rest of the Ravenstein youths, although they all respected Atticus greatly, that wasn't their prevailing feeling towards Atticus. It was fear. Fear that had taken deep root in each of them over the years after witnessing how much of a monster Atticus was. Despite the fact that he was always chummy with Aurora, every one of them knew better than to trust that perception of him. It was just simply hard to talk casually with him, knowing full well what he was capable of. This was why most times, they hardly ever talked when he was present, only listening. And now was no different. Gazing at all of them, Atticus reassured, stop worrying so much. We all have our part to play in all of this. If you truly want to help out, then simply focus on the tasks assigned to you. Hearing Atticus's words, they all nodded their heads in acknowledgement, a sign of determination on their features. Seeing that they all understood, Atticus decided to continue his explanation. He hadn't been lying when he said he bought the armors for dirt cheap from the academy store. When he had been browsing through the store yesterday, he had looked for the cheapest, heaviest armor he could find in the store. The ones he eventually bought, of course, weren't worth much, only costing about 17 academy points for each set. This was simply because both the materials used and the simple fact that they weren't rune engraved and didn't have any magical properties served to bring down the price of the armor. His major goal for now wasn't giving them armors that could majorly protect them, he simply wanted to give them something they could use to train with. Although it had irked him that he had to use his points for this purpose, he suppressed that feeling. He would make sure he made his points back. Atticus addressed the Ravenstein youths, finalizing some details of their training. The training each of the youths would undergo was pretty straightforward and simple. They would each get to the training grounds by 6 a.m. every morning. Just like the Raven Camp artifacts, these ones were also equipped with the mana block feature, even going as far as blocking your bloodline if you wanted. Each of the youths would get their mana blocked. And then all of them, donned in 10 kilograms weights on their wrists, ankles, and torso, would run multiple times around the 5 kilometers large expanse. After 3 hours of doing this, they would all leave to go get food. And after a 2-hour break, they would all gather themselves in the training ground once more. This time, each unit would divide themselves into 2 groups, one being the armored and the other the dealers. The youths chosen to be the armored for their respective units would all get a full set of heavy armor equipment, consisting of armor, leg armor, helmet, and then a big rectangular shield towering about 3 meters tall, amongst the things Atticus had bought. They would all be asked to run around the training grounds donned in their respective heavy gears to get used to them. Of course, each of the youths, who would still be tired and weary from their earlier run, was expected to struggle to lift or even move while wearing the armor, talk less of lifting up the heavy shield. But with the ambient mana in the air, coupled with the passive recovery of mana in their bodies, regardless of how talentless they would all improve faster than normal. Meanwhile, the dealers, donned in lighter weight armor, would all be training in learning how to fight with long-range weapons. The Ravenstein youths, including Atticus, all had at least basic skills with most weapons. They all had to train with every weapon first before deciding the one they were best at using. So Atticus had no doubt that each unit leader would be able to teach them the basics. The goal, of course, wasn't to train them individually, but as a single force. Given the armors weren't at all enchanted and were low quality, with their constant use, they would gradually need repairs and maintenance. This was one of the main reasons Atticus had formed a blacksmith group. They would be the ones to do all the maintenance and take care of all the repairs that they would inevitably need. After explaining everything to the Ravenstein youths, Atticus left them to go about their respective tasks. After a quick look around the camp and expanse and seeing everything was in order, Atticus headed straight to his room. On getting to his room, he sat down cross-legged on his bed and allowed his thoughts to drift. During the 5 years he was training at the Ravenstein estate, Atticus hadn't neglected a single one of his powers. In fact, if he had to be honest, his abilities were getting way too much and too fast. He just had too many things to focus on, and this was especially so for his elements. After he had broken through to the expert rank and unlocked 2 more elements in addition to the earlier 7, Atticus found it a little difficult to train them all. His bloodline training required him to always immerse himself in each of its respective bloodline elements, environments, meaning he had to constantly switch between each different element during training, which was dampening his level up speed. But even with this weakness, Atticus would still choose to have all these elements if he had to make a choice again. It was simply giving him a lot of options during battle. Each of the elements could be used for different situations and would all be immensely useful during battles. And if it ever happens that Atticus's mana level became low, he still would be able to put on a fight with all his elements. His bloodline wasn't reliant on his mana to function but his stamina and endurance. It was an intricate part of him. It was a power he could keep on using regardless of his mana levels, for as long as his stamina and endurance could take it. Apart from his elements, his arts too had advanced significantly. Currently, with elemental mimicry, Atticus's ability to mimic the movement to the element had increased significantly. And Atticus had a feeling that a big change was coming if he advanced it to the next stage. His ethereal clock art too had gotten way stronger. Compared to before where he could only maintain it for a minute when he was moving, he could now go as far as a staggering 20 minutes. And it was way more potent than before. If Atticus wanted, he could move through the camp, and none would even be able to see or sense him. Apart from all of these, what Atticus had neglected, even though it was a little, was his rune engraving. And this was mostly because of the intensive training Atticus had subjected himself to. His mornings and afternoons were always filled with constant training, and given the tortuous feeling of losing all of his motivations every time he engraved a rune, Atticus would rather not go through all of that when he still had his hellish training with Magnus waiting for him at night. He had initially wondered where to get the will renewal potion, but with just a single request from Arya, she had instantly brought a truckload of it to him. The only time Atticus had ever practiced was at night, after his training with Magnus when he was about to sleep. After each session, he would drink the will renewal potion and then sleep. This way its terrible aftereffect wouldn't affect his daily life. It was exactly because of this he had hardly made any progress in increasing his will. Currently, in his space ring were numerous different types of finished grade 1 runes. Rune engraving truly had a lot of freedom when it comes to the type of runes one can create. There were no languages, one simply engraved with intent. Its possibilities were simply endless. And over the years, Atticus had been able to create different grade 1 runes with different functions. Given the lack of proper facilities for him to train, Atticus had decided to spend most of the 1-month timeframe they had rune engraving. He swiftly channeled his mana into his storage ring, bringing out a bunch of unused slates and an engraver. Atticus's will had increased significantly during the years, and the Tortious training session with Magnus had a lot to do with this. Only people with the strongest of wills could remain training with that man for as long as Atticus did. I actually kind of miss him, Atticus thought, shaking his head with a small chuckle. Then he turned his gaze to the slate in his hands. His intelligence had long since surpassed what a grade 1 runemaster should be able to achieve. The only thing that had been holding him back was his will. But for a long while now, Atticus had been feeling it, he was about to pass a major milestone. He just needed a little nudge. With each increase of his will, Atticus could feel his character changing. It was as though his character was getting firmer and more refined. The Atticus of before, while he wouldn't scare easily, would still panic in certain situations. But now he felt as if very little could scare him. And this current situation was a perfect example of that. If it had been the 10-year-old Atticus before his large increase in will, he doubted that he would be able to be as decisive as he was with the way he handled their current situation in the expanse. Atticus cleared his head of every other thought and focused on the slate in front of him. There was only one way to increase his will and cross this milestone, and that was by constantly engraving runes and renewing his will with the will renewal potion in his possession and then continue the circle. Atticus closed his eyes for a brief moment, instantly focusing on his intent, opening his eyes just as swiftly. Atticus focused his will and at fast speeds engraved the word shield onto the slate. It immediately let out a blinding red light before dimming. Without pausing, Atticus swiftly placed it on the side and picked up another slate, fully intending to continue his actions.